Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. All Might shook Izuku awake after they returned to Tokyo. The number 1 hero already dropped tenure off at the Ida home, and Izuku felt a bit guilty that he slept most of the ride back. All Might laughed. Quite alright, my boy. You and young Tenure had a busy day. He slept most of the way too. Do you still feel up to cleaning the beach tomorrow? Izuku nodded. Yeah. I want to get it done. Well then, eat a good dinner and get some sleep. We'll leave bright and early tomorrow morning. All Might walked Izuku across the street to the Midoriya home, where Izuku's mother waited in a state of near panic. The three of them sat at the kitchen table so All Might could reassure 𝐒𝐭𝐻, since All Might and Izuku spent all day in a dump and didn't want to risk staining the couch. 𝐒𝐭𝐻, Izuku's brilliant plan kept everyone safe, All Might said softly, neglecting to mention Izuku's plan put himself at the most risk, other than the hostage. Most pro-heroes couldn't have done better, and in fact there were 5 of them on the scene who couldn't come up with a better plan to save the hostage. I know, 𝐒𝐿 said, trying to hold back her tears, but I just don't like you being in danger. And she paused here a moment, was the victim really Katsuki? All Might's ears perked up at this. Of course, he berated himself. Young Izuku grew up in Musutafu. Considering the victim appeared to be the same age as his successor, it made perfect sense that they probably knew each other. Izuku nodded in confirmation. Yeah, it was him. 𝐒𝐿 started to reach out to hug him, but considering the state of his clothing, she decided against it to All Might and Izuku's shared chuckles. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. Did you two get a chance to talk? He shook his head. They took him over to the EMTs right after the incident and Tenure and I went back to the beach with a police officer while giving our statements. I don't think he wanted to talk to me anyway. It was probably a traumatic experience for the boy, young Izuku, All Might said, diplomatically. Many people you rescue will be in a state of shock even if they are not hurt physically, and it is common for them to lash out to gain a measure of control over the situation. I'm sure he's grateful for your help. Izuku nodded, but somehow, he doubted that Katsuki Bakugo felt grateful in the slightest. I'm just glad we rescued him. Izuku meant every word. He'd have done the same for anyone caught in a similar crisis. Whatever Bakugo thought honestly no longer mattered to him. The determination to help others in need burned in his chest, regardless of his past with Bakugo. That night, after taking an awfully long, hot shower, Izuku laid in his bed and fell asleep almost instantly. As soon as he began dreaming, he became lucid. In front of him stood a towering castle, and as much as he longed to explore it, he couldn't take a step toward it. Dark clouds hovered in the distance, and occasionally cannons lining the castle's battlements fired huge blasts toward the dark brambles beneath the looming storm. Looking down, he noticed that most of his body seemed to be made of a hazy mist, with only the top of his head, his arms, and part of his chest solid. He couldn't even speak, as his mouth was made of the same mist. The gate to the castle opened, and a appealing woman came walking out. The black, sleeveless bodysuit she wore highlighted her powerfully built figure, accentuated by a long, flowing white cape around her neck, a smaller matching cape around her waist, and white gloves and boots. Light shimmered around her, appearing as some sort of transparent armor. With confidence, she strode toward Izuku. Her eye level matched his own, so she stood at least 183 centimeters, and with the complicated bun she wore her hair in, she probably held a bit of a height advantage on him. She placed a strong yet gentle hand on his shoulder, and near her touch, the haze that clouded him receded. So, you're Toshinori's boy. Izuku rolled his eyes. Why does everyone think All Might's my dad? He thought. I love and respect All Might, and he may be like a second father to me, but Hisoshi Midoriya is my father. I carry his name and he sacrificed everything for me. Oh, kiddo, I'm sorry, she said, as if he'd spoken out loud. I just mean that you're the one Toshi chose as his successor. She tapped the side of her head with her fist, sticking out her tongue playful as she did. Sometimes my mouth moves faster than my brain. I just wanted to tell you that you did a great job today. Your first big DMN hero moment, and boy did you save the day and then some. Thank you, he thought. No problem, she said with a big smile. Listen, those sticks in the mud are withholding judgment for the time being, she said, rolling her eyes, so you won't be able to enter for now. What is this place? It's not really a place, kiddo, she replied. This is just how your mind interprets one for all and the great war against all for one. We're the same way, I suppose, all of us hopeless romantics. Don't worry, though. You're doing great. Hell, you're doing better than I did. I think you'll be the one to truly unlock its full power. Izuku gasped, or the closest approximation he could manage with an ethereal cloud for a mouth. You're one of the previous holders. Yep, she said, popping the P at the end of the word. Nana Shimura. I'm the one who trained that big lug, Toshinori. Well, until she paused, passed his training on to Sarahiko. Grandpa Torino. Nana lost it then, laughing until tears rolled down her face. Grandpa. That's great, kiddo. She wiped away a tear. God above, I like you. Tell you what, they're being stingy, but I'm not. When you really need it, my power will be there for you. So, when you say they, you mean the other previous holders of One for All. Yeah, bunch of backseat drivers if you ask me. They've forgotten how much of a pain it was trying to figure it out on their own, so they think you should have to go through what they did. She turned back to the castle and made a one-fingered salute, then yelling, completely ignoring the fact that they all ended up dead. She shrugged, not that I'm one to talk, either, being as I'm a meat popsicle, too. They think the true path to victory is here, raising her voice again, while people suffer and die in the real world. What if they're right, though, Izuku thought. Before All Might gave me One for All, I was just a quirkless loser. I'm a nobody who didn't even have his own quirk. Nana sat down on a convenient bench that Izuku hadn't noticed, or perhaps it appeared the moment she decided she needed it. She patted the space beside her, and somehow Izuku sat beside her. Tell you what, kiddo, why don't you ask Toshinori what his quirk was before he got One for All and then get back to me on that? Ask him if there are any statues to the previous holders. I'm not saying we didn't do good, because we did, but he did great. Just ask him, okay? She glanced toward the castle and Izuku's eyes followed her gaze, the hazy form of a knight standing in the portcullis. The warrior appeared far less defined than Nana, but his armor seemed far more solid. He stared at Izuku and nodded. I will. Thank you, Ms. Shimura. Oh, kiddo, my mom was Ms. Shimura. I only exist inside the quirk that lives inside you and in people's memories. You call me Nana, got it? I'd rather call you by your hero name, if that's okay. She blushed. Yeah, about that. I scared at hero names. Seriously, I changed them like other people changed socks, and most of them make your teacher's Eraserhead name sound like he got it from William Shakespeare. They're so bad I'm almost glad history forgot about me. Well, I won't forget, Nana. I know, kiddo. She hugged him and her breath hitched, I know. Day 2 at the beach went much smoother, without any villain attacks, and the two teens made much better progress. They sectioned off an area for the vehicles to give Izuku an opportunity to practice throwing heavy objects and, after a few instances of overshooting or undershooting the target, he hurled a car into the zone with a fair degree of accuracy. All Might still left them for a while to do a patrol, but mostly he spent the day reading his book and occasionally snapping pictures or shooting video with his phone. If Izuku and Tenya knew that All Might shared these videos and pictures with the other heroes of Might Agency and Tenya's older brother, the embarrassment might have killed them, and that's not even considering some of the memes. Midnight emailed a picture of Tenya running, a cloud of sand obscuring his legs, while carrying a broken microwave with the caption "Meep Meep to Tensai." Gang Orca's personal favorite video showed Izuku struggling to pull a half-buried car out of the sand while the classic John Williams Superman theme played, swelling triumphantly as Izuku finally freed the car, hoisting it above his head with a grin. After the first 2 weeks, they finished almost half the beach, and Izuku felt confident that they would meet their self-imposed deadline of 5 weeks. They'd stopped bothering to bring a cooler after a week, since when they'd arrived in the morning, several locals waited with bottled water, lunch, and snacks. Fortunately, Izuku's strict diet now consisted of lots, so long as he ate mostly healthy foods. He burned through tons of calories per day, and every all-you-can-eat restaurant in Tokyo feared the bottomless pit of a boy, although he always insisted on paying appropriately. The fact that pro heroes often went with him helped to keep him from being banned. The first time Izuku met Fat Gum, the BMI hero walked over to him, patted Izuku on the shoulder several times, and nodded appreciatively. A week later, after dropping off Tenya at his brother's house for the night, Izuku finally managed to ask his hero, "All Might, what was your quirk before you got one for all?" All Might smiled. "You know, I'm honestly surprised you didn't ask before now, young Izuku. Like you, I was born quirkless." A shocked expression covered Izuku's face. "You said before it came in late." "Just like yours did, my boy," All Might replied with a chuckle. "I didn't mean to intentionally mislead you, but that answer became a habit long ago. It wasn't as uncommon in those days, but every year less and less children are born quirkless. Your generation may be the last. And while many people view that as a good thing, I must confess it makes me a little sad. Before quirks, human beings did great things. They built the pyramids, sailed the oceans, designed computers, and even walked on the moon. Much of that has been forgotten since people have been so focused on quirks that in many ways it has made us stagnant. Even I have forgotten that at times. I've faced powerful villains before, so if someone had asked me if someone quirkless could be a hero, I'd have probably said no. But now, I believe someone like you could have done it. Your heroic spirit comes from you, young Izuku, as does your intelligence. One for All may have enhanced it a bit, but I remember your hero analysis journal from that day in the park. The same boy who wrote that analysis came up with a plan to rescue a hostage and defeat the sludge villain. Never forget, young Izuku, that your first victory against a villain was won without using a quirk." Izuku smiled. "Thanks, All Might." Izuku paused. "Can you tell me about the previous holders of One for All?" All Might looked away for a moment, a sad expression on his face that Izuku spotted in the reflection of his mentor's face in the truck's window. Before he could apologize, All Might answered him. "Sadly, I know very little about them, except for my MSTR and the first. Most of their names are lost to history. The first was a kind, brave, but sickly man. He was believed to be quirkless, and the brother of the man only known today as All for One. All for One, with his quirk that shares his name, tried to conquer Japan. He could take and give quirks, using his powers to place others in his debt and destabilizing the country. His brother tried to fight against him, but ultimately was captured." All Might paused for a moment. No one knows why, but All for One forced a power stockpiling quirk upon his brother. Perhaps he was trying to be kind or buy his brother's loyalty. Who can say? What we do know is that the stockpiling quirk combined with the brother's hidden quirk. A quirk that, for all extents and purposes, could be considered useless. This quirk allowed him to pass on his quirk to another through his DNA. Together, these two quirks became one, the quirk you now hold, One for All. The brother died at some point, either from natural causes or at his brother's hands, but before he died, he passed on the quirk. Each holder has fought against One for All, until I finally defeated him. However, we never did find a body. Hopefully it is lost in the infinite void of space, but you must be ever vigilant." "I'm sorry, All Might," Izuku said. "You don't have to tell me about your MSTAR if you don't want to." All Might startled a bit but brushed it aside with a laugh. "Oh, no, young Izuku. You deserve to know about her. My biggest regret is that you never met her. I think she would have loved you. Nana Shimura was a courageous woman, full of life and laughter, always trying to make others smile. She loved horrible puns and would use them at the drop of a hat. Any hat. Anywhere on earth. She changed her hero name often, sometimes incorporating a pun. She found me much as I found you on your 12th birthday, bullied by a group of my classmates. She chased them off, and I admit, I was a bit of a young ruffian in those days. I grinned and said, 'Thanks, Toots, but I could have taken them.'" Both laughed, Izuku holding onto his sides as tears rolled down his face. "Come on, All Might. What did you really say?" Shaking with laughter, All Might replied, "That's really what I said. I was an idiot, but I was also 14. She laughed even louder than you did, right in my face. I sported a black eye, split lip, bruises all over my body and could barely stand, but she laughed. Then she said, 'I like you, kid. Where are you planning to go to high school?' I told her about my plan to get into UA and find the most powerful person in the hero course and guide him into becoming a symbol. She asked why I didn't just do it myself, and I admitted to being quirkless. 'What happened then?' Izuku asked, riveted. She told me it was a great plan, but that I should do it myself. I reminded her that I didn't have a quirk, and then and there she told me the story of One for All. When she offered to make me her apprentice and give me her power, I accepted without hesitation. Over the next year, her and 𝐵𝐺𝐴𝐼𝐼 trained me relentlessly, and for the first month of that she made Toots her hero name because I would blush every time she said it. She passed the quirk on to me a week before the entrance exam and then died in battle with All for One a year later. Her BH quirk was called Float, allowing her to hover in the air, but through the power of One for All her punches and flexes made it seem as though she could fly. I never knew my BRTH mother, but Nana was like a mother to me, and your mother reminds me of her, sometimes. Funny and smart but caring so much. You're a lucky boy, young Izuku. It sounds like we were both lucky in the mom department, Izuku said. She sounds great. The truck pulled into All Might's driveway. She truly was. There is one question I wanted to ask you, young Izuku, All Might said as they got out of the pickup truck. I have decided to accept an offer from Nezu to begin teaching at UA next year, mainly to make it easier for me to act as your mentor. To avoid any appearance of favoritism, none of the teachers can recommend you, although I'm sure Gang Orca or Edgeshot would be delighted to sponsor you. Tenya and I talked about it, since his brother offered to recommend him. We'd both rather take the entrance exam and earn our spots. I figured that's what you would say, my boy. Considering you and young Tenya have already defeated a villain, I doubt either of you will have much of a problem passing. Izuku and Tenya didn't finish cleaning the beach in 5 weeks, they finished in 4. Since both teens needed to keep a low profile, neither of them attended the ceremony when Gang Orca and Ingenium gifted the beach back to the city as a joint community service project of Might Incorporated and Team IDA 10, with the modest admission price going to support local schools and pay for a small staff to keep the beach clean. With the mountains of trash cleared and the sand thoroughly sifted to remove anything dangerous, only a small continuous effort kept the beach spotless. With 2 free weeks from All Might's original estimate of 6 weeks, All Might provided both boys with a considerable amount of cash and an admonishment to spend the time just enjoying themselves and exploring Tokyo. On the 6th week, Aizawa returned from the summer camp and, while his inclination to give Izuku a week off matched All Might's, Izuku pleaded for the chance to do some free running with his teacher. Tenya joined in as well, and they spent several days in the city leaping from rooftop to rooftop. Tenya learned some parkour moves from Izuku over the years, and his built-in engines could, in emergencies only, give him a small boost to make a jump he might otherwise miss. The last 2 weeks of summer break they spent visiting Island for the annual Expo. All Might took Izuku on this pilgrimage every year since Izuku's 13th birthday, so he knew that setting it as a prize for clearing the beach amounted to an empty gesture, but this year he brought Tenya along. Tenya admitted that he usually attended anyway, as a member of the famous IDA family, but going as part of All Might's entourage delighted his parents. Tenya's mother, the pro-hero Blue Streak, recently retired, leaving Tensai as the sole active hero from the IDA family. The IDA matriarch's primary retirement project consisted of establishing Tenya with a good reputation, and the successful sludge villain incident and forming strong connections with All Might's agency left her ecstatic. For his part, Izuku couldn't wait to see Melissa and David Shield again. While Izuku found Melissa to be sweet and cute, she also had a few years on him. At this point, the two saw each other as big sister and little brother. If he met her a few years later, the most likely outcomes included falling for her or a hopeless crush, but he felt happy with the way things turned out. He wouldn't trade her friendship for the world. Meeting Melissa inspired Izuku to learn English, and regular video calls helped keep his skills sharp. She did sometimes seem to channel Midnight though, teasing him about getting a girlfriend. Somehow, she knew that Midnight original costume appeared in his browser history. As usual, Izuku geeked out at the Expo, filling an autograph book with signatures from pro heroes, walking around the various support equipment demonstrations, and testing his strength at David Shield's lab. With effort, Izuku lifted 500 tons, roughly 25% of All Might's maximum strength. The Shields took an array of measurements and tests to analyze his quirk, power output, and growth rate. At All Might's encouragement, he and Tenya took turns in the villain attack attraction, a timed battle obstacle course against robot villains. For their age group, Izuku set a record and took first prize, while Tenya took home the silver medal. They returned to Tokyo the day before the fall semester began. Between their heavy class load and training, the remaining months before the UA entrance exam sped by. All their training sessions now balanced between mobility and sparring, with a variety of different heroes who owed favors to All Might coming to Might Tower on the weekends to keep Izuku on his toes. After a long wait of several months, the day of the UA entrance exam finally arrived. Students from all over Japan made their way to Musutafu, allowed entry by the UA barrier with the specially encoded examination tickets sent to those applicants with the grades and records sufficient to qualify to even take the test. Izuku and Tenya held 2 of the 10 tickets given to students trying from Sumai Junior High, but they both shared a sense of determination. They arrived early, hitching a ride with All Might, who would watch the exam as one of the teachers. With nothing to do other than calm their nerves, the boys stood in the courtyard in front of the examination hall talking. With 4 to 5 minutes left to go, a few early students arrived, breaking off into small groups to discuss the exam. Tenya adjusted his glasses. "Were you able to get any information from All Might or Uncle Shota?" "Nope," Izuku said with an exhale. They both said that the exam is being changed some this year anyway, since they've had people try and game the system before. "Well, I will admit that I've heard Uncle Shota and Aunt Nemurai arguing with my brother and Uncle Hisashi about it. Uncle Shota has been trying to get it changed for years. Perhaps he's finally succeeded. Maybe that's why they asked us to fill out and return that long questionnaire about our quirks and their strengths and weaknesses. If it's just destroying robots, I can't imagine Aizawa or Midnight having an easy time with those." 2 loud pops echoed through the courtyard, and Izuku and Tenya both looked over to see an angry blonde boy glaring at Izuku. "Deku, what the hell is a quirkless nerd like you doing here? Wait, aren't you the hostage we rescued from the sludge villain?" Tenya said. "You should be thanking Izuku, not insulting him." Izuku waved it off. "Let it go, Tenya. It isn't worth it. Looking down on me like always, Deku, you piece of CRP." Bakugo's red eyes practically glowed with rage. "I'll be taking first place in both the written and practical exam while you go crying back to Aunt Inko in Tokyo. Hope you have a backup school planned, because I'll be laughing when you come in dead last. Now both of you nerds get out of my way." Bakugo detoured slightly so that he walked between the 2 Sumai students. Izuku rolled his eyes as Bakugo stomped toward the main building. Just after he walked past, Tenya said to Izuku, loudly enough to ensure Bakugo could hear it, "I can see how a 5-year-old could misread your first name, Izuku, but surely someone our age should have intelligence enough to realize their mistake by now." Izuku chuckled, while Bakugo spun in place to glare. "What did you say to me, you 4-eyed freak? You want to go right now?" Tenya stood up a bit straighter. His sparring with Izuku and the occasional pro hero gave him ample muscle and the skills to back it up. "I'd be delighted if you'd just go and cease interrupting a private conversation. Since you appear to have a lot of trouble reading kanji, would you like me to point out which building is the examination hall?" Several of the nearby students chuckled, not even bothering to hide their laughter. That only irritated Katsuki Bakugo further. "You better both hope you fail. If I see either of you in the hero course, I'll kill you." Tenya smiled slyly. "Don't worry, I doubt the likes of you will ever see either of us in the hero course." Bakugo caught the hidden implication that he wouldn't be the one to make it into UA but chose to stomp away with a growl. After all, starting a fight with so many witnesses would kill his chances. Besides, he could just write Deku off. No way a quirkless nerd like Deku could hope to pass. As for 4 Eyes, well, today or later, he'd kill him. Two of the other examinees noticed the exchange though. A short girl with chestnut hair made her way over and a boy with spiky red hair ran toward them. The boy tripped, slamming into Izuku, causing him to lose his balance when the girl reached out and touched his shoulder. Rather than continuing his fall, Izuku hung suspended in the air, feeling weightlessness for the first time. "Oh, man, I am so sorry," the red-headed boy said, bowing at the waist. "Imminent, I'm such a klutz." The girl apologized as well. "Sorry for using my quirk on you without asking. I just thought it would be bad luck to fall before the exam." Izuku stammered, "That's okay. Both of you. No harm, no foul. Now, how do I get down?" The girl reached out, but Izuku had already somehow managed to position himself perpendicular to the ground. The sensation of floating felt oddly natural to him. "Get ready," she said, then touched all 5 fingers on one hand against their counterparts on her other and said, "Release." Izuku felt a moment of vertigo as gravity reclaimed him and he settled back on his feet. "That's so cool. Is it tactile telekinesis?" "No, a force manipulation quirk. You're good at gravity negation too. Can you also increase gravitational attraction?" Izuku said, wishing he'd brought a notebook to take notes. As for gravitational attraction, he felt a bit of it. "Force what? I'm not a Jedi," she said with a grin. "No, my quirk is zero gravity. I can make things weightless." Izuku looked puzzled. "I think your quirk counselor didn't fully understand it. Just cancelling my gravity wouldn't have stopped me from falling. You completely cancelled out my inertia in addition to acceleration due to gravity. I think you're a lot more powerful than you realize." "Really?" She looked pretty happy. "Happy. And pretty. And bad Izuku. Yeah. I hope we both get in so we can talk about it sometime. Quirk analysis is a hobby of mine." He bowed, and then remembering the other person there, turned and bowed to the red-haired boy as well. "I'm Izuku Midoriya and this is my friend, Tenya Ida." Ida bowed as well. "We're from Sumai Private Junior High in Tokyo, but after today we'll be from UA. I'm Ochiko Uraraka," the girl said, even her name was appealing, bad Izuku. "And I'm Ahiro Kirishima," the boy said, beating his fist against his chest. "Pleasure to meet all of you, especially you two," he said waving toward Izuku and Tenya. "I saw where you rescued a kid from a sludge monster. It was the manliest thing I've ever seen. You two went in there and started ordering heroes around and saved the day. I was close to giving up, and after I saw that I said, if you can be just a tenth as manly as those dudes, you'll ace the entrance exam. So, here I am. Let's all go in there and do our best." Izuku said. "I hope we'll all be in the same class together." As the various students filed into the examination hall, the 4 students chose to sit next to each other. Izuku exchanged waves with a few other students from Sumai, but none of them came over. Izuku and Tenya dominated the top 2 spots of their grade academically, so most of the school viewed them with a sense of friendly competition. Izuku wished them all the best in claiming one of spots in the hero course, but 2 of those would belong to Tenya and himself, and hopefully 2 more spots for his new friends. Students of all shapes and sizes came in now, with only a few minutes left, and a blond boy bumped into Izuku. "Excusez-moi, est-Illinois Vals Plat," the boy said. Izuku winced. His French didn't compare to his English, but he managed a nen pense rien. "Bonne chance, mon nouvel ami." Izuku blushed. "Sorry, my accent must be atrocious." "Non," the boy said, "it is most kind of you to even try to make me feel welcome. As for your accent, it is magnifique. Where did you learn French?" Izuku blushed. "Mostly self-taught through HeroTube. I'm not completely fluent, but I don't want language to be a barrier when trying to help others." "An admirable goal, mon ami. I have a feeling we will see each other again soon." Kirishima raised his hand, waving a pink-skinned girl with horns over. "Hey, Ashido. Over here." She came over, her bushy hair a pink version of Izuku's own green hair. She blinked a few times when she got closer. "Holy Sia, is that you, Kirishima?" "Oh, yeah," he said, rubbing the back of his head. "I decided to change up my look. Everyone, this is Mina Ashido." She and I go to the same middle school. He quickly performed introductions. We're horn buddies now, she said, flicking the 2 spikes at the front of his hairstyle. She turned to Izuku. And you, Midou, right? You stole my hairstyle. She ruffled his hair. Diamond, boy, just as soft and fluffy as mine. Want to try mine out? She asked with a wink. She caught sight of Uraraka, who did not seem amused at this point, but Mina Ashido's outgoing nature refused all negativity. She plopped herself in the chair beside Uraraka, leaned in, and with absolute sincerity said, "Girl power." What? Uraraka said, confused by this non sequitur. Look around, sister. There's like 2 guys to every girl. We've got to represent. So let me hear it. Girl power. Uraraka asked, a bit unsure. Izuku nodded. Girl power. I believe in both of you. Yeah, he gets it, Mina said. Say it loud and say it proud. Girl power. Uraraka yelled, a bit louder than she intended. The written portion of the exam remained unchanged from previous years, with Snipe and Ectoplasm overseeing the test. 30 different clones of Ectoplasm wandered through the room, while Snipe watched from the front, shifting his gaze to the mirrors that lined the room's ceilings. In this way, the teachers could watch any student at any time without warning to discourage cheating. While rare, students attempted it on occasion. The offenders usually believed they got away with it, but UA allowed them to finish the test to avoid disruption. Only afterwards, someone intercepted the cheaters before the practical test and scrayed them off campus with a notification sent to all other hero schools in the country. The sheer size of the test made it daunting, consisting of 200 questions split up into 6 categories: mathematics, language arts, science, history, English, and heroics. The school allotted 4 hours to complete the test with an essay. Knowledge might make up a large portion of the test, but it also measured time management and strategy. A few of the questions fell into the easy category, but a few would challenge the smartest of students, and some even had multiple correct answers to trick those who didn't pay enough attention to detail. If a student took an average of 60 seconds per question, that would only leave 40 minutes for the essay. Izuku blazed through the multiple-choice questions, thanks to his enhanced intellect. He could do the math problems in his head, foregoing the need to waste time drawing out diagrams or writing out equations. This trend repeated in the science section since many of the physics and chemistry problems required some math as well. Language arts, history, and heroics we mostly memorization. As for English, he worked hard at that and had completely fluency. Izuku finished the last multiple-choice question and stretched. He glanced up at the clock in shock. Only 30 minutes passed. He looked around to find several people staring at him, including Snipe and a clone of Ectoplasm. One of Ectoplasm's clones leaned over and whispered something to Snipe, who nodded and went back to checking the room. "Y'all varmints keep on working," Snipe called out. Izuku dug into the essay, a complex question on describing society's partial responsibility for villainy. Izuku thought about it for roughly 10 minutes, assembling his thoughts in his head. He quickly settled on discrimination as his topic. He chose as his 3 main supporting points antimutant bias, so-called villainous quirk discrimination, and quirkless discrimination. He gambled with the last one, as the technical definition of villainy meant quirk use with the intent to commit a crime, making it technically impossible for someone quirkless to be a villain, but he decided to spin it in a different way. While quirkless individuals often became criminals due to minimal job prospects, he would argue that a lack of punishment for abuse of the quirkless taught people with quirks that abuse of those less powerful than themselves carried a tacit approval from society. Furthermore, he knew a prime example, discussing Aldera at length. Writing the paper in his head, Izuku simply needed to transfer it to paper, spelling out the words as neatly and precisely as he could, until he realized that he used all the paper provided already, all 5 pages. One of Ectoplasm's clones loomed over him, bending down, and whispering, "Problem, Midoriya." "I'm sorry, Ectoplasm, sir. Could I get another sheet of paper for the essay?" Izuku blushed as several of the other students groaned. "Did you mess up?" Ectoplasm asked with an amused tone. "Neatness isn't that important." "No sir, it's just running a bit long. We gave you 5 sheets. The longest essays rarely go past 2. I'm so sorry, sir. Just one more for the conclusion, please. Can't you write it on the back? That's allowed. Izuku handed his pages to ectoplasm. Well. Ectoplasm sighed. I see. You've used all 5 pages front and back. One of his clones walked over with another sheet. Plus ultra, kid. Izuku wanted to crawl into a hole to escape the stares of the other examinees. He quickly got to work on his conclusion, being extra careful as he'd rather jump out the window and run back to Tokyo before asking for another sheet. Once he finished, ectoplasm picked up his test. You know the way to the infirmary. Why don't you go and see if Recovery Girl needs any help? You can meet up with your friends outside the auditorium before lunch. His friends nodded, working feverishly on their own tests, and Izuku stood up, bowed to ectoplasm and Snipe, and walked out of the room as silently as he could, feeling more eyes than just ectoplasms and Snipes on him. All Might, Aizawa, present MIC, and Midnight waited outside of the room. Midnight looked at her watch with a triumphant expression. And time. 58 minutes. Baby boy just bought Mama Midnight a new pair of shoes. Aizawa and present MIC each handed the R-rated hero a 100,000 yen bill. At Izuku's quizzical expression, All Might said, they bet on whether or not you'd finish in under an hour. 2 minutes. Present MIC cried. You couldn't have taken 2 more minutes, little listener. Wait a minute, Aizawa said, holding up a hand. Did you have to ask for more paper for the essay? Izuku nodded, cautiously. I've never been more embarrassed in my entire life, and I once got scolded by Endeavor in front of Mike Tower. Good job, kid, he said, snatching his 100,000 yen bill back out of an indignant Midnight's hand. Enjoy your shoe, Mama Midnight. Izuku helped Recovery Girl bundle up supplies to be taken to each of the testing sites for the practical part of the exam, each one of the packages handed to medical robots who took them to the simulated cities. He subtly tried to ask for more information, but Recovery Girl just gave him an too old to fall for that look. Once he finished helping the youthful heroine, he headed back toward the examination room, waiting outside for his friends. Tenya finished around the 3-hour mark, admitting that he found the exam challenging but not overly difficult. Uraraka and Kirishima walked out shortly after that, both seeming to be confident. Ashido, however, came stumbling out of the exam room, her skin a much lighter shade of pink. Midori, she said, what was up with that crazy speed? Did you even bother reading the questions? Izuku blushed as they made their way to the cafeteria. Yeah, I did. He mouthed Midori as a question to Kirishima. Kirishima just shrugged at Ashido's antics. Is that your quirk, some kind of super intelligence? He asked. Well, not exactly. It's called ultra augmentation. Basically, all my physical and mental stats are boosted. I'm pretty tough when I'm actively using it, but the more I use it, the higher my base stats get bumped too. Oh, men, you're so lucky, Uraraka said, loading her tray up with an abundance of food. If UA chose to supply a free meal, she chose to make the most of it. Lots of the big names have enhancement quirks like Yoroi Musha and Miko. I thought Miko's quirk was, bunny, right? Kirishima added. Rabbit. It's a mutant quirk, Ashido said with a hint of pride. While her quirk, Acid, might be an emitter type, she did inherit mutant features. Her tail and ears are real. Yeah, Izuku said, but it does enhance her speed and strength, especially in her legs. Having been on the receiving end of one of those kicks before, Izuku knew her quirk all too well. A lot of the animal mutation quirks are functionally enhancements, with a couple of extra surprises thrown in. Like Hawk's. His quirk enhances his speed and vision, but also lets him fly and control his feathers. The idea that people you can only have one quirk is common, but most of them are what I think of as quirk frameworks. Related traits that fall under a category, like a fire user being able to generate and control flame while also being partially or completely resistant. The students grabbed a table, sitting down to eat. Good, Midori, there goes a grading curve, Ashido said, but with a smile. Man, I hope we're all here having lunch together once school starts. It would be great if all of us got in. Katsuki Bakugo got his lunch and looked for a seat away from all the losers when he saw Deku surrounded by a bunch of extras. He focused on his own exam, but everyone noticed ectoplasm and Snipe looking at and talking to the DMN nerd. Deku left the exam hall in under an hour, while the next person finished after the 3-hour mark. As he walked by, he sneered at the green-haired boy. Someone could only finish a test that huge that quickly by not even bothering to read the questions. He thought UA would have tossed Deku out the doors by now. After Bakugo stomped off, Tenya leaned over to Izuku and said quietly, "What is his problem?" Izuku whispered back, "Do you want the answer alphabetically or in order of importance? Either way, it'll take a while." "Dang," Kirishima commented. "That dude seems all kinds of mad." "Probably because he is," Izuku thought. "Katsuki Bakugo of Aldera Middle School," he said quietly. "He and I went to grade school together. We're very distantly related. He's always like that." "𝐂𝐸𝐸𝐷," Tenya started, only to stop with realization. The infamous distant relative, Kaken, that Izuku told him about. Things fell into place for Tenya. "I see. Perhaps he's still angry over the sludge villain incident." "Wait a second," Kirishima added, "that was the sludge monster's hostage, wasn't he? Man, he's got a strong quirk, all those explosions and stuff. Pretty manly of him." "He doesn't seem too friendly," Uraraka said, "but maybe he's just really focused. Or he considers Midoriya his rival." "Oh, I doubt it," Izuku said, smiling at her. "It's nothing worth worrying about. I'm more focused on the practical exam. I know it's going to involve robots, but they've supposedly changed things this year. I wonder if we'll be rescuing or fighting them." After lunch, the hero course hopefuls piled into the auditorium. While still mostly packed, less students took the practical exam, as the written exam covered the general education, management, and support courses in addition to the hero course. The written test made up the only mandatory requirement for general education and management, although they could take the practical for better chances of securing a spot, while the support courses added one of 2 subtracks, support gear and support analysis, each with their own specific practical exam. Those interested in gear got 4 hours to design a piece of support equipment and, if they could, construct a working prototype from parts provided by the school. Those aiming for the analysis track each watched a randomly selected hopeful for the hero course practical. They observed their subject via the tracking cameras and then wrote as comprehensive an analysis as they could, due 2 days later. As for the hero course practical, combat. Hisoshi Midoriya took this test and passed some 25 years ago. Izuku hoped his father watched over him today with pride. First come, first served for seating, so Izuku and Tenya sat together near their new acquaintances. He looked around the auditorium, trying to guess the quirks of the various people, but appearances often deceived. He did spot Bakugo sitting on the other side, his arms folded across his chest and a scowl on his face. Then present MIC stepped up to the podium. "Welcome to UA High. Can I get a yeah?" MIC yelled. Izuku and Tenya, used to his antics, both yelled, prompting a few others to join them, but most of the room stayed silent. "All right, my examinee listeners. Welcome to the practical. We're switching things up a bit this year, so if you've already found out about the exam, there are some changes from previous years. For example, rather than 10 minutes, the exam has been extended to 30. Izuku leaned closer. He wanted to hear this carefully. In the past, the UA entrance exam counted the number of robots you could smash in 10 minutes, each one with a different point value. While such a system effectively picked students with combat-oriented quirks, it held an innate bias for flashy daylight heroes and tended to devalue underground heroes and even rescue heroes. Pictures appeared on the screen behind MIC, showing 5 different types of robots. The first 3 outlined in red, with 1 point, 2 points, and 3 points written beside each one. The next glowed blue and had the word civilian beside it. The final robot appeared in gray, with 5 question marks beside it. So, there are 4 types of robots, 3 villain types and 1 civilian type. The 1-pointers are your basic mooks, human level strength and resistance to damage. They'll register your punches, and if it is within a certain range, you'll knock them out. The 2-pointers are tougher, so you'll have to hit a bit harder, but the same principle applies. They're the heavies of the exam. The final villain type is the 3-pointer. They can fire energy blasts and are smarter than the 1 and 2 pointers. They've got a range of strength levels too, so you'll have to be careful taking them down. Each of you will be provided with capture tape. Wrapping this tape securely around one of the robots will deactivate it and give you the points for capturing it. Can't we just blow the DMN villains up? A surly voice called out, and Izuku rolled his eyes at the recognizable voice. Well, you can, Present MIC said with a wink, but that will count as a kill, and you'll get a 1-point penalty. That means if you destroy a 1-pointer, you get nothing. Beating the villain robots earns you villain points. Now, for the civilian type. Each zone features an evacuation site guarded by a pro hero. For every civilian you bring to the site, you'll get 2 rescue points. They're programmed to act like regular people, so some of them might just be scared and need your encouragement or comfort. Some of them might be trapped by debris, and some of them might be injured. You can use your capture tape on them to simulate administering first aid, which will grant you 2 bonus points, but not all robots will be injured, so if you waste time administering first aid to a civilian who doesn't need it, that will cost you precious time and you don't get bonus points for healing a healthy civilian. By the way, if you purposefully kill a civilian or attack any of the other examinees, that's an automatic failure, so you better be good, or you'll end up on the naughty list. Present MIC leaned forward. Keep in mind, you all provided detailed information on your quirks. Remember that for the purposes of the test, you should treat these robots as if they are living, breathing, human beings. Got it? Good. Any other questions? Tenya stood. Yes, sir. There is another type of robot listed on the screen. You haven't given any details about it. Present MIC winked to Tenya, giving him and Izuku a thumbs up. Good catch, little listener. The last type is worth 0 points. You can't capture it, but it will thrash around and try to destroy anything that gets close to it. Keep the civilians away from it at all costs. It's more of an obstacle to avoid, and there's only 1 per site. By the way, there are 7 sites, and you'll find which site you're assigned to on your examinee card. That's all the time I've got, little listeners, but I'll leave you with one final thought. The great hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "True heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life, in whatever shape they may challenge us to combat." Boiling that down to UA's motto, go beyond. Plus ultra. The assembled examinees joined MIC in yelling. Quickly checking their examinee cards, Izuku and Tenya found themselves assigned to different sites, but that one piece of information Aizawa willingly shared with them in advance. There's no way we're going to let you 2 problem children dominate a single site. We want everyone to have a chance. He did find that he shared the same site as Uraraka, a slide of luck allowing him more time with the pretty, bad Izuku. He needed to focus. Ashido and Tenya ended up going to the same site, while Kirishima would go to a 3rd site by himself. So, Izuku muttered to himself, we have a total of 30 minutes to earn as many points as possible. We'll have to be careful not to kill any of the robots, so that penalizes people with extremely destructive quirks. A lot of the points can be earned via civilian points. I would imagine any of the villain robots would try to interfere with saving the civilians, so that's something to be careful about. This will be as much of an endurance race as anything. Functioning on autopilot, Izuku reached into his bag and pulled out a big plastic bottle of orange juice, which he handed to Tenya. We'll all have to pace ourselves. Izuku shared extra bottles of sports drink with his new friends. With a wave, Izuku boarded the bus to Ground Alpha, nervously sitting beside Uraraka. She started doing deep breathing exercises to calm herself down. He spotted the French-speaking boy he met earlier and shared a nod with him. Across from him on the bus, he saw a tall boy wearing a blue face mask with powerful-looking limbs, an obvious mutant quirk. He sat near the aisle, and a boy with purple hair and deep black bags under his eyes dropped into the seat opposite him. Izuku looked at him. Are you okay? Here, he said, handing the boy a sports drink and protein bar. This should help you perk up. The other boy stared at him. Why help anyone else? We're all competing for the same spots, so I'm not here to make friends. I don't know, Izuku said with a shrug. I guess I want to be a hero to help people. If I don't help someone just so I can be a hero, Seems like I'm defeating the whole purpose. The purple-haired boy narrowed his eyes. Sounds dumb to me, he said with a smirk, but also accepting the small snack and drink. After piling off the buses, Izuku looked around. Between 40 and 50 examinees stood at his sight, and he wished he counted as they stepped off the bus. Taking into consideration 7 sites and 36 spots in the hero course, roughly 9 out of every 10 examinees wouldn't pass. That left 34 spots after Tenya and himself. He planned to win his spot decisively, and on average only 4 others from this site would earn a spot. He hoped Uraraka claimed one of those coveted spots. Izuku started doing stretches, gradually calling up one for all through his workout to ensure his readiness. "Oh, man, I'm really nervous," Uraraka said. "I'm sure you'll do great. Just don't drop any robots from too high up." Izuku replied, holding up a fist with his thumb up. "Your quirk should be great for rescues, so keep any eye out for collapsed buildings. Let's stick close to each other. I can't imagine there's a penalty for teamwork, pros team up all the time." Uraraka smiled and bumped his fist with her own. "And Gu." Present MIC yelled in the distance. Izuku leaped straight up, getting a feel for the city zone and spotting a sectioned-off area near the entrance with 13 standing in the middle of it. He also spotted a concentration of 2- and 3-pointers surrounding some civilians, further from the gate. Landing, he leaped again, covering several blocks and placing himself behind one of the 2-pointers. Izuku settled for a lower-powered punch, but slightly stronger than he'd use against a person. The robot toppled, releasing synthesized groans from its speaker system. He quickly fired off blasts of air pressure, knocking the other villains down, allowing him to secure them with capture tape. The 3 civilian robots huddled around him, one pretending to cry. One talking about what a cool hero he was, and the last muttering an "oh." With a bright smile, Izuku said, "You're all safe now. Please let me look at this one's injuries." Sure enough, the robot had a bright pink sticker on one arm and another on a leg that read "ouch." Izuku tied capture tape around the limb over each sticker and hoisted the injured robot up in a wedding carry. "Let's get you 3 to safety. It will all be okay." As he got close to the safety zone, he spotted Uraraka carrying a couple of injured robots, with another 3 following her, teaming up to protect their civilians from a gang of 1-pointers. "Good job. You 2 have done the first rescues." 13 complimented them. "Keep it up." Nodding, the 2 young hero hopefuls gave each other a thumbs up and headed back into the city zone together. Of all the luck, Tenya and Ashido went to the same zone as that dreadful Bakugo. Izuku didn't explicitly say it, but Tenya strongly suspected the angry teen must be the Kaken from Izuku's youth. He seemed just as much of a miscreant as Tenya imagined, but now he superimposed that image over the face of the victim they rescued from the sludge villain. Talking with Ashido, they moved to the edge of the zone, trying to get as far from Bakugo as possible. He accidentally bumped into a girl who said "ribbit." "Watch out, Ida," Ashido scolded. Tenya bowed. "I'm so sorry and apologize for my error. I hope I didn't interrupt your preparations, miss." She ped her head to one side. "I wasn't really watching where I was going either, ribbit. Good luck out there you two." He smiled. "You as well. Just a warning, be ready to go when you hear the word. They don't do countdowns." "Thanks, ribbit," she said. "I'm Tsuyu Asui. Call me Tsuyu." "Pleasure to meet you, Tsuyu. I'm Tenya Ida." "And I'm Mina Ashido. Call me Mina. Girl power." Mina shouted, pumping her fist in the air. "Can we keep an eye out for each other? Is that allowed?" The frog-featured girl asked, pressing a finger against her chin. He nodded. "I can't imagine it wouldn't be. I move fast, so I can scout for opportunities for points while staying close. If I miss something, just shout if you need help. I'll get to you as soon as possible." "The more the merrier, as long as we all split the points fairly," Mina added. "Thanks," she said. "I'm a bit nervous, so knowing someone will be willing to help really puts my mind at ease, ribbit." And Gu. They heard, and the 3 raced into the city. Mina slid along on some pink liquid she produced, as Tsuyu jumped from wall to wall quickly. While neither moved quite as fast as Tenya, his new friends surprised him with their high mobility. "Hey," Tsuyu called. There's some villains surrounding 4 civilians a block from here. Want to work on it together? Sure, he smiled. In the distance, he heard repeated explosions. As soon as he heard the word go, Bakugo rushed forward, leaving the rest of these chumps in the dust. Rescuing civilians, what a waste of time. Bunch of pansies wanting to give weaklings a chance, well screw that. He ignored the one-pointer robots, even the ones menacing the civilians. He'd claim victory on the broken husks of his prey, the 2- and 3-pointers. Spotting a group of them, he blasted to the edge of the group. He preferred to drop into the middle of his enemies, but they surrounded a bunch of the civilians, and killing those wastes of space would cause a failure. Landing between 2 of the 3-pointers, he yelled his battle cry, "Die!" Unleashing explosions on either side of him, he blasted each one into small groups of 2-pointers, creating 2 mounds of groaning robots. The 2 3-pointers he blasted stopped moving and making noise, so he ignored them, but he wrapped tape around a bunch of the 2-pointers he knocked down. One of the civilian robots reached out an arm and said, "Please help us," but Bakugo shrugged it off. With a PSS off, he took off to look for the next batch of villain bots, ignoring the remaining 1-point bots surrounding the civilians. Barely 10 minutes in, and Izuku felt confident that he earned at least 200 points unless he missed something. He spotted captured robots move to a new area and remove their bindings, and the civilian bots moved back into the city as well. This produced an infinite number of points to earn with a finite number of robots. While some robots ended up destroyed by the more aggressive examinees, he also noticed that all the robots would start running when they saw those examinees. Simulating a reputation for excessive violence like Endeavor, he thought, the villain bots know they're likely to die and the citizens fear them. They're making it harder for themselves. He also saw an injured civilian bot walk up to Uraraka and ask for help. She'd quickly patched the "ouch" sticker on its arm, and then it assured her it could make it to the evacuation zone if she'd give directions, promising that she'd get full credit. They really put a lot of thought into this. The more heroic we act, the better our reputation becomes, giving us chances to earn easier points. As he leaped from area to area, he saw the purple-haired boy from the bus, sitting on top of a 1-point robot in front of a simulated sporting goods store, shaking his hand. Changing direction with a blast of air pressure, he landed near him. "Holy CRP," the boy muttered. "I've never seen someone actually do a superhero landing in real life. Did you practice that or something?" Izuku blushed, scratching the back of his head. "Well, maybe a little. Are you okay?" "No," the purple boy said. "This whole test SC case. I can barely take down a 1-pointer, and there are groups of bad guys near the civilians. Can't use my quirk either, you know." "But why?" Izuku asked, feeling everything go hazy. Shaking his head, the boy seemed to relax, and Izuku felt everything sharpen back up. "My quirk is mind control. I need a verbal response to activate it, but it only works on people. You're lucky I'm not a complete PP, or I could have made you hide out in a building until the whole test was over. That's such a cool quirk. Man, you'd make a great hero with a quirk like that. And I don't believe anybody is a complete PP." "Oh please," he shot back. "Everyone says it's a villain quirk. And it's useless for this. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Do you have 500 yen?" "What?" the boy asked. "Come on, just 500 yen. Izuku took out a 2,000 yen bill and pointed toward the store, an advertisement offering baseball bats for 2,500 yen. The boy nodded and tossed Izuku a coin, and Izuku went into the store and came back out with a metal baseball bat. "Here. Hitoshi Shinso." "Well, Shinso, that should let you take on the 2 and 3-pointers, Izuku proclaimed. "Also, try using your quirk. The robots are chatty, and they've been programmed to react to our quirks. Remember the questionnaire. Present MIC said to treat them like people. Just be careful not to let robots see you use it on another robot, or they'll figure it out and stop answering you. The robots seem to be giving us a reputation based on how they see us acting." "You really think?" Midoriya pointed to one of the wandering 2-pointers. Taking a deep breath, Shinso yelled, "Hey robot. Your mother was a Commodore 64. The robot turned, "Don't talk about my mama, human." Then it stopped. Scenario 1572. awaiting orders from examinee until injured. Holy CRP, it worked, ₛ muttered. Robot, come here. Quickly tying capture tape on the robot, he turned to thank Midoriya. The green-haired boy was already gone. As the exam continued, the civilian robots began crowding around the students with the most points asking for autographs, while the one-pointer villains would actively work to avoid them. The downsides of fame making themselves known. Izuku and Uraraka took to the rooftops to avoid these crowds, working together on several incidents while looking for simulated disasters or villain attacks as the only reliable way to earn points. Izuku guessed his total at approximately 400 points, with Uraraka's probably in a close second. None of the other students got asked for autographs as regularly and could still work effectively on ground level, so Izuku bet that the pair led their site in points. Almost 10 minutes left, and Uraraka looked a bit exhausted. He handed the pretty girl, Bad Izuku, a sports drink, while scanning the area. Are you sure you're alright? Let's stick together for the last 10 minutes, split the points. She shook her head. I feel better now. I don't want to hold you back. You're not. I can't even walk down the street without civilians asking for my autograph. I think we hit some criteria to simulate being in the top 10 on the Billboard charts. She laughed. I never thought I'd hit the top 10. They really put a lot of thought into this. She jumped up, looking out. Oh, looks like a bank robbery to the east. Sure enough, tons of 1- and 2-pointers were rushing a bank, led by several 3-pointers. Bus crash into a hospital to the west, Izuku offered. Should be fairly even in points. She smiled. Thanks for everything, Midoriya. You take the robbery and I'll take the bus. Got it, he said with a nod. Let's go beyond. Plus ultra, they yelled, leaping off the roof. At least the civilian bot stayed the hell out of his way now, as he blasted into a bank robbery. The civilians all laid on the ground, so he let loose 2 concussion blasts. In the enclosed space of the bank, the noise echoed horrendously. All the robots present clutched the sides of their head and fell to the ground, but they all ummed and muttered, so he tied them up. Holy CRP, another a big score. 9 of the 3-pointers and 15 of the 2-pointers plus a bunch of the 1-pointers, and he hadn't killed any of them for once. This alone would probably give him enough to be sitting at 500 points easily. He sent a blast into the air. Go on, get the hell out of here. Bakugo yelled at the citizens, go to the evacuation zone or something, just stay out of my way. While he could care less about rescuing anyone, screw leaving a big gift wrapped up for someone with a DMN bow. Leaving the building, he rushed to the next area, looking for more robots to beat. Tsuyu landed beside Mina as Ida ran up. Looks like Explosion Boy's done it again, Ribbit. Indeed, Ida noted, as civilian bots started staggering out of the bank, applying ouch stickers to their heads. Why would he ignore so many points? The 3 of them rushed forward, offering comfort to the robots and securing capture tape around the simulated injuries. Maybe Blastus not a people person or just likes fighting, Mina said. A few other students joined them in helping the injured robots and then scurried them to the evacuation zone where Cementos waited. Izuku landed on the 2nd-floor balcony of the bank, sneaking in through an open window. Holy woe, he thought. A ton of civilian bots lying on the ground on the 1st floor as hostages, with a lot of villain robots around. As the exam went on, 1-pointer robots became rarer, while 2- and 3-pointers became more common. He moved carefully and quietly, because any sort of alarm could cause the villains to harm the civilians. He noticed a button for a silent alarm and pressed it. He doubted any help would arrive, but in a real situation calling for backup never hurt. He stuck to the rafters, taking pot shots at villains with air blasts from finger flicks, making sure to take them down when they moved out of sight of the other robots. Once he'd thinned their numbers, he took a deep breath to center himself. He dropped down beside a 3-pointer, knocking it out with a chop to the back of the neck. Misery smash, Izuku thought repeatedly, jumping from robot to robot faster than the eye could follow. Once only a small cluster of villain robots remained, he yelled Illinois smash, leaping at their legs with his arms spread wide, knocking them to the floor. Keeping his speed up, he tied up the villains, checking over the hostages for injuries. It's fine now, Izuku assured them in his best all-might voice, because I am here. Landing near the accident scene, Uraraka spotted a telephone inside the building hit by the bus. It only had one button with a sticker that said UA Emergency Services. Figuring it couldn't hurt, she grabbed the phone and pressed the button. A synthesized voice said, "Emergency Services. This is examinee 1701. I'm calling to report a bus accident at the corner of 5th Street and Avenue Q. I'm beginning rescue operations." Understood. Simulated EMS en route. She hung up the phone, checking for robots with the most ouch stickers, quickly applying capture tape to as many as she could. One robot's entire chest featured one big sticker and it seemed coated in a chemical that dissolved the capture tape. She tried anyway, until one of the other robots said, "I'm a simulated doctor. There's nothing you can do for her. Follow triage." With a bit of regret, she moved on. She focused on those who her care could help. She spoke reassuring words to all the robots, promising help arriving soon. After a few minutes, some of the robots started applying EMS stickers over their ouch stickers and leaving the area. She'd gotten so wrapped up in playing her part, she forgot to even think about how this might be graded. Eventually all the robots reported successful rescue and she wandered outside. She'd probably earned 400 points by now. And then the building beside her collapsed. Kirishima did well, teaming up with a guy who could create a bird out of darkness. They'd rescued a lot of civilians and captured villains, so he felt rather good, but then the building beside them collapsed. "Toku," he yelled, activating hardening and covering the body of the bird-headed boy. "Dark shadow." Tokoyami yelled at the same time, and Kirishima saw darkness surround him as an entire build landed on them. It's not very heavy," the shadowy bird said. "They seem to be in an air pocket." Kirishima pressed against the rock above their heads, and it moved easily with a surprising amount of give. "What the? This is made from Nerf." Tokoyami nodded. "They wouldn't want to kill the examinees. They must have designated buildings that it is safe to bring down on top of us. Between your hardening and Dark Shadow's strength, we would have survived even if it had been real. Let's see what bounty of darkness awaits us." Dark Shadow and Kirishima heaved the roof off their air pocket, only to see a massive, black-painted robot heading towards them. "That's the zero-pointer?" Kirishima asked. "Come on, we've got to get civilians out of the way." As the building near them collapsed, Ida grabbed Tsuyu and Mina, pulling them away from the falling debris with his reciproburst. "I must remember to apologize later in case I touch them anywhere inappropriate," he thought. Looming above the shattered building stood a robot at least 10 stories tall. "That's huge," Mina yelled. She saw where Ida fell to the ground, breathing from the exertion. "Hey, are you okay?" Ida drained the last of his orange juice. "I'll be fine. We must get the civilians out of here. Present MIC said the zero-pointer would go after them, and their safety must be our top priority. You two evacuate them and I will distract that monstrosity." "Be careful," Tsuyu said, "Ribbit." The girls ran off, waving to civilians and ushering them out of the area. Tenya grabbed a decently sized rock and ran for the towering robot, kicking the rock like a soccer ball. It bounced off the robot's head with a resounding, but ineffectual, thud. The robot turned to Tenya, all 8 of its eyes turning red as it locked on to its target. "Monster!" Tenya yelled. "I shall be your opponent." As he took off, the robot lumbered after him, following Tenya Ida away from the evacuation zone. Katsuki Bakugo saw this and shrugged. Plenty of the villain robots stopped to cheer on the zero-pointer, pulling out the capture tape and started roping them up. Let the idiots waste their time on the civilians or a huge robot worth no points. He'd blow away the curve while it distracted the extras. Ochiko Uraraka noted that she didn't die when the building hit her, and she counted that as a good thing. The chunks of debris that pelted her didn't hurt, another good thing, but it did knock her down. A huge chunk of the building settled on her legs, but it felt soft and squishy, like foam. Underneath it though, something metal attached itself to her legs. A faint robotic voice said, "Examinee 1701, you are trapped under debris." She cursed, trying to shift around so she could get 5 points of contact with the foam rock, but with her legs pinned, she couldn't reach it. Having finished up the bank job, Izuku stepped outside, giving a friendly wave to the civilian robots as they made their way out of the bank toward the evacuation zone. None of them suffered more than minor injuries, so he wouldn't get any bonus points, but there with almost 30 of them, it still meant a sizable boost, especially when added to the defeated villains in the bank. "I'll escort you all to the evacuation area," he said with a smile, which fell when he heard a huge crash to the west. "That's where Uraraka is." He looked that way to see a 10-story tall robot smash the top of a building. "Priority message," the civilian robot said in unison, "credit given to examinee 1715 for successful rescue of civilian." "Get to safety," he yelled with relief to the robots, leaping toward the zero-pointer. "Uraraka." He landed a block from the zero-pointer, looking around. He saw debris from the building and the zero-pointer steadily approaching. "Uraraka," he yelled. "Here." He could see her hand waving from the pile of rubble. "I'm stuck." Izuku rushed over. "Holy woe. Are you all right?" "I'm okay, the rubble is foam, but my leg is caught by something under it to simulate injury." They only had a few dozen meters separated them and the gigantic robot now. "Get ready to run," Izuku said, gripping the foam rock and pulling up one for all. He tossed the boulder at the zero-pointer, but it smashed it aside with a swing of its huge arm. "It's not letting me go," Uraraka cried. Maybe 10 meters before the zero-pointer would crush them both, since Izuku refused to abandon her. A robotic voice echoed nearby, "Examinee 1701 judged to be unconscious from shock and concussion. Leg broken." Izuku looked up at the approaching monster, knowing that thing could really crush her. Summoning up the full power of One for All, he shot straight into the air like a rocket, drawing back his right fist. With a yell of Florida smash, he punched the zero-pointer with a devastating uppercut, watching as the head of the robot shattered into fragments, explosions traveling through its body from massive system failures. "Demon, I may have broken a bone or three," he thought through the pain. Uraraka grabbed him, and he realized he'd leaped so hard, air pressure pulled her into the air in his wake. They floated, but her eyes slipped closed, and gravity reclaimed them. With his one intact arm, he pulled her close. Faintly, he heard a ghostly voice whisper, "I am here, kiddo." Their fall stopped and they shot across the exam zone until they hovered a meter above the ground at the evacuation site, 13 staring up at Izuku in shock. Slowly, like a feather, they settled to the earth. He vaguely heard Present MIC yell, "And time's up" in the distance. Cradling Uraraka's head against his chest, Izuku let out a relieved breath, finally letting his eyes close. Izuku felt fingers brushing through his hair and opened his eyes to see the smiling face of Nana Shimura looking down at him. "Great job, kiddo. Toshi can sure pick 'em." She put her hand on his chest when he tried to get up. "No, kid, just relax for a bit. You got hairline cracks in 3 bones, so waking up is a bad idea right now. Give Chio a chance to do her thing." Izuku smiled. He seemed a little bit more solid than the last time he experienced this dream. "Probably a good idea. It's been a long day." "Yeah, but you were awesome." Nana infused. "You've even got the fuddy-duddies reconsidering, whatever that means." She raised her voice to a yell in the direction of the castle, "Not like we've got a choice anymore." A faint glow surrounded Izuku for a moment. "There she goes, make sure you thank her. You should be all fixed up, kid, but take it easy on the bone breaking. You'll get there." Remarkably few injuries this year, Recovery Girl thought with satisfaction. In fact, only 2 real injuries to speak of, despite the longer practical. Both suffered from simple quirk exhaustion, but one of them, well, she almost expected it. The robots lifted the 2 students onto stretchers. Nothing her quirk could do for exhaustion, but as for the boy's broken bones, she leaned in and kissed him on the forehead. She knew the power coursing through his veins since she cared for both Toshinori and Nana. He could have easily shattered the bones in his legs and arm, so she'd take 3 small stress fractures over the worst-case scenario any day. Honestly, such a problem child, she muttered to herself. She texted All Might so he could let Tenya Ida know his friend ended the exam in the infirmary. Izuku woke up to an unfamiliar ceiling, sitting up in panic until he realized he laid in the UA infirmary. In addition to Recovery Girl, All Might, and Aizawa stood nearby. Thanks, recovery girl. Did anyone get the license plate of that semi that ran over me? Izuku muttered. Recovery girl whacked his head gently with her cane, not amused. Oh. I'm wounded here. Oh, you're fine if you can make All Might level dad jokes, she shot back. You're the last patient still here. And before you ask, that pretty young thing you came in with is fine. She looked over at All Might. Maybe Mr. Moneybags could take you and the Ida boy out for a good meal. Of course, the #1 hero said. I have to say, I watched the exam and was impressed with all of your performances. You gave your best out there. Does that mean we passed? Izuku asked hopefully. Aizawa sighed. There's a lengthy review process. You should get your results in a week and there's an independent board that makes final determination, so I can't answer your question. He looked around the room. Even if you don't make the cutoff for the practical, the written exam can qualify you for general education with your points from the practical giving you bonus points for one of those spots. You'll have a whole week to worry about it after we get some food in you. Izuku felt a bit sad that the others left earlier to head back home without him getting a chance to say goodbye, but All Might made up for it by taking Tenya and Izuku to a Chinese restaurant with an all-you-can-eat buffet. The owners tried to convince him that he didn't need to pay, but he assured them he didn't mind and insisted on paying extra. After telling them that the young people with him took the UA entrance exam earlier today, the couple gulped, finally agreeing to let him pay. Izuku could smash a buffet by himself, and Tenya ran himself into a calorie deficit for the past several days. The staff watched in amazement as plate after plate loaded with food disappeared. They spent hours in the restaurant eating and talking. Sadly, Tenya did not get anyone's contact information since he ran to the infirmary when he heard of Izuku's injury. Uraraka woke and, although she wanted to wait for Izuku to recover, left for the 4-hour train ride back home to the Mie prefecture. Unfortunately, Recovery Girl forgot that she left her contact information for Izuku. Not knowing this, he hoped that they would both get in so he could talk to her again. So, All Might, do you know how the entrance exam is scored? Izuku asked. I do, but I'm forbidden by contract to divulge it. You have to wait like everyone else. No fair, Izuku whined. All Might laughed. Sometimes, as a pro hero, you won't know the outcome of a battle until long after it is over. Aizawa nodded. You put in a great effort. No matter what, you should be proud. 3 days later, Shota Aizawa sat in the UA Teachers Lounge NSNG a large cup of coffee. It had marks on the side, and the level currently said, now you may speak. Aizawa knew how the school scored the entrance exam as well, even better than All Might did, as he took part in the committee that revised it. On the written part of the exam, students could earn a maximum of 250 points, 200 from the multiple-choice questions worth a point each and 50 from the essay, although an exceptional essay could also make up for missed questions. The practical made up an additional 750 points, divided equally among 3 categories: villain points, civilian points, and hero points. Present MIC explained the villain and civilian points before the practical, but the school chose not to mention that each category maxed out with a hard cap of 250 points each. The final category remained secret, neither defined nor explained to the students. Hero points could be earned in several ways. Helping other students during the exam, particularly without thinking you could gain, supplied one way. Treating the civilian robots well would earn you popularity. Helping civilians and taking down villains without being noticed, following the underground hero route, allowed for opportunities, although at odds with popularity, so consistency played a factor. Teaming up would earn you bonus points for every civilian rescued or villain defeated by your teammates. This meant a range of 0 to 1,000 points. Nezu projected that 500 points would be the average with a standard distribution, but strongly biased against the extremes. They didn't expect any examinees to score totals below 300 points and certainly none to score above 800. Most UA hopefuls did well on the written part, and 150 points almost served as a soft cutoff there. With the robots recycling every so often, they expected most students would end up excelling in one area and earning average scores in the others. Of course, one could expect students trying for UA to go beyond. No real surprise when Izuku and Tenya took the top spots for themselves. Tenya stood out as a legacy candidate, coming from a long line of idols who attended UA, while All Might acted as Izuku's father in all but name, exactly the sort of students the recommendation spots existed to cater to. That they wanted to prove their place without getting in on someone else's merits testified to their spirits. What did surprise him? How many of the top 10 immediately befriended the boys on the day of the exam? Ochiko Uraraka worked closely with Izuku during the practical, earning the third-place spot and maxing out hero points and civilian points in her score, the mark of an excellent future rescue hero. Tsuyu Asui and Mina Ashido teamed up with Tenya Ida, also claiming places in the top 10. The other examinee to spend time with Izuka and Tenya before and after the written portion went to another site, but even then, 𝐒𝐻ero Kirishima finished in an impressive tie for 4th place, and the boy he teamed up with finished 10th. Name rank Izuku Midoriya first written, 250 villain, 250 civilian, 250 hero, 250 total, 1000 Tenya Ida second written, 225 villain, 200 civilian, 230 hero, 250 total, 905 Ochiko Uraraka third written, 192 villain, 171 civilian, 250 hero, 250 total, 863 𝐒𝐻ero Kirishima fourth written, 180 villain, 207 civilian, 177 hero, 177 total, 741 Tetsu fifth written, 180 villain, 207 civilian, 177 hero, 177 total, 741 Ibara Shiozaki sixth written, 160 villain, 207 civilian, 157 hero, 177 total, 701. Tsuyu Asui 7th written, 170 villain, 101 civilian, 177 hero, 250 total, 698 Itsuka Kendo 8th written, 161 villain, 213 civilian, 159 hero, 157 total, 690 Mina Ashido 9th written, 132 villain, 176 civilian, 131 hero, 250 total, 689 𝐵𝐸𝐽𝐻 Tokoyami 10th written, 183 villain, 202 civilian, 97 hero, 179 total, 661 below this point, the point totals appeared much closer in general. But rounding out the last available seat, the only student other than Izuku and Uraraka to hit the maximum in 2 categories, Katsuki Bakugo. While he scored perfectly on the written portion of the exam and got the maximum number of villain points, his scores in the civilian and hero categories spoke to significant areas for improvement. The much more well-rounded Hitoshi Shinso followed closely on his heels, only 1 point behind Bakugo. Name rank Katsuki Bakugo 36 written, 250 villain, 250 civilian, 20 hero, 80 total, 600 Hitoshi Shinso 37th written, 207 villain, 123 civilian, 142 hero, 127 total, 599 after reviewing the tapes. Aizawa knew that if Shinso encountered Izuku even a minute or two earlier in the exam, he would join the hero course instead of Bakugo. He tried not to let his bias influence him, but he could appreciate the struggle Shinso faced with a non-physical quirk. The changes to the entrance exam hoped to address exactly this type of student. As he did every year, Aizawa prepared a list of which of the 36 passing students he wanted in his class. Want might be the wrong term, however. Need summed up the situation more aptly. Students with the more powerful or dangerous quirks usually started in Class 1A since erasure could stop them in an emergency. Sekijiro Khan, the other teacher taking on first years next month, always proudly proclaimed that he could take those with less powerful quirks and make them into great heroes, but honestly, his quirk would do little to stop someone like Izuku. The two played up their supposed rivalry for the benefit of the students, sparking competition between the classes to encourage hard work. Scanning the list, he marked down the first, second, and 36th place students on his list. Call it selfish, but he wanted Izuku and Tenya in his class, and having seen this Bakugo's performance, he'd need to keep an eye on that boy. The third-place student made his list as well, as Izuku believed her quirk more powerful than it appeared. He'd have to have Nemurai help him to clarify that. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 did seem a bit smitten with Uraraka and could use some socialization. Kirishima's friendship with 𝐒𝐿 helped him decide which of the examinees with a hardening quirk to take. Best to split up such similar quirks. To help them avoid a direct rivalry, All Might strutted into the room wearing his costume. Ah, Aizawa. Is that the list? May I ask 𝐒𝐿's final placement? You've got a copy on your desk, Aizawa said, waving his hand in that direction. Not like you couldn't guess. 𝐒𝐿 maxed out the test in every category. Tenya finished second, but even he finished 95 points behind your successor. The young lady in third place almost got to 900 points, too, so I think we're looking at the future big three. After that the scores are much closer and lower. I knew he could do it. And young Tenya as well, of course, All Might said, picking up the list and scanning through it. Interesting. Many of the highest scorers seemed particularly well-rounded. I would not have expected that. Aizawa nodded. I counted on it. That's the whole point of having a cap in each category. If the only thing you're good at is fighting, then you're going to be useless in a rescue situation and vice versa. The further down the list you go, the more the numbers seem skewed towards specialization. For example, this Katsuki Bakugo in 36th place. Under the old system, he'd have been near or at the top. The few civilian and hero points seem mostly accidents, blowing up robots threatening civilians or other examinees, but he didn't do it to save anyone, he just wanted points for the kill. It's almost like he was actively trying to avoid points in those categories. If there weren't a hard cap on each category, he'd have ranked much higher, with almost 500 villain points, and many of those came with the kill penalty. He destroyed more of the villain robots than the rest of the examinees combined across all the sites. The only person who defeated more villains was 𝐒𝐿, but 𝐒𝐿 didn't kill anyone except the zero-pointer, and even if we applied a penalty to it, he had more than enough of a surplus to cover it. This young ♀boy came so close. Oh. The boy 𝐒𝐿 gave a bat to, right? Aizawa grinned. That got more than a few chuckles, didn't it? Marching into a fake store and leaving money for a bat. Aizawa pulled that same bat from under his desk, now bent and scuffed, also bearing signatures from many of UA's teachers. Want to sign it? I thought it was quite heroic. All Might laughed, scribbling his autograph onto the dented bat with a Sharpie. Even in the midst of a villain siege on a city, they didn't sink to petty shoplifting. I figure I'll give it to the kid as a bit of encouragement. He's got a powerful brainwashing quirk but didn't think it would work on robots. Probably something to emphasize more for the next entrance exam because he held himself back the first 10 minutes. Speaking of ♀, Aizawa said, leaning forward, I think 𝐒𝐿's reached the point where he'll benefit more from your training than mine. He's got a good base for fighting without a quirk, but let's be completely honest, he's a powerhouse. Even when he's not using his quirk, he's stronger, faster, and smarter than any baseline human out there. He's a match for me in free running, but the fact that he can jump places I'd have to climb already puts him on my level, and with those big jumps, he surpasses me. I'll have to teach judo moves early on, because turning his strength against him is going to be the only way most of his class can hope to compete with him in quirkless sparring. ♀ would benefit from some physical training, and he came so close, he might be able to move up because of the sports festival. No one knows more than I do how rewarding having a good successor is. I was lucky enough to find the next All Might. With a quirk like that, perhaps this ♀ boy can be the next Eraserhead. Although I think we'll both be even prouder when they inevitably forge their own paths. 𝐒𝐿 and Tenya played Super Smash Bros. 100 at 𝐒𝐿's house. All Might insisted they take the week after the exam as a mini vacation to just enjoy their last few days of childhood. They still met up for their morning run every day, but after then they spent time at 𝐒𝐿's house holding video game tournaments, watching movies, and generally bored. His mother cooked dinner, so 𝐒𝐿 hit pause when the doorbell rang. Both boys walked downstairs to answer, only to find All Might at the doorstep. I am here. With your exam results. The hero handed the boys envelopes with their names written in a fancy font on the front. Would you like me to tell you, or do you want the real experience? 𝐒𝐿 invited All Might in, and they sat down in the living room, joined by 𝐒𝐿's mom. 𝐒𝐿 looked at the envelope. You go first, Tenya, I don't think I'm mentally ready. If you're not, I'm not, Tenya said, hand chopping through the air. This is your house, I insist. Besides, it is only fair for me to open my envelope with my parents and brother. Okay, Izuku gulped. Here goes. He tore open the envelope and a small holodisc clattered onto the coffee table, landing upside down. All Might's image appeared, comically buried partially in the floor before Izuku quickly righted it. I am here as a projection. The holographic All Might said. Izuku Midoriya, the entrance exam was measured in 4 categories, each with a maximum of 250 points for a total of 1,000 possible. These categories are the written portion, villain points, civilian points, and a secret category, hero points. This last category was kept secret, but you could earn these points by showing your heroic spirit. Helping your fellow examinees, showing kindness to civilians, mercy to villains, cooperating with others, leading by example, and even avoiding the spotlight were all ways you could earn these points. We did not expect any applicants to score more than 800 points, and certainly were surprised when 3 of you did. Even more surprising, young Izuku Midoriya, was that one of the examinees managed to get a perfect score. The hologram changed to reveal the chart showing the top 10 examinees and their scores. Congratulations, young Izuku, and welcome to your hero academia. Inko Midoriya hugged her son, tears pouring from her eyes. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. She grabbed Tenya and pulled him into the hug. And you too, Tenya. You both did so well. My little heroes. They both chuckled, having quite a few centimeters on the petite woman. Tenya adjusted his glasses, noting his name in second place. Ah, spoilers. He patted Izuku on the back. Well done, my friend. This will give me great insight into the areas where I need to improve and serve as inspiration to catch up with you. Izuku felt a bit shocked that he'd received a perfect score but wished his friend could have tied with him. Don't sell yourself short, Tenya. You did a great job. Indeed, All Might said. The second and third years took a mock version of the test to help us calibrate it and make improvements, and the average score for them was only 800. The fact that you exceeded that is fantastic. The average for the incoming examinees was slightly below 500, so you have truly gone beyond all expectations. You will both begin next month in Class 1A, and I will be your heroics teacher, although keep that a surprise. I recorded yours, but Nezu managed the rest. Holy woe, 1A. That's Aizawa's class. I suppose I will have to get used to calling Uncle Shota by Mr. Z, Tenya said. Dressed in an uncomfortable suit and carrying an oversized bag, Shota Aizawa stood in front of the door of a small house in the quiet town of Nabu in the Saitama prefecture. A nice house, not fancy by any means, but firmly lower middle class. Better than the one he grew up in, but not by much. While he hadn't completely gotten rid of his stubble, he trimmed it into a passable goatee and tied his long hair into ponytail. Having rung the bell, he waited patiently, holding a letter. A petite woman with long purple hair opened the door, looking at him warily. May I help you? His appearance said official, and official meant trouble in a neighborhood like this. Aizawa bowed. I'm Shota Aizawa from UA. I came by hoping to speak with Hitoshi Shinso and his parents. She returned the bow. I'm Amy Shinso, his mother. Hitoshi's father is at work, but I can call him if you need to speak to both of us. She lowered her voice. Hitoshi's not in trouble, is he? I swear, he's a good boy. Pleased to meet you. Your son isn't in any trouble, and it isn't necessary to interrupt his father's work, but I would like to speak to you and your son. Aizawa held out one of his business cards, which she accepted. Please, come in. She led him into the living room, knocking on a closed door in the hallway. Hitoshi, we have a guest from UA. He heard a crash from in the room and faint muttering that reminded him of Izuku. He suppressed a smile. I'll just get some tea while he's making himself presentable. Aizawa sat on the couch with his bag beside him in the living room while Hitoshi's mother busied herself in the kitchen. He noted with approval that his black suit now sported strands of cat hair on it, and as soon as the door to Hitoshi's bedroom opened, 3 cats escaped, running to the couch to see their new visitor. One rubbed against his legs, another hopped on the cushion next to him and sat staring, while the third shamelessly jumped into his lap. As Aizawa scratched the head of the one in his lap, the one on the cushion walked over to him for similar treatment. "Larry! Mo! Curly!" Hitoshi said, rushing into the room. The bags under his eyes and mess of purple hair spoke of a midday nap interrupted. "I'm so sorry. They escaped when I opened the door. I like cats, and stooges, for that matter. They're perfectly fine." Both the cats on the couch now shared his lap, purring loudly as he scratched under their chins. The cat on the floor settled onto his feet. 𝐴𝐵𝐶𝐻 re-entered the room with tea, but with 3 cats vying for his attention and only 2 hands, Aizawa thanked her but declined. "I came today to talk to the 2 of you about the entrance examination for UA." Hitoshi hung his head. "I didn't make it into the hero course, did I? I wasted too much time at the beginning of the practical." His mother put a hand on his shoulder. "You shouldn't be so negative. He wouldn't come all this way just to reject you. I'm sorry to say that your son has good instincts. You came remarkably close, but several students scored higher than expected. However, we can offer you the top spot in the general education department." "All I've ever wanted was to go to UA and become a hero," Hitoshi said. "If that's the closest I can get, I'll take it. I'm just surprised they would send a teacher all this way to deliver a rejection letter." Aizawa leaned forward. "Well, that part was just to cover my travel expenses. I'm really here to make you an offer." 𝐴𝐵𝐶𝐻's eyes narrowed with distrust. She wouldn't allow her son to get hurt again with false hope. "What kind of offer?" "I'll be honest. Your son has a powerful quirk, and if I'm guessing right, people haven't always been kind about it. I bet the word villain featured prominently in what others have said about and to you, because they said it to me. My own quirk is called erasure. It allows me to erase the quirks of people I'm looking at until I blink. Not exactly useful against robots either, and it certainly didn't make me popular in school." "You're the underground hero Eraserhead," Hitoshi said. "I've been following your career for years, what little I could find. You're amazing." "I don't know about amazing, but that's me. I'm also the teacher for Class 3A of the Hero course. Since my current students graduate soon, I'll be taking over Class 1A next month. Meaning that, other than a few hours a day for career counseling in the morning, my schedule is free from noon to 4 p.m. every day until school starts." He reached into his bag and pulled out an autographed bat and an ID card for UA. "You didn't just make an impression in robots with that bat. It's been personally signed by every pro hero who teaches at UA as a bit of encouragement. You've got potential, Hitoshi Shinso. If you want a month of physical training between now and the beginning of school, I can provide it. We'll get you the basics of park hour and hand-to-hand so you can work on your own once school starts, with 1-hour sessions on Tuesdays and Thursdays after your regular classes to answer any questions you have and to keep track of your progress. If you're willing to stay late every day and come in on Saturdays, you'll be able to watch my students' heroics classes. Not on site, of course, but you can come to the teacher's lounge and watch on the monitors. You'd do that for me." Hitoshi's eyes held hope, something 𝐴𝐵𝐶𝐻 had only seen a few times in her son's eyes since the day in elementary school he came home with a black eye and asked her quietly, "Why does everyone call me a villain, Mom? I just want to help people." She'd cried from heartache that night after poor little Hitoshi went to bed, and she'd cried tonight out of happiness and gratitude. "No, you'll do it for yourself. I don't waste my time on lost causes, but I don't think I'm wasting my time here. You will have to put in a lot of effort. You've got a little over 2 months until the sports festival. I'll share a little secret with you. I didn't get into the hero course when I took the entrance exam. I won the sports festival and got transferred that way. You were close, only 1 point away, but it will only get harder from here. I can show you the path, but you're going to have to walk it." Aizawa carefully set the cats down and stood up. "If an opening happens in the hero course before the sports festival, we may even be able to move you earlier. This way, you won't be as far behind when you get your chance, and if you work hard, you will get your chance. I think you have the potential to be a hero, Hitoshi Shinso. Don't waste it." He leaned forward and whispered, "You do what I did and prove that everyone who ever spat the word villain at you is wrong." He bowed to the speechless mother and son, picked up his bag, and walked to the door. Come find me at UA at noon, tomorrow if you want to prove it. I'll be somewhere on campus, so the quicker you find me, the more training you get. Katsuki! Your letter's here, brat. Come open it. Mitsuki yelled up the stairs. Katsuki stomped down and snatched the letter out of her hands, turning to walk back upstairs. Hey! I want to see. Shut up you, old hag. It's none of your DMN business. He slammed the door to his room. Ha! The letter held a bit of weight to it. He'd researched online, and while most people kept quiet about the entrance exam, a few details leaked over the years. The old method sounded better compared to the hippie tree-hugging changes they'd sprung on this year's examinees, but at least you still got points for slagging robots, and nobody did better than him. Losers, like that DMN Deku, got rejection slips. The 40 who got in received holodisks. Tearing the letter open, he ignored the letter and picked up the small high-tech device, setting it on his desk and touching the small control on the side. A hologram opened to some furry thing in a suit. Greetings, Katsuki Bakugo. What am I? A dog, a mouse, or a bear? Whatever I may be, I am Nezu, the mysterious mammal hero, but more importantly, I am the principal of UA High School. I am delighted to inform you that you have secured a place in UA's hero course. Congratulations and welcome to your hero academia. Finally, Katsuki thought. My road to being the #1 hero starts right here. Of course, UA would only take the best, and that's me. I'm going to rule the entire school just like Aldera. We placed you in Class 1A and look forward to welcoming you once the new school year begins. As you know, we enhanced the entrance examination this year, and I'm certain you found it quite a bit different from any expectations formed based on research you could find online about previous entrance examinations. We scored your performance on 4 categories: the written test, villain points, civilian rescue points, and, a secret category, hero points. What we neglected to mention, shilly by accident I assure you, each category allowed only a set limit of 250 points, for a total of 1,000 possible points. Katsuki's eye twitched. What the hell? Well-rounded heroes are important, as you may have to perform many roles during your career. This new system gives us a chance to better understand your strengths and weaknesses and show you your opportunities to improve. I don't need any DMN improvement and I sure as hell don't have weaknesses, you piece of CRP Care Bear knockoff, he yelled at the hologram. You performed excellently in the written test and in points for defeating villains, and in fact you were one of only 3 students to receive a perfect score in more than one category, so you should be proud of this fact. Okay, this is more like it, Katsuki thought. More about how awesome I am. However, your scores in both civilian rescue and hero points rank the lowest of any student accepted into the hero course. The hologram shifted to show a breakdown of his scores and his ranking. 36th. He knew UA gave 4 spots to recommendation students each year, taken by the kids of pro heroes or trust fund babies, so that means he came in last. You will need to work hard to improve in these areas. Perhaps a comparison with the top 10 students will demonstrate how being more well-rounded will make you a better hero. As the hologram started to shift to a new table, he grabbed the holodisk and released an explosion, turning it into scrap. No explosions in the house, brat, the old hag yelled. How'd you do? Shut the hell up, he yelled, marching down the stairs and opening the front door. I got in, happy. He slammed the door and made his way to the woods, anger stewing and the sweat glands on his hands working overtime. Bakugo Pond, ha! Bakugo Lake coming up. He blasted trees into splinters and boulders to rubble, yelling die, 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 until exhaustion forced him to fall. He sat in the middle of a wasteland of his own creation, everything remotely close shattered and broken, and tucked his legs close to his chest, resting his head on his knees. If he felt a little calmer, a little more self-aware, he might have noticed the tears of frustration mixed with sweat on his face. Izuku kept to his workout routine and still went to Might Tower on the weekends for sparring over the next month, but his daily training with All Might effectively ended. This isn't to say that the #1 hero stopped giving him guidance, but they no longer kept a set schedule, since his formal training at UA would soon begin. His sessions with Aizawa also ended when Aizawa asked Izuku if he would mind if the underground hero began training Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku remembered the purple-haired teen and enthusiastically agreed, especially knowing the Shinso missed the cutoff by only 1 point. Most students only got to see their own ranking and the top 10, but connections came with a few privileges. The daily runs with Tenya continued together every morning, and the excitement built as the month seemed to speed by and crawl along simultaneously. Both boys noticed that several of the students they met and talked with at the exam claimed spots in the top 10, but as for the 4 accepted on recommendations, they didn't know anything about them. "I hope Uraraka, Kirishima, and Ashido end up in Class 1A with us," Izuku mentioned one day during their run. "It would be great to see them again. Particularly Uraraka, I'd wager," Tenya teased. "You did seem quite taken with her. I also hope that Asui makes it into our class. She teamed up with Ashido and me. I'm glad she got in and will be glad to introduce you once school starts. She's quite nice." Izuku blushed. He found several girls in their classes at Sumai attractive over the years, but none ever interested him quite as much as Uraraka. Trying to deflect and dish out a little of his own teasing, he remarked, "Oh, quite nice, you say?" Tenya laughed, refusing to rise to the bait. "I do. Friendly and fairly attractive, I will admit. Of course, I'm not sure I would classify it as a gravitational attraction like you're suffering from, my friend. We didn't get much of a chance to know any of them, but if something developed, I can't say I would be opposed." "Same here," Izuku said. "I'm not going to lie, I'm interested in Uraraka, but you know how bad I am talking to girls. If we just end up as friends, that will be fine too." Izuku woke up early on the first day of school, dressing in his UA uniform. Taking out the tie, he stared at it for several seconds. Fathers passed the art of tying a tie down to their sons, but Hisoshi Midoriya never got the chance. When he started at Sumai Junior High School, which also included a tie in the boys' uniform, he made a bit of a mess of it, loose and baggy, more knot than tie. Watching online videos never seemed to show him enough detail, and unfortunately Mom never learned. He felt too embarrassed to ask either of the Ida boys back then, and he didn't even want to imagine how the conversation would go with Aizawa, so he'd steeled his nerves and asked All Might. Being the #1 hero, All Might gave interviews several times per week. While many of them took place on the field where he simply wore his costume, he did an in-studio interview regularly, usually to promote some charitable enterprise. For a few moments he stood towering over the boy with a distant look in his eyes, and then began patiently showing Izuku a variety of different tie knots. Now, Izuku quickly twisted and looped the fabric into a classic Windsor knot with practiced ease. He walked downstairs to find his mother waiting for him with a large breakfast ready. As he expected, her eyes looked more than a bit teary, but she also smiled. "I'm so proud of you, Izuku. You look so much like your father in your UA uniform. I know he'd be proud too." "I really look like Dad?" he asked, digging into the food. She nodded. "Your hair and eye color come from me, but your smile and freckles are all his. The uniform helps too, he always looked so handsome in his UA uniform. His was a little different after his transfer to the support department, but he did start out in heroics." "Really? I miss him." Izuku wanted to say more, but somehow it was all just too much. "I do too, but I'm sure he's proud of you," she said with a quick hug. They ate in comfortable silence for several minutes, Izuku finishing the last of his rice when the doorbell rang. "That will be Tenya," she said. Izuku rushed to the door, grabbing his school bag. "Thanks, Mom. I love you." "Have a great first day, Izuku," she called out to him. Izuku opened the door to find Tenya waiting for him. "Good morning, Tenya." "Good morning, Izuku," Tenya said, and then called into the house, "And a good morning to you, Mrs. Midoriya." "Good morning, dear," she called from the kitchen. "Well, I'm off. Have a good day, Mom." "Be safe, Izuku. Have a good first day at school." She heard the door close. She smiled a bit sadly, as her baby took his first few steps into adulthood. If she cried in the shower while getting ready for work, who could notice with the water pouring over her face? The train ride to Musutafu didn't take an overly long time, and they did notice a few other people on the train wearing UA uniforms, but only one person they recognized from Sumai, Sen Kaibara. They exchanged friendly waves and then talked quietly. Izuku knew a couple of students from Sumai got into the other courses, but they might be on other cars or taking a later train. As the train finally pulled into Musutafu Station, Izuku's entire body shook with excitement. They passed through the UA gate and made their way to the main building. Thanks to Izuku's injuries, they both knew the way to the infirmary, and the Class 1A homeroom sat right beside it, since by far that class tended to suffer the most injuries. They arrived early and quickly made their way to the massive door. Looking over the classroom, they found a small piece of paper on each desk with a number on it. "Find his seat in the middle of the row nearest the windows," Izuku said. "Looks like we won't be sitting near each other this year." 10 years. Desks sat near the rear entrance to the room. Alas, it appears not. Nevertheless, I'm sure we will have plenty of interaction over the course of the year. The door opened again and a tall girl with dark hair entered. "Oh, hello. I didn't expect anyone to be here this early." She bowed to both the boys who stood and returned her bow. "I'm Momo Yorozu. I'm looking forward to getting to know you both." "Pleasure to meet you. I'm Tenya Ida and this is Izuku Midoriya, from Sumai Private Middle School." He paused as the door opened, revealing a boy with a scar on his face with half of his hair red and the other half white. "Oh, hello, Todoroki. It's nice to see you again. Shoto Todoroki, let me introduce you. Momo Yorozu and Izuku Midoriya." He waved his hands, motioning toward the other two students. "Yeah, it's been a long time, Ida," Todoroki said, his voice low. "Nice to meet you both as well." He quickly found his seat in the back of the room. "It's you, Midoriya," came from the door, and Izuku thought his heart was going to beat out of his chest. Ochako Uraraka stood in the entrance near the back looking straight at Izuku. "You made it." Izuku stood, knees weak and palms sweaty. "You did too. Good job." She came over and punched his shoulder. "Why didn't you call me?" How?" "I gave my number to Recovery Girl to give to you," she said with a pout. She must have forgotten. "I was out of it for a long time, so it was getting late when I woke up." "I'm sorry." "Not your fault." She finally noticed Tenya. "Oh, good to see you too, Ida. I'm so excited we're all in the same class." More introductions took place as Asui entered the room, but she quickly insisted that everyone call her Tsuyu. A boy with blonde hair and a black streak running through it arrived next. As soon as he saw Izuku, he said, "Holy siap. Free runner dude. How you been, man?" "Oh, hey." Izuku said, "You're the guy I met at the park while learning parkour. Small world, here. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Doing good. How are you?" "I'm great, man, can't believe I made it. My name's Denki Kaminari. Figures that you got the #1 spot on the entrance exam. You were a beginner and had crazy moves 3 years ago." Other students wandered in until only 4 empty seats remained. A loud bang from the door halted all the conversation. "Deku, what the hell are you doing here?" Katsuki Bakugo stood at the front door to the classroom with a sneer on his face. Confused looks clouded the faces of several people, but Tenya set his jaw in disapproval. His arms started to rise, and his mouth opened, but Izuku shot him a look and subtly shook his head. "Hello, Bakugo. Congratulations on getting in." "Stuff it, you DMN nerd." I said, "What the hell are you doing here?" Tenya started to open his mouth again, but before he could, Kaminari answered. "Going to class, man. He's the guy who got first on the entrance exam. Of course they'd put him in 1A. The last students rushed into the room, Aomar, Ashido, and Kirishima, much to Izuku's delight, while Bakugo stood there with disbelief on his face. The only empty seat left positioned right in front of Izuku's desk. Bakugo gritted his teeth and took a deep breath to start yelling when a monotone voice behind him said, "Get to your seat. Whatever it is can wait. If you're here to play around or make friends, get out." Bakugo spun around to see a human caterpillar with tired-looking eyes. He clicked his teeth and sat down with a huff. Slipping the sleeping bag off, Shota Aizawa moved to the podium. "Good morning, class. I'm your instructor, Mr. Aizawa. As a few of you already know, I have little patience for frivolity. You're all here to be heroes and, for those of you who have the potential, I intend to see you succeed and survive. In your desk you'll find a gym uniform in your size. Changing rooms are next door. Get changed and we'll convene on the athletic field. Sir, Uraraka said, raising her hand. At his nod, she stood and asked, what about the welcoming ceremony? It's a waste of time. I have 3 years to give you the tools you need to survive, and listening to speeches isn't one of them. Anyone who wants to go to the welcoming ceremony is free to do so and report to the General Education Department afterwards. Am I clear? Yes, sir, she said, sitting down as though her life depended on it. Good. His expression softened just a bit. Heroics is inherently dangerous, and we've got a lot to cover. We'll start with a quirk apprehension test. Get ready. The students rushed for the locker rooms, no one wanting to be the last student to make it to the athletic field. A few minutes later, all the students gathered in a line on the athletic field with Aizawa standing in front of them like a drill sergeant. Other than some very controlled instances at your elementary and middle schools, most of you have been forbidden from using your quirks regularly. I'm sure you've all had some level of practice, but not in a structured environment. That changes today. We'll be performing the standard athletic tests, but the difference is that you'll be allowed to use your quirks, anything goes, within reason. Woohoo! Ashido said. Sounds like fun. Fun, here. Aizawa asked with a piercing stare. Let's make it even more fun. The person with the lowest score will be judged to have no potential and be sent home. That's not fair. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 protested with a worried tone, since other than her innate invisibility, she fell into normal human ranges. No, Aizawa said, it isn't. Neither is life. Natural disasters aren't fair. Are villain attacks fair? Izuku shook his head. He knew that better than anyone. Aizawa caught the motion. However, if someone were willing to take the test without using their quirk, and placed in the top 5, I might be willing to consider that a pass for the lowest score. If they don't end up in the top 10 though, they'll go home along with the lowest score. He leveled his gaze at Izuku, a bit of challenge mixed with wry amusement. Come on, problem child, he thought, show them what dedication can do. Izuku stepped forward. I'll do it. Without my quirk. Bakugo snorted. Stupid Deku doesn't have a quirk anyway, so this will just speed his worthless but being kicked out. Quiet. Very well, Midoriya. We'll start with the ball throw. Bakugo. He tossed a ball to the explosive blonde boy, and the tests began. Other than Uraraka, scoring an infinity, Bakugo scored the furthest distance with 705.2 meters. As the one performing without using his quirk actively, Izuku went last, and he looked over to Aizawa. Sir, can I use a strp of cloth about 1 meter long and 6 centimeters wide? Yorozu offered to make one, and Aizawa nodded. She handed Izuku the cloth and he quickly fashioned it into a sling. Although he didn't access his quirk now, One for All made gradual changes to Izuku's body over the past 3 years, increasing his bone and muscle density to handle the massive power the quirk could produce. At his base, his strength and speed exceeded most people, even with their quirks factored in. The softball took off like a rocket. After a few moments, Aizawa held up his phone, showing 713.3 meters. Second place, even without a quirk. What the hell? Bakugo fumed. Izuku did well in the sit-ups, seated toe touch, repeated side steps, and grip strength competitions. Tenya won the 50-meter dash, followed by Izuku in second place. Tsuyu easily won the long jump, but Midoriya did well in this too. With the distance run as the final competition, Izuku and Tenya shared a fist bump before they began. We're making this an endurance contest, Aizawa called out. Keep going as long as you can. The one who lasts the longest will be considered first place. After 5 kilometers, 𝐔𝐸𝐽 and Mineta both dropped out, followed quickly by Gyro. Izuku and Tenya kept a steady pace with deep regular breaths, and Todoroki followed a similar strategy. Bakugo appeared to be running on pure spite. One by one, the other students dropped out, although most made it to the 10-kilometer mark. Uraraka kept going, drenched in sweat, her legs aching and her lungs burning. I don't think, she huffed. 𝐒𝐿 smiled, slipping into pace beside her on one side, and Tenya joined them on the other. Come on, Uraraka. You're doing great. One more lap. You can make it. Okay, she breathed. One more. The two boys matched her stride for stride, offering gentle encouragement as they approached the line marking the end of the lap. See, you can do it, 𝐒𝐿 said. I bet you're getting your second wind right now. Let's go another one. You're crazy, she managed to get out, gulping oxygen like a drowning victim breaking the surface. Well, you may be right, but I believe in you, he flashed her a smile worthy of All Might. Go past your limits. She kept pushing on, even though she wanted to just lay down right in the middle of the track. Can't, she breathed, but her feet kept moving. You can. 𝐒𝐿 said, running backwards to look at her. You got third in the entrance exam. You, Tenya, and I will be our year's big three if I have anything to say about it. You've got this. Only 5 students still ran, the others cheering from the sidelines. 𝐒𝐿 and Tenya both ran daily, including distance running, and they skipped their usual morning run today. Bakugo's experience with mountain climbing built up his lung capacity and ability to pace himself, but even he felt exhaustion. Todoroki looked a little worse for wear, occasionally covering his whole body with a thin layer of frost, but it sublimated almost as soon as he formed it. Uraraka kept running, 𝐒𝐿 and Tenya encouraging, pressuring, or outright begging her to continue, but she looked on the verge of collapse. Having reached some level that satisfied him, Todoroki dropped out. That left the final 4. Can't go on, Uraraka gasped as 𝐒𝐿 kept pace to run beside her. Just one more, Uraraka, 𝐒𝐿 said, please. We've been keeping track. You're 1 lap away from completing a marathon. Tenya added, yes, it's quite the accomplishment. You're so close, and I've never forgotten the first time I completed a marathon. Like 𝐒𝐿, his breathing stayed steady, and she thought of a few choice words that the construction crews used when they didn't know a young girl could hear them. Midoriya. Ida, she breathed, each step a pain. Bakugo ran past them, shooting the 3 a look of disgust. She gritted her teeth into a feral grin, determination burning around her like an aura. I can do this. 𝐒𝐿 winked at Tenya. There it is. Indeed. Go beyond, Uraraka. Plus ultra, the 3 shouted together as Uraraka passed the marathon mark. 𝐒𝐿 gave her a thumbs up. We've got it from here, he said as she moved off the track, several of her classmates cheering her. 𝐒𝐿 and Tenya settled into their familiar running pattern, no longer concerning themselves with who won or lost, although Bakugo remained on the field, refusing to stop while 𝐒� still ran. Tenya, 𝐒� said, he's never going to stop until he can't go any further. Let's lap him. Tenya grinned. Oh, definitely. Knowing they competed against the infamous Kaken only spurred Tenya on. Perhaps a bit of pettiness motivated him, but the thought of forcing Bakugo to admit defeat appealed to him. Wonder what he'd say if he knew Ingenium is your brother. 𝐒� wondered aloud. 𝐒�, remember Winter Soldier? Tenya asked as they came closer to Bakugo. 𝐒� chuckled and both boys called out on your left as they dashed past their volatile classmate. 𝐒� trained for this over the past 3 years, and the Ida family viewed running as a birthright. This repeated multiple times, Bakugo growing angrier each time, until finally he exploded. Say it one more DMN time, Deku. You too, 4 Eyes. I'll kill both of you BSTers. He let off a couple of explosions behind him, racing to catch up and let loose on them when his quirk fizzled, and he found himself pulled off the track by a white cloth. I didn't think I needed to explain that using your quirk to attack your classmates is not allowed, Aizawa said. You're done, Bakugo. 3rd place and count. Yourself lucky I don't give you a 0 on this exercise. Tenya patted 𝐒�'s shoulder. I'll bow out here, but do one more, my friend. I'm sure that will please Bakugo. 𝐒� grinned, breaking into a sprint as Tenya slowed to a walk to cool off, performing some simple stretches. After completing a final lap, 𝐒� also walked for a bit to the cheers of his classmates. Aizawa input the final numbers into his tablet and a hologram appeared in the air. Ida placed first, followed by Yorozu, Todoroki, and Izuku, with Uraraka placing 5th. In last place was Minoru Mineta. Mineta, looks like today is your lucky day. Not that it makes a difference since I never planned to send any of you home. What? Several voices called in shock. That was just a rational deception to get you to give it your all, Aizawa said with a smirk. Under her breath, Yorozu muttered, I thought that was obvious. Then she raised her hand and said, Sir, don't you need Midoriya's data with his quirk? The DM nerd doesn't have a quirk. Bakugo yelled. Aren't you going to send that worthless piece of quirkless trash home? Aizawa stared at him. Midoriya isn't quirkless and wouldn't be sent home even if he were, especially not on the word of someone he outperformed without using his quirk. If it means that much, I already have his quirk data for all the trials. With the press of a button, the hologram changed, moving Izuku into the top spot. Bakugo turned toward Izuku, his red eyes burning with rage and his teeth bared. You, lying piece of CRP. Die. Bakugo leaped for Izuku, but his explosion sputtered out and Aizawa's capture weapon entangled him again. Enough! Aizawa roared, spinning Bakugo around in midair to meet the teacher's glowing red eyes. Knock it off. I've got dry eye. That's twice you've tried to attack classmates, and if it keeps happening, I know plenty of general education students would be happy to get the opportunity you're close to wasting. Unceremoniously dropping Bakugo, Aizawa pulled out a bottle of eye drops and tilted his head back. Get showered, change back into your uniforms, and return to class. Mineta, Midoriya, SW seats when you get back to class. Despite appearing to doze during the tests, he saw Mineta's leering at Yorozu and the barely contained animosity Bakugo held for his problem child. Maybe a minor change would defuse a couple of ticking time bombs. Mineta looked like he wanted to object, but the thought of how close he'd come to expulsion held his tongue. Yes sir, he said instead. Mineta turned to Midoriya. Thanks. I guess I really owe you one. Izuku chuckled. Don't worry about it. Mr. Aizawa already said he wasn't really going to expel anyone. Although if we didn't show any potential. He let the sentence hang in the air. As they started walking back to the main building, Bakugo bumped Izuku's shoulder. Don't think this is over, Deku, he said with a sneer. Izuku rolled his eyes. Kirishima and Ashido caught up to him. Hey man, it's good to see you again. Really manly out there. Thanks. Izuku said. I'm really glad you're both in Class 1A. Sorry I didn't give you my contact information. I was kind of out of it after the exam. Yeah? Ashido said. Ida told us you were hurt. Hope it wasn't too serious, but you did finish first. Kind of broke one of my arms and both my legs destroying the 0-pointer, though. Holy CRP, bro. You took that thing down. Kirishima said with disbelief. He whistled. Plus ultra. Well, it almost ran over Uraraka. I panicked and used too much strength. Arriving back in the classroom, Izuku swayed seats with Mineta. On his right sat Tokoyami with Yorozu sitting behind him at attention. He waved to both and turned to Yorozu. Great job on the test and thanks for the sling for the ball throw. I don't remember seeing your name on the entrance exam results. Because it wasn't there, he thought. He could see the results in his memory as clearly as looking at them. She placed her hand over her heart. Thank you, Midoriya. I got in on a recommendation, so I didn't take the exam. You performed incredibly today as well. Todoroki offered, I took the recommendation route, too. I wanted to ask, how could Mr. Aizawa be sure you weren't using your quirk and how did he already have your quirk results? The answer arrived from the front of the room as Mr. Aizawa rejoined them. My quirk is erasure, allowing me to temporarily cancel the quirk abilities of anyone I look at. Furthermore, I've known Midoriya for quite some time. Since it's a standard test I use to gauge someone's progress with their quirk, I've had him take it several times before, both with and without using his quirk. Most recently a month ago. Kaminari's neurons finally fired. Before his filter could engage, he stood. Holy CRP. You're free runner man. His face flushed several shades of red and he sat back down. Sorry. Aizawa paced behind the desk. Since you'll all find out anyway, I'll dispense with the rumors. I've known Midoriya for over 10 years. His quirk came in late, and a pro hero who also knows Midoriya contacted me to help him catch up to other students. He has done training under me and several other pro heroes over the past 3 years. Ida also received some of this training as he is one of Midoriya's neighbors and his brother is both a pro hero and friend of mine. I've known Ida since he was in diapers. While both could have gotten in on recommendations, they chose to take the entrance exam. The class exploded in several yells, and Aizawa's quirk flared, silencing the students. However, it has been made clear to them both that they will not receive any special treatment. If anything, they'll have it worse than the rest of you because all of their teachers know exactly what they are capable of. Izuku and Tenya both nodded. They knew Aizawa planned to deliver this speech, although it did place them into a subcategory, stuck between the recommendation students and those who passed the entrance exam. It also had the benefit of setting up an alibi for one for all, although Tenya didn't know that part. Izuku glanced around at his classmates. Several didn't seem to care, a few appeared envious or pitying, and a few others granted him subtle thumbs-ups. Only Bakugo displayed true anger, glaring at him with narrowed red eyes and barely controlled hostility over his shoulder. Hunter Zero cautiously raised his hand and stood. Sir, who is the pro who contacted you about Midoriya? He quickly turned toward Izuku, holding his hands up. It's totally awesome, I'm just curious. Aizawa rolled his eyes. I'll leave that as a surprise. He'll be teaching your heroics class on Monday. Normally, your first heroics class would be on Saturday morning, but as he's a new teacher and some of our facilities need a bit of work, you'll have tomorrow off. Don't get used to it. For now, you're all dismissed. Enjoy your weekend. The class stood, bowed, and turned their attention to Izuku and Tenya. Aizawa sighed on the way out. Don't badger them too much. They're far from the only ones with connections to pro heroes in the school. Not even counting your teachers, you'll all have at least one such contact before the end of the year. With that, he disappeared. So, Shoji muttered underneath his mask, who is our heroics teacher? Izuku stood and bowed. Sorry, I'm sworn to secrecy. He wants it to be a surprise. Well, we know it's a man, Tsuyu said, sticking one of her fingers to her lips. It would be très magnifique if it were best genist, Emma added. He attended UA as UN jeune homme and is quite elegant at fringant. Maybe it's Endeavor. Ojiro offered. Almost too quiet to hear, Todoroki said it isn't Endeavor. Izuku swore he heard Todoroki add, thank God. I'm sorry. Guys, I promise not to tell. Yeah, guys. Not cool to try and pry it out of them, Jiro added. Mr. Aizawa already said he wanted it as a surprise. She turned to Izuku, just don't answer them. I'll be able to tell if you lie, and I don't want to know because they'll start badgering me. Izuku nodded. I can neither confirm nor deny. She's right, Kaminari said. Besides, I want to know about your training with Aizawa. I remember meeting you two in Tokyo when he taught you all those sick parkour moves. Oh, that was early in the training. I've gotten better at it since then. Do you still skateboard? Kaminari nodded. Not as much as I used to. I've been branching out a bit into parkour too, but I'm nowhere near where he's at. I'm telling you all, Mr. Aizawa is the man. He seemed to remember something. He said you got your quirk late. How late? Izuku felt a moment of panic, but Tenya stepped in, knowing his friend sometimes became flustered. I can answer that. While Izuku always had his quirk, the effects didn't really show until after his 12th birthday. Late identification is rather common with enhancement quirks. Bakugo grabbed his bag and stormed out, with a final shot of you're full of siang for eyes, and you are too, Deku, to Midoriya. What's his problem? Soto asked to Midoriya's shrug. And what is your quirk anyway? Well, it's called Ultra Augmentation. It's a bit hard to explain, Izuku said, shuffling in his seat. It's an emitter type, but also an accumulation type. I'm able to call it up to increase my strength, speed, resilience, stamina, and intelligence. Although the intelligence enhancement manifests as improved processing, I don't suddenly know things, but I can read and learn really fast when it is active. Whoa, dude. That's awesome. Enhancer quirks are rare, especially ones that boost everything, Kirishima added. Tenya nodded. Izuku's quirk is fairly unusual, since it also has a permanent effect. Yaoyorozu gasped behind him. A permanent effect. Does the enhancement persist even when you're not actively using it, Midoriya? Sort of, Izuku replied. Actively using it gives me a big boost, but if I use too much, I tend to risk breaking my bones or straining muscles. I'm trying to be careful, though. When I push my limits, it gives a small permanent boost to the stats I'm using it for, like leveling up in an RPG. That allows me to increase my limits without hurting myself, increasing my base stats even more, and so on. It's a slow process, but I've been increasing roughly 7% per year toward my projected soft cap, although this past year I've managed to up that to 10% so far. Once I reach the soft cap, my quirk counselor thinks that I'll increase by 1 or 2% per year indefinitely. Uraraka walked over to stand by Izuku and looked toward Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. You two might not know since you took the recommendation route, but Midoriya got a perfect score on the entrance exam. And he saved my life. Izuku blushed. Well, you never were really in danger. Mr. Aizawa explained later that you would have been pulled underground before the zero-pointer could have crushed you. And they would have deployed airbags to cushion our fall. She turned around, staring him in the eyes. And did you know that? Not until afterwards. Then you still saved my life, she proclaimed and stuck her tongue out at him playfully. While most of the tests in Aizawa's quirk assessment took under an hour, the distance run 8/4. The other classes left long before Class 1A finished. Even worse, with the entrance ceremony the only item on the official agenda, the cafeteria wouldn't open until Monday. Ochako Uraraka's belly rumbled in hunger. She'd moved to a tiny, run-down apartment not far from UA yesterday, but the deposit and uniform she luckily found at a recycle shop cut into her meager food budget. She never expected the first day would include a marathon, and now she faced the prospect of a long, hungry weekend. Midoriya stared at her for a few moments. He heard her stomach. Midoriya stood and stretched. I don't know about anyone else, but I could Texas smash some food. We'd usually have classes for a few more hours. Who wants to go out to eat? I know a great buffet not far from campus. Ida nodded. Ah, the one we visited last summer. They serve excellent soba. I'll accompany you. A few others joined in the conversation. Ochako chewed on her thumbnail, checking her bank balance on her ancient flip phone. Not finding any bank errors in her favor, she closed the phone and hid it quickly, afraid someone else would notice it and comment on it. Sometimes people did, and it always embarrassed her. She really wanted to go, but her meager funds might let her buy a couple of bento boxes, and that would get her through the weekend. She started to shake her head but found Midoriya standing beside her desk. He placed his hand on her shoulder. You'll come too, won't you, Uraraka? My treat for everyone, I insist. Oh, I can't let you do that, she protested. If stubborn pride had calories, she'd go home and gorge herself. I tricked you into running a marathon, the least I can do is buy you a meal. He looked at her with eyes a begging puppy would envy. It'll make me feel a lot better. Please. Okay, she said quietly. Woohoo. Free food rules. Mina yelled, completely shameless. I need to call my folks and make a pit stop. How about we all meet at the front gate in 15 minutes? Meet you there, Kirishima added, pounding his fist on his chest. Men's room. Rain check for me, Tsuyu said. I'm going to go home and help my siblings with their homework. Several others declined, since their families planned to take them out to eat to celebrate. Excuse me, Yaoyorozu said, would it be all right if I joined you? Well, never been to a buffet. Except at a party. I'm not underdressed, am I? Midoriya chuckled. Of course, you can come along. If anything, we'll be overdressed. He paused in thought. Actually, that's a good point. Take off your ties and jackets. The lady who runs the place charges based on how you're dressed. Yaoyorozu couldn't hide her shock. You mean the price is lower the worse you're dressed? Izuku shrugged. The food's great, she just likes underdogs. Fumikage Tokoyami spoke up quietly, barring any objections, I would like to accompany you. Of course, Izuku answered. The more the merrier. The classmates split up at that point, most heading for the restrooms or to call their parents. Izuku made his way to the front gate alone, but found Bakugo waiting there for him, just off UA's campus. Deku, Bakugo spit out, you're a lying, sneaky piece of CRP. I should beat you into the ground right here. Izuku rolled his eyes. 3 years since we've seen each other and the first thing you do is threaten to beat me up, Bakugo. We're not little kids anymore. 3 years. We saw each other at the entrance exam, you DMN liar, not to mention summer break. You think I didn't recognize you from that DMN sludge villain thing? How long have you been hiding your quirk? I wasn't hiding it. I honestly thought I was quirkless until shortly after moving to Tokyo. I would have told you, but you made it quite clear you wanted nothing to do with me. It's not like we ever talk or email, so sorry I didn't let you know. Didn't know you cared. I don't. Fine, keep lying, Deku. Bakugo pointed a finger in Izuku's face. You may fool all of these extras, but I know exactly what you are, you demon nerd. Izuku sighed, and what do you think I am, Bakugo? A DMN stalker, sneaking around and watching. Hiding your quirk so everyone will underestimate you, while you sit there plotting and scheming. Sparks popped in his hands, and Izuku suppressed the urge to flinch. Right, because that makes a lot of sense. Hide my quirk so that everyone back in grade school, including the guy I stupidly thought was my best friend, would hate me. Do you even listen to yourself? If I knew I had a quirk, do you think I would have taken so many beatings? You'll take a lot more of them before I'm done with you, nerd. You and I both know you never had friends. You spent your time figuring out how to kill everyone and I'd bet real money you laughed about it behind everyone's back. Izuku stared hard at him and asked quietly, is that really what you think? First you want me gone and now you want to know everything about me. Make up your mind. What do you want? For you to stop it with the DMN act. You tell me, Deku. Glasses. Round cheeks. Weird hair. Raccoon eyes. Ponytail. Bird brain. Half and half. Our murder hobo of a teacher. Tell me you haven't already figured out multiple brutal ways to end every single one of them. You may not have had a notebook out, but I saw you watching all the tests real DMN close. Tell me you aren't going to go home and write it all up in your creepy little notebooks. Tell me there is a person in the whole class you haven't thought of at least 2 lethal methods of handling. I'll wait. Izuku rolled his eyes. There's a difference between quirk analysis and planning to kill someone, Bakugo. A quirk analyst doesn't ignore weaknesses, they identify them so they can come up with ways to lessen or remove the weaknesses. Figures. You could at least have the ball to admit it. I don't like you, I sure as hell don't trust you, and I don't want you here. I'm going to do every DMN thing I can to make sure that you're gone permanently. Izuku straightened up from where he was leaning against the UA barrier, and thought, holy woe, when did I get taller than him? He didn't purposefully tower over Bakugo like he'd seen Endeavor do a few times, but he did lock eyes with the angry blonde boy. Is that a threat, Bakugo? You should know whether you want to believe it or not, we're no longer the children we were. Unlike you, I've grown up. I'm not the weak, quirkless, powerless, and useless kid you remember, and if you think you can intimidate me, you are sorely mistaken. As for not wanting me here, that's not your call, and I don't give a damn what you think about me. Bakugo growled. It's not a threat, it's a fact. You want to start a fight here and now, Deku. I'm down because I've got a long, unbroken streak of beating your butt. Izuku shook his head. No, it's an opinion based on how easily you beat a quirkless 12-year-old. You're the one who waited for me, Bakugo. I'm not trying to start a fight, but I'll sure as hell finish it. And that streak won't be the only thing broken. When we're done. And that really is a fact. You don't have a prayer of taking me in your wildest dreams, Deku. You know it and I know it. You're nothing but a pebble on the road, Bakugo spat out, grinding his teeth. Then keep walking on your path, Bakugo. You call me a pebble on the road, and that's fine if it helps you sleep at night. I honestly don't care what you think about me anymore, and I sleep just fine. A wise man would step around the pebble and continue his journey, But a fool will stop and try to crush every pebble into dust until his heel is worn away. Stop wasting your time trying to crush a pebble that always has and always will be harder than your soul and just walk on. One for all ached under his skin, begging for release. A part of him urged him to strike, to get a measure of justice long denied, but Izuku knew that longing was revenge wearing a pretty mask. Not justice, just ice. I am going to kill you, Deku, Bakugo said, his red eyes narrowed into thin slits. You've forgotten your place. No, Bakugo. I've found my place, and you can't take it away from me, because what you thought was a pebble is a diamond. So, stomp with all your strength, but you never broke me, and you never will. Bakugo spit on the pavement at Izuku's feet. We'll see who breaks, loser, and your philosophy won't mean SHT when my explosions send you straight to hell. Besides, shouldn't you be running home to Tokyo? Got a busy night planning murder, no doubt. Izuku shook his head. Not that it is any of your business, but I'm going out to eat with some of my friends. Bakugo laughed in his face, just as Uraraka and Tenya arrived. Is everything all right, Izuku? Tenya asked, his dislike of Bakugo barely concealed. Oh, hey, don't let me get in the way of your nerd food fest, Bakugo declared. He pointed toward Izuku. I hope you extras are making the Deku here pay. Only fitting for a last meal. Better watch your diamond backs, and you'd better watch yours, Deku. He doesn't have to watch his back, Tenya said, stepping to Izuku's right side. He has friends who will do it for him, and I'm proud to be counted among their number. If that day comes, Bakugo, Izuku said with calmness he didn't feel, you'd better watch your front. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, but he turned and stomped off in a huff. I'm sure that miscreant must have some redeeming qualities, Tenya mused as he watched Bakugo walk away, but I admit that I'm having trouble finding them. Perhaps good dental hygiene. He turned to Izuku. Are you sure you're all right? Izuku nodded, letting out a slightly shaky breath he hadn't realized he held in. Just, nothing to worry about. A pebble in the road, I suppose. Uraraka said. He really seemed worked up. Did you two know each other before UA? Yeah, Izuku replied. We were close, I guess, when we were little kids. We're something like 4th or 5th cousins, I think. We had a great-great-great-grandparent in common, I forget how many greats. Our moms went to high school together and found out during a genealogy project and have been friends ever since, but Bakugo and I grew apart a long time ago. She nodded, so that's what his deal is. It's kind of like he's your fated rival. And he calls you by that cute nickname, Deku, right? I like it. Do you mind if I call you that too? She asked Izuku. While he'd long since gotten used to Bakugo calling him that, it hurt coming from someone he hoped would become a friend. Izuku tried his best to hide his wounded expression but failed. Do I mind? Sorry. I think I need to use the restroom too. Back in a few. Izuku ran back to the school building without looking back. Ida turned sharply to Uraraka. Uraraka, why would you do that? Uraraka looked as hurt as Izuku. I'm sorry. I thought it was a childhood nickname. Like Dekiru, you know, I can do it. He looked crushed. Even a diamond can crack if you strike it in the right place. Ida shook his head sadly. I am hardly one to gossip, so this is not my story to tell. However, I do count myself fortunate to be Izuku's friend. I would never call him that. Bakugo, well, hates Izuku for some reason and calls him that. You saw Bakugo try to attack Izuku 2 times today, and we both heard that ruffian yelling as we were approaching. I can assure you, whatever Bakugo says to him is not intended as a compliment. Lowering her head, Uraraka whispered, I really screwed up, didn't I? I didn't mean anything by it. Ida shook his head sadly. Don't worry too much. Izuku is probably the kindest person I have ever met. Just explain it to him, I'm sure Izuku will forgive you. Izuku splashed some water on his face, trying to get his breathing under control. The confrontation with Bakugo worked his nerves, and today had been a constant tug-of-war between fight and flight, despite his bravado. He probably overreacted to Uraraka's innocent question. How could she possibly know the history behind that stupid nickname? After all, it sounded like something a 4-year-old would come up with, not really a surprise since a 4-year-old had. Bakugo couldn't bother him with it. Why should Uraraka? Because you like her and care what she thinks, while Kaken can go to hell. He quickly splashed water on his face one last time as he heard a toilet flush and washed his hands when Kirishima walked to another sink and did the same. Hey, dude. Thought you'd already gone to the gate. Everything okay? Kirishima might not rank high academically, but he understood people, and years sitting near Mina at school taught him how to subtly look at a reflection. Dude, is something wrong? I mean, you look a bit upset. Not really. Maybe. CRP. Izuku rubbed the bridge of his nose and let out a slow, deep breath. I used to live here in Musutafu. Bakugo and I were, well, maybe friends. Maybe not. Yeah. I noticed he's got a weird nickname for you. Short for Dekiru or something. That's what Uraraka thought too, but it's meant to be an insult. You know, like the Deku shrubs from Legend of Zelda, or Dekunabu. Useless, good for nothing, worthless, defenseless, quirkless. Seriously, dude? Kirishima asked, fist clenching. That's totally not cool. I mean, I thought he was manly, going all out on the quirk test and all, but hell, even if you had been quirkless, and there's nothing wrong with that, that's no excuse to be a douchebag. My grandpa's quirkless and he's one of the manliest dudes ever. Dude is in his 70s and still chops firewood one-handed. I can turn to stone, you know, holding up his hand to show his hardened skin, but there isn't a man on this planet as tough as Gramps. He might be quirkless, but Gramps is made of solid titanium, and he doesn't have to activate it like I do, it's always on. I try to give everyone a chance, but I don't know now. I thought Bakugo seemed pretty cool, but, you know. Izuku raised a hand. Look, he and I have a lot of history. He's probably a lot different than I remember. Baggage, you know. Our past is trying to throw us into those old roles that we don't fit in anymore. Maybe it's just me, though, I know for a fact I'm a lot different. Maybe if we could talk, we could get past it, but he doesn't seem willing. Don't let this stuff influence you at all. It isn't important anymore. He shrugged. He could probably use a good friend like you. No matter what, you and I will be cool. Dude, you're totally manly. They left the bathroom and walked with Ashido and Yorozu. By the time they reached the gate again, Tokoyami already stood beside Tenya and Uraraka. Uraraka bowed at the waist to Izuku. I'm so sorry. I didn't know what it meant, and I thought it was short for Dekiru, and I'm really sorry. Izuku returned the bow. I overreacted. I'm not a big fan of Dew, but feel free to call me Izuku. She smiled, wiping her watery eyes with the back of her hand. Are you sure? At his nod, she added, then call me Ochiko. After a short walk in the direction of the train station, they arrived at the small Wagneria restaurant. As soon as they walked in, Izuku found himself in a tight hug. The petite owner of the restaurant, Mahiru Inami, trapped him in a bone-crushing embrace. Little Midoriya. You got so big. Haven't seen you in forever. Izuku bowed when she finally released him. We moved to Tokyo, but I've missed you, too. You'll be seeing a lot more of me now that I'm a student at UA. These are some of my classmates. He made quick introductions. Congratulations. First day of school and you already warned them to hide their ties, didn't you? She winked. Well, I can't get too mad since you're bringing me business. Buffet is 1,000 yen, all you can eat. Drinks are 200 yen with free refills. That's starving student rates. We'll take 7 drinks and 25 buffet. Please give the entire check to me, he said, to multiple protests from his friends. She frowned. I don't know how the restaurant business is in Tokyo, but paying more or charging more than the meal is worth is considered rude here in Musutafu. No, seriously. All of us ran at least 10 kilometers today, and 3 of us did a marathon. I know at least 2 of us are big eaters, and a few of us may want to take a bento or 2 with us, if that's okay. We'll eat that much food. Not a single yen more than the meal is worth, you hear me, Midoriya? She asked with a stern expression. Not a single yen less or more, I promise, he replied, and her frown turned to a smile. Right this way then. She led the students to one of the larger tables, close to the buffet, but far enough away that they'd avoid being bumped constantly. She took drink orders and one of the servers dropped off plates and chopsticks. The students descended on the buffet like a swarm of locusts. While Izuku knew that Tenya was a big eater like himself, he may have underestimated his classmates. Yorozu's quirk converted the fats in her body into a variety of different substances, but the laws of physics required obedience. She couldn't create something from nothing, and she lost several kilograms of weight during the quirk assessment, although the analyst in him knew something else was a work too, since the cannon she created from the ball throw would have killed her if her lipid supplied the only source of mass for her quirk. Tokoyami and Ashido faced a similar situation, though not to the same extreme. While Tokoyami could only use Dark Shadow for a few of the tests, sharing his body with another being needed a great deal of energy, he literally ate for two. Ashido's quirk tended to dehydrate her and took some other substances to convert her body fluids to acid. As for Kirishima, being a teenaged boy more than sufficed as a reason for his appetite. "Dude, I'm going to come here at least once a week," Kirishima declared. "This place rocks. Would everyone like to exchange contact information?" Yorozu asked, holding up the latest model of iPhone. "That's a great idea, Yomomo," Ashido said, pulling out her cell phone. "Yoromomo?" Izuku asked. "Yeah. Like a nickname. Yao and Momo are written with the same kanji. It's cute, Midori, just like her." Ashido reached over and lightly pinched Yorozu's blushing cheek. Izuku and Yorozu shared a long-suffering look. Izuku shrugged. "Bitsu, I guess. You can call me Izuku if you want, though." Mina smiled. "Nah, I'll stick with Midori," she said around a mouthful of food. Izuku noticed Ochako pulled out her small flip phone and hid it under the table, ready to input the numbers as quickly as possible. Most people who loved retro technology by choice liked to show it off, but she hid it quickly. "Tenya," he said, pulling out his phone and holding it high, "start us off. We'll go clockwise until everyone has everyone else's number." With all eyes either on him or Ida, Ochako noticed she would be last, able to input everyone's numbers under the table and put her phone away before giving her number out. She breathed out a sign of relief, quickly adding the numbers to her phone. Over the rest of their meal, Izuku got to know a lot about Kirishima and Ashido, a fair amount about Yorozu and Yura. Ochako, and almost nothing about Tokoyami. They all made multiple trips to the buffet, and each packed up 1 or 2 bento boxes except for Yorozu. When the time came to settle the bill, Mizunami took Izuku's money without real complaint, but more than a little disbelief. They left the restaurant a bit after classes would normally let out for UA heroic students. Although they reached the station in time for the express to Chiba for Kirishima and Ashido, Yorozu's train to Aichi and the train for Tokyo left before they arrived, and the next wouldn't arrive for an hour. They waved goodbye to their friends and resigned themselves for a boring wait. "Yuraka," Tenya asked, "which train is yours?" "Oh, I'm not taking the train," she replied. "Renting a small apartment near the school saves money." "How far is it?" Yorozu asked. "We could walk you home and make it back in time for the train if it isn't too far." "It's only 5 blocks. With a giggle, she chopped her arm like Ida tended to do in a certain direction, and Izuku felt a bit of dread. He knew Musutafu better than most new UA students. "You don't have to walk me. I'm a big girl and can take care of myself." "Not at all," Izuku said. "After the run today, keeping our legs moving a bit will help keep us from cramping up." "Oh, here." He held up the bag holding the bento boxes he'd packed to Ochako. "I forgot Mom was going to make my favorite tonight to celebrate, and I have plans for tomorrow, so they just go to waste." "Drat, mine as well," Tenya added. "Not only are my parents taking me to dinner tonight, but my brother is also planning a surprise party for me at his agency tomorrow." "You're not supposed to know about that. There's bound to be a traitor and I will track them down," Izuku said with mock seriousness. "The traitor is among us even now," Tenya said with a laugh. "I will save you the paranoia. Tensai has gotten so used to texting the both of us that he accidentally included me when he told you." He turned again to Uraraka. "Would you mind taking mine as well?" I would hate to take them all the way to Tokyo only for them to become yet another science experiment in my brother's fridge. If you're sure, she said with a bit of a blush. Is it that much of a difference between living in town and a train pass? Tokoyami asked. She nodded. I'm from the Mie prefecture, so an Orail pass would cost 100,000 yen per month, and one way the commute takes over 4 hours. With an apartment, I can get by on around 65,000 yen a month. That saves my parents 35,000 a month. Plus, I don't have the long commute and they save money on food too. Is 65,000 a lot? Yoirozu asked. She looked genuinely puzzled and a bit guilty. She easily carried twice that amount in her purse as pocket change, and rarely concerned herself with the prices when she went shopping, but she felt certain she once bought a pair of socks that cost more. Izuku coughed. Money wasn't really a concern for Tenya or him either, but a quick exchanged glance with his glasses-wearing friend told him they both understood Ochiko's situation a lot better than Yorozu did. His monthly allowance covered over twice her monthly budget. It depends, Yorozu. If it were just spending money, yes, but it's not a lot to live on. Oh, she said. I've never really had to worry about money because of my family. I never realized. She let her voice trail off. I mean, yeah, it's not a small amount, but not a huge amount either, Izuku said. He just dropped Uraraka's monthly rent at a restaurant without batting an eyelash and felt a bit like an butt. She blew a raspberry. I get it, you are all rich. It's not a big deal, but I'll eat my hat if one of you knows how much a liter of milk costs. She caught Tokoyami pulling out his phone and rolled her eyes. Without Googling it. The bird-featured boy put the phone away. Forgive me if I gave you the wrong impression. I wasn't going to look up the price of milk, but I've never seen someone eat a hat before, so I was curious if there were videos on HeroTube. Besides, you are not wearing a hat, so your wager of headdress consumption is an empty one at best. Uraraka and him shared a chuckle. With a wink, Izuku added, I've never seen anyone eat a hat either, so out of purely scientific interest, a liter of milk is around 200 yen, depending on the store and brand. All his new friends stared at him. What? I go shopping and cook all the time now that Mom works. That's very commendable, Midoriya, Yorozu offered. Not really. Ochiko is right. We talked about hiring someone to do the shopping, cooking, and cleaning. Mom and I just thought it would be weird, so we take turns. We're well off between her salary and the pension, Izuku said. Please someone, he thought desperately, latch onto the pension. Pension? Yoirozu asked. Thank you, Yoromomo. He thought. Oh, wait. DM it. Oh, well, you see. Tenya stepped in. Izuku's father was a great hero. Hisoshi Midoriya, also known as Dragon Wizard, the Emerald Flame Hero. He gave his life in the line of duty, saving this entire city from what my brother has told me. He even fought beside All Might and several of our teachers. I regret that I never got to meet him. Izuku thanked Tenya with his eyes, and Tenya returned it with his idea of a subtle nod. Tokoyami started to raise his hand to ask a question, but Ochiko's cheerful, well, this is me ended the conversation, or perhaps not. She gestured toward a dilapidated apartment building that looked built from scrap. If it sat on Dagobah Beach a few months ago, Izuku and Tenya might have accidentally demolished it. Yorozu's hand covered her mouth. Uraka, she began, but the cheerful girl cut her off. Don't worry, Yomomo. It's not as bad as it looks. Really? It is clean and quiet, and I rent from a nice older lady. She looks out for me. Izuku managed to suppress the urge to shake his head sadly. While Musutafu certainly had worse neighborhoods, this ranked high on the list of places not to walk alone at night. The remnants of the Yakuza controlled this area, and while they mostly took a live and let-live approach to the neighborhoods that made up their turf, that also meant less hero and police patrols. Musutafu City practiced containment with the Yakuza, keeping them out of the nicer areas of the city but giving them free rein in the poorer sections. Tenya's phone beeped with an alarm. We'd better hurry if we're going to make the train. He bowed to Uraraka, handing over the bag with his bento boxes in it. Izuku did likewise. See you Monday. The others turned to follow, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to leave quite yet. You guys go ahead, I'll catch up in a minute, he called out, and Tenya gave him a warning look and subtle shake of his head, but he went all the same. Izuku turned to Uraraka, lowering his voice. Ochiko. It's fine, Izuku. It really isn't as bad as it looks. She smiled sweetly, opening the 3 locks, and setting the bags with the bento boxes inside. I grew up in Musutafu, he said, concern etched on his face and seeping into his voice. Oh, she said, dropping her head. Well, then you should know it's a decent neighborhood. Ochiko, he started again, but she cut him off. Besides, it's all I can afford. I'm tough, I can handle it. She sniffled, and looked back up, eyes bright, but with a hint of moisture. Please, it's okay. You've been a big help, and thanks for the bento boxes, but I've got this. Listen, I can. Her hand shot out and touched his chest, and he felt gravity leave him. Izuku, so help me, if you finish that sentence, I am going to punch you hard enough that you'll beat Ida to Tokyo without even touching the train. I'm not a damsel in distress, you're not a knight in shining armor, and I'm sure as hell not a charity case. You're not the only one aiming to be a hero, and I'll save myself if I need to. She turned away from him quickly. I'm sorry I called you Deku earlier, but we're even now. Even, got it. He nodded mutely. Good. I'll see you later. Good night. The door slammed and he heard the locks click in sequence, followed by a muffled and teary-sounding release. Izuku hit the ground with a thud, staring at the door in silence for a few moments before standing and dusting himself off. With one last look, he turned toward the station, walking with his head down. I hate myself. Pulling out his phone, he quickly sent a text message to Tenya. Small might Sonic the class rep, go on without me. Need time to think. We'll catch next train. Sonic the class rep Small might, understood. Do be careful. I may worry, since as your friend it is only natural that I do so, but sometimes I must trust you to take care of yourself and give you your independence. Feel free to call if you need to talk, and please let me know when you get home. A few moments later, Tenya sent a smiley face. Tenya even wrote text messages in formal speech, so he occasionally tried adding emoticons and the like to spruce them up. Small might Sonic the class rep, thanks, you are the only genius today. After slamming the door, Ochiko fastened the admittedly useless chain and secured the locks one by one with shaking hands. She took a moment to look at Izuku through the peephole, hovering in the air like a confused puppy launched into orbit, and that's when her tears started falling. She turned her back to the door, slowly sliding down it until she sat on the floor with her forehead resting on her knees. She brought her hands together in front of her legs and said release with the steadiest voice she could manage. She sat there a long time, hating everything. She hated being poor. Hated being unable to go out for a single meal without risking a week without dinner. Hated that she couldn't keep her mouth shut long enough to avoid exposing herself as a poor country bumpkin. She hated Izuku. She hated how sweet he acted. She hated his observant and considerate nature. She hated how much it burned for him to know about her poverty. And most of all, she hated how much she liked him. If he acted like just another of the rich JRKs she went to middle school with, it wouldn't hurt so much. She knew he saw her crappy flip phone, both at school and at the restaurant, and didn't comment on it. He even spoke a bit louder when everyone exchanged numbers, drawing everyone else's attention while she quickly entered their numbers. He figured out she couldn't afford to go to the restaurant and still made sure she could go without spending any of what little money she had and that everyone left with a couple of bento boxes. Without even seeming to try, he'd somehow made sure she'd have enough meals to get through the weekend. Knowing that he only wanted to help made everything a bit worse, though. Here she sat, in a crappy apartment, torn between relieved gratitude and tattered pride. As Izuku walked toward the station, he realized he could access a resource none of the other members of Class 1A could yet, and maybe they could help him. The League. Pulling out his phone, he opened the League group chat. Small might the League of Extraordinary Mentors, screwed up. Need advice. Anyone still at UA? These go TO11 the League of Extraordinary Mentors, 3 Stooges at Teacher's Lounge. Witching Hour the League of Extraordinary Mentors, you are a stooge and a tool, Zashi. Catnap the League of Extraordinary Mentors, Unsubscribe these go TO11 the League of Extraordinary Mentors. Unsubscribe is unavailable because you know you love us. Catnap the League of Extraordinary Mentors. I know no such thing. Might beat the League of Extraordinary Mentors. I am here. Also. In lounge. Small might, the League of Extraordinary Mentors. Mind if I stop by? Might be the League of Extraordinary Mentors. Please do. I can give you a ride home. I'm almost finished. Izuku made his way back to campus, walking quickly to the main building and taking the elevator up to the 14th floor. He barely made it through the door before being pulled into a hug by Midnight. "Oh, here's my baby boy looking so handsome in his uniform. I thought I'd have to wait for Monday to see it. Please tell me you're not going to call me baby boy in class," Izuku stammered with a blush. "Well," she grinned. "Wickedly, no more than anyone else." Aizawa rolled his eyes. "You did good today in the Quirk apprehension test. So, what's the problem?" "Bakugo. He seemed to know you and have a bit of a beef with you." Izuku shook his head quickly. "No, he's nothing I can't handle. Well, you all know Musutafu pretty well, right?" At their nods, he continued. I'm worried about one of my classmates. They're living alone on Kabukicho Street." All Might's eyes narrowed. Kabukicho is in Yakuza territory. It's not particularly dangerous if someone is careful, but I don't like the thought of a student living there. Present MIC and Midnight were both giving odd looks to Eraserhead, who rolled his eyes at the two of them. All Might noticed and asked, "What did I say?" Eraser waved his hands. "Ignore the idiots. They're missing a stooge without Tensai here." He turned to Izuku. "Address. 17 Kabukicho, apartment 103. Present MIC and Midnight both broke into peals of laughter. They're not going to get in any trouble, are they? I mean, I forgot for a minute about you being representatives of UA and was asking for advice as my mentors, if we can keep this off the record. I kind of stuck my foot in my mouth." "It's not funny," Eraser said with a glare at his laughing friends. "Of course, it isn't," MIC managed to say between chuckles and holding his sides. "Right, Nem? It's not like we know someone who lived in that exact apartment when he went to UA." Izuku's eyes looked like they would pop out of his head any moment. "Shut up, you two." He fixed his gaze on Izuku. "That address isn't listed on anyone's records. I'm guessing that they decided that was cheaper than an Orail pass, that the school would not approve that address, and they are right on both counts. I'm also guessing that you tried to step in and got told not so politely to mind your own business. Is this sounding close?" Izuku nodded. "Add in the threat of being punched hard enough to beat the train to Tokyo, and you've pretty much got it surrounded." "You did the right thing, young Izuku," All Might said confidently. "You and I can come down here tomorrow and we'll take care of this." He flashed his famous smile and gave Izuku a thumbs up. Everyone in the room turned to look at All Might. After a few moments of tense silence, Aizawa sighed. "That is an absolutely terrible idea." All Might's eyes narrowed. "I can easily afford." Izuku cut him off. "That's kind of the problem. They don't want to feel like a charity case." Aizawa rolled his eyes. "You can just say it's Uraraka, kid. None of us," and he leveled a glare at the other teachers one by one, "are going to mention anything about it to her, on threat of me. I know where all of you live." He rolled his eyes again at Izuku's shocked expression. "Wait," Izuku said, "how'd you know?" "Besides you just telling me." Unlike everyone else in class, her uniform was already well worn and showed signs of alteration to fit her. That says recycle shop rather than buying new, and UA uniforms don't end up at recycle shops often, so she had to take what she could find and make it work. She's from the Mie prefecture. Only 3 students from Class A live further away, and all of them officially listed apartments in town that fit the school's guidelines. She has a flip phone, and unlike the people who carry them because they love retro tech, she doesn't show it off. Also, I saw the group you left with. Yorozu carries herself like someone with money and status, and it isn't like her family name isn't on all kinds of products, and she got in on a recommendation. Ashido strikes me as someone who would have just decked you instead of threatening you with it. Process of elimination means it has to be Uraraka." 𝐂𝐬𝐵 ped her head in Aizawa's direction. He does have detective skills, you know. She seems like a good girl, All Might said, trying to take a different tact. Surely. Aizawa sighed loudly. All Might, I didn't go to school with you, but I've been where Uraraka is right now. Yamada and 𝐭𝐬𝐵 both chimed in with, literally, followed by added chuckles. Aizawa sighed. When the giggles didn't stop, he pointed to the door. Okay, that's enough. Out. You, and you. He pointed to present MIC, Midnight, and All Might. I'll handle this. Just, let me talk to Izuku without the peanut gallery. Reluctantly, the three left the room, although All Might protested a bit since he hadn't taken part in the giggling. Aizawa sighed. Okay, problem child. Sit. I rented that exact apartment when I was a student at UA. Hell, I still lived there when I joined the Might Agency. Nobody would live there if they had better options. It hurts being poor. It hurts having to couch surf, or skip meals, wear clothes from the recycle shops, or bundle up under two thin blankets knowing you can't afford to turn up the heat. It hurts to be unable to afford a futon and having to make do with a sleeping bag to the point where you feel guilty sleeping on a real bed even a decade later because you had it easy compared to some. Someone could have sneezed on the first floor, and they'd hear it. Then Aizawa whispered, the only thing that hurts more is seeing the pity in someone else's eyes. They lose respect for you, and you lose respect for yourself. You feel like less. Izuku said. That's what it all boils down to. It makes you feel less. Aizawa nodded slowly. Yeah, kid. Money is a bit like a quirk. Most people just take it for granted, but when you don't have it, people look down on you and, well, you start looking down on yourself. People want to help, well-meaning people you like, but there's always the high cost for a free lunch. You pay for it in pride. A little or a lot, depending on how it is offered, and sometimes that's a deal you've got no choice but to accept. Izuku looked down. I think I get it now. Aizawa put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. You're trying to do a good thing, I know. Your heart is in the right place. Izuku raised his eyes. You and All Might helped me. Why can't I help Ochako? Ochako? Aizawa thought with amusement, but he kept it off his face. Yeah, All Might helped you, but you put in a lot of hard work first. If we showed up that first day and All Might did whatever voodoo he had to do to give you his quirk, it would have caused more harm than good. You earned it, kid, and because of that, your quirk means more to you than it would to someone who grew up having a powerful quirk. I'll start including that area in my patrols, and I'll have a couple of my contacts in the underground hero community do the same. We'll keep an eye on her to make sure she stays safe. Nezu's also been considering something that might help without coming off as a handout. I'll talk to him about it. Sound good? Izuku nodded. Thanks, Mr. Aizawa. That's going to take some getting used to. Midoriya, Aizawa replied with a chuckle. Ochako finally stood up, wiping her tears off her cheeks with her hands. She sighed, seeing the tear stains on her uniform and two huge runs in her stockings, and, oh God, a soy sauce stain on her jacket and skirt. She ran to the bathroom, pulling the clothing off and scrubbing it with bar soap and water. While the skirt came clean easily, the light-colored jacket still showed an obvious and huge stain. She wanted to scream, or punch something while screaming. She glanced around the tiny apartment, spotted the bento boxes, and put them away. She quickly got what little of her stash remained, only 2,000 yen. She'd saved that for food this weekend, but thanks to the bento boxes she could repurpose it. Tights usually came in a 2-pack for 1,200 yen, and she could do a load of laundry for 1,000 yen, but she'd need detergent too. She needed a little more money. She looked around the apartment, tapping her foot. Wait. She glanced at the enormous couch. The tenant before her left the big brown monstrosity when they moved out, and it proved far too big for the elderly landlady to move. Ochako agreed to letting it stay and taking it with her when she moved out in exchange for 1,000 yen off her rent every month. While it smelled fresh and didn't have any stains, she wanted to spray it with disinfectant before sitting on it. Now she dove for it, throwing the cushions into the air where they hovered and spun. She moved to the right side of the couch, steeled her nerves, and pushed down on the base beside the arm. The springs compressed, revealing her, surprisingly clean, target. She found flashes of silver. 3 100-yen coins, an unwilling gift from the earlier tenant. She found another 2 coins on the other side. Just barely enough. Did she dare to press her luck? She pushed against the base of the couch closest to the back, exposing the gap, and her eyes widened in shock. She pulled out a rather large, ornate wooden box almost the size of a small shoe box, barely able to squeeze it out of the place she found it wedged. Foam bunched around it with duct tape, forming a small compartment the perfect size for the box while cushioning it so much that no one would notice if they sat on the couch. She set it aside for a moment. She found a few more coins, including a couple of 500-yen coins, more than enough now. The box could wait, she decided, gathering her laundry, and heading to the door, catching herself at the last moment and putting on a t-shirt and some shorts before walking out into the street. She giggled at the thought of her new classmates' hypothetical reactions to her walking outside in her BR and panties. Bakugo yelling at her to put some clothes on, seeing 2 more reasons to call her round cheeks. Mina would probably strp down in solidarity. Poor uptight Ida would wave his arms like crazy and lecture, while still managing to always keep one hand over his eyes. Yomomo would blush from the scandal. And Izuku, that thought quickly sobered her and brought a blush of her own to her face. She found a pack of tights on sale, a bottle of detergent, anti-stain spray, and a cheap can of spray disinfectant at the nearby convenience store and quickly made her way to the laundromat. With summer approaching, the sun set late, so several hours remained before dark. She loaded the washer and sat in one of the nearby chairs, pulling out her phone to check for any local grocery sales while she waited. The boy behind the counter appeared to be her age, and she caught him glancing at her a few times, but he quickly looked away each time. After the 5th time, she took a deep breath and asked, "Is something wrong?" "Oh, no," he replied. "That was rude of me. I've just never seen you around before. Musutafu is big, but this part has a small town feel, you know. Seeing a new face is rare." "I'm sorry," he said with a bow, banging his head on the counter. She tried to keep a straight face, but then he snorted. After a few moments, they both started laughing. "Sorry again," he managed to say between chuckles, "and thank you for your patronage." She smiled. "I'm new in town. I just moved here for school, and I'm lucky there's a convenience store and laundromat right by my apartment. I'm Ochiko Uraraka." She bowed. "Nice to meet you." "Yeah, me too. The nice to meet you part, I mean. I'm Nabuki Nakayubi, but everybody calls me Fingers." He held up his hands, extending his fingers 1/2 meter while waving them in the air. "I've never figured out why," he said with a wink. "Are you going to Aldera High?" "I'm starting there myself on Monday. Would be nice to know somebody." She shook her head. "Sorry, I'm at UA. Just started this morning." His face lit up. "Really? That's awesome. One of my best friends from Aldera Middle School got into the hero course. Can you believe it? Only 40 people out of the whole nation make it every year." She felt herself stand up a little straighter with pride. Nobody ever put it into perspective like that for her before. "Well, now you've met 2 of the 40. Holy shiitake mushrooms. Congratulations. That's so awesome. Maybe you know my buddy." "Well, there are 2 hero classes, but he might be in mine." "Yeah, he's awesome. His name is Katsuki Bakugo," he said, not noticing her eyes. Narrowing a bit. "Bakugo's one of those people, you know. Everyone knew as soon as he got his quirk that he was going to be a hero. Explosions from the palms of his hands, and he's never lost a fight. I remember he used to practice all the time, probably still does, but I haven't seen him in a while." Ochiko nodded. She'd practiced for hours as a kid around the house or at construction sites when her parents weren't around. Some of the construction workers even taught her some martial arts during their breaks, bragging to each other how she would do the Mie Prefecture proud. But explosions? You couldn't really practice those at home. "He's in my class. Is there some place around here that allows public quirk training? She could use a place to get extra practice." "That's awesome. Tell him Freaky Fingers says hi." That's what he always called me. As for public quirk training, nah, but there's a huge stretch of woods about 1 kilometer that way. Lots of kids sneak in there to practice. And Dagobah Beach, it used to be a literal dump, but someone cleaned it up and opened it back up to the public, so you can't use it anymore. The school let us use our quirks on campus for a long time, but they cracked down a few years ago. I guess because of Deku, he added, scratching the back of his head. Her heart pounded in her chest. She asked, turning away from him to move her clothes to the dryer. Thankfully the wash removed the stain, but she clenched her fists trying to keep her shaking hands under check. She tossed in a clean, dry towel with it, so it should only take a few minutes. Oh, yeah. Used to be a local kid before he got all arrogant and moved to Tokyo and some private school. Heard he ratted out the school after his mom got some big fancy job at a hero agency. Real name was Midori something or other. I only remember that because his hair was green. Everyone called him Deku, though, even some of the teachers picked it up. Bakugo came up with it based on his first name. I guess it's also short for Dekunibu, you know, a good for nothing. Useless, worthless, fatherless, quirkless. His dad died in a villain attack when we were little, but the rumor is his dad was a villain and burned a guy alive with fire breath. Weird that both his parents had quirks, but he ended up quirkless. If he was quirkless, why crack down because of him? Oh, he was the designated training dummy / punching bag. Bakugo beat him down God only knows how many times, couple of times a day some weeks. Wouldn't even change with the rest of the class for gym because of all the scars he had. Don't feel too bad for him though. He was a definite weirdo, carrying around these notebooks, full of stuff like the strengths and weaknesses of everyone's quirks. I never looked inside one, but Bakugo did, and it sessed him off, so there's no telling what kinds of creepy stuff he had in there. Rumor was that it was like a death note, your name and then everything about your quirk and a ton of brutal ways to kill you. It's no wonder people hated the guy. I mean, hell, everybody took a swing at him at one point or another, me included. It wasn't much fun though because he could barely fight back. Hell, some of the girls were downright brutal, but he'd just stand there and take it from them. With the guys he'd at least put up a little struggle to keep it interesting. I mostly just teased him and stuff, harmless pranks like leaving messages on his desk in Sharpie, tearing up his homework, leaving thumbtacks in his shoes, maybe a spider lily on his desk a few times. Bakugo gave him relentless beatings though, usually with his quirk, and Bakugo's explosions are the real deal. Even told him to drown himself in the koi pond, step in front of traffic, take a toaster into the bathtub, stuff like that. His last day at school, Bakugo told him to take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in his next life. Deku ran out of the room crying like a baby and never came back. Fingers glanced up, seeing that his customer's pretty face lost all color at some point during his stroll down memory lane. Other than the hum of the dryer, silence filled the laundromat. Ochako closed her eyes and took several breaths to keep from crying. Maybe Izuku understood her, and what it felt like to have absolutely nothing, better than she thought. Maybe they weren't quite as even as she thought, either. However, innocently, she took a cruel nickname from his childhood tormentors and rubbed it in his face, and he forgave her without a single harsh word. Then she got mad and threw a temper tantrum at him all because he saw her in need and tried to help, even after she cut him deeper than she'd probably ever know, and that stung her stupid ego. She kept a bit of her stubborn pride, but what price could she attach to it when weighed against a lifetime of abuse? Through all of childhood, no matter how little her family had, she could still hold on to hope, but that had been denied to Izuku for so long. She jumped a little when the dryer buzzed and saw fingers flinch. She threw the door open and started shoving her clothes into her laundry bag. She'd find another laundromat, even if it meant walking 5 kilometers barefoot over broken glass both ways. That sounds cruel and horrible, and you brag about it like it's something to be proud of. You're sick. Oh, hey. I'm sorry. We were stupid kids, you know, and everyone was doing it. Looking back on it, I wish I hadn't been such a JK. I did some crappy things to him. But I've got to hand it to Midori, or whatever his name was. If people treated me like that, I'd probably have jumped. He may have been weird and quirkless, but he was also DMN tough. You couldn't keep him down, even with bruises and burns all over him, he always got up. Wonder whatever happened to him. She walked to the door, thinking that she might have jumped too. She looked back, locking his gaze with cold fury. His name isn't Deku, it's Izuku Midoriya. He saved my life. He got first place in the UA Hero Course entrance exam. He's more of a man than you'll ever be, and people will remember him as one of the greatest heroes ever someday, long after you're forgotten. So, congratulations, you've met 3 of the 40, but I'll wish I'd never met you. You disgust me and I hope you and Bakugo both burn in hell. She walked out angrily, slamming the door behind her. Izuku sat shotgun in All Might's pickup truck as the pro hero drove them to Tokyo. Did you and Aizawa decide what to do about young Uraraka? All Might asked. Izuku shook his head. He said that Nezu has some stuff in the works, and they talk. Other than that, I don't know what I can do. He said it was like my quirk. If I'd just been given it on day 1 rather than earning it, I don't know that I could properly appreciate it and I'd feel like a phony. He's right, I still feel like that sometimes. Young Izuku, All Might said, reaching over and ruffling the boy's hair, you're far from a phony. You're the real deal and will be an amazing hero. Centuries from now, school children will complain to their teachers that they want to skip over the boring section on Toshinori Yagi and get to the good stuff about Izuku Midoriya. Izuku laughed. Not if I write the book on All Might. I don't think I'll ever match you. All Might grinned. Oh, I don't think you'll match me, my boy. I think you'll exceed me in every way. He took a less teasing tone. Seriously, your longing to help young Uraraka does you credit, but Aizawa is right, just as you were right about your middle school. A situation this delicate does not need the number 1 hero blundering his way into it and making things worse. Aizawa is a smart man, and his talking to Nezu, possibly the second smartest being I have ever met. Shame we can't get the number 1, Sir Night-Eye, in on this, Izuku offered. All Might hid a wince behind a powerful laugh. Ha ha ha, no, young Izuku. Night-Eye is in 3rd place. You're definitely top of this chart. Izuku rolled his eyes. If I were so smart, I'd have figured something out already. No, my boy, they just have an advantage you lack. Experience. Ochako arrived back at her apartment, quickly hanging up her uniform to give it a chance to finish air drying. Cushions still floated in the air, occasionally bumping each other, and spinning off into new trajectories. Although they weighed a negligible amount compared to her limit, she'd never made an object weightless for this long, and she didn't feel the slightest bit ill. She moved them back to the couch, releasing the hold of her quirk and rearranging them after a quick spray of disinfectant. After a quick cry on the couch that did leave her feeling a little better, she sat down at her table on a threadbare cushion and took the ornate wooden box into her hands, slowly turning it over to inspect it. The intricate carving displayed scenes of clouds, cats playing with a ribbon of some kind, the moon and stars, and musical notes. She'd never seen a box like this, obviously hand-carved with great skill and care. A raised section shaped like a staff rested on one of the clouds, and when she ran her fingers over it, it moved slightly. Pushing on the raised section, it slid in easily with a soft click of wood against wood, and one of the sides raised. She lifted the lid off carefully, almost afraid of what she would find. She didn't expect to find a pair of yellow goggles, a crumpled business card from Might Incorporated of all places, and 6 stacks of 10,000 yen bills. She counted them out 5 times. 100 of them per stack. 6 million yen. Ochako Uraraka never held this much money in her life. A third of this could cover all 3 years of her living expenses with over 600,000 to spare, saving her parents 65,000 yen a month. The rest she could send to her parents, helping them immensely. She could buy an honest-to-God smartphone and the first new school uniform of her life. She could buy a futon thicker than a folded-up towel. She could buy an actual warm blanket thicker than a sheet. She could buy a phone, uniform, a futon, a blanket, take off her clothes and roll around naked in the rest of the money. So, she thought idly, this is what a nervous breakdown feels like. She slapped herself a few times to calm down, only to make a high-pitched squeak when she realized that she just slapped herself with 1,000,000 yen. She walked to the laundromat with this box just sitting here. Anyone could have stolen her precious, stolen, box. She stole it from whoever left it behind. Well, she didn't steal it, but if she just kept it, it would be the same thing. She put everything back in the box and returned it to the spot hidden in the couch. She left the apartment, carefully locking it and walking to the apartment 2 doors down from hers, knocking on the door. A few moments later, the door opened to reveal a tiny lady with gray hair. She looked up at the girl at her door. "The tea girl from 103, right? Are you settling in all right, dear? Any problems?" 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿 waved her hand. "Oh, no problems, Mrs. Urashima. Well, that couch is much nicer than I thought. Much, much nicer. I wondered if you knew how to get in contact with the previous tenant. Maybe they couldn't move it themselves and I could help them." Mrs. Urashima shook her head. "Well, the room's been empty for a few years. People aren't exactly beating down my door and I'm hoping to sell the place. I only rented to you because you're going to UA, so you won't be here long term, 3 years at most. I'm afraid that couch has been in that room for at least 10 years, and he moved out, must have been 7 years ago. The one who brought it in here had 3 people helping him, but that must have been 12 years ago. Quiet boy, I remember that, but all 3 of his friends made up for that. He was a bit shifty looking, but a good boy. He went to your school." She patted 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿's hand. "I'm sorry, dear. You know I don't keep records, just cash month to month." "It's no big deal. Thanks for your time." 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿 bowed. "You're a good girl." She looked around to make sure they were alone and handed 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿 a 1,000 yen bill. "Let's just call it 40,000 a month. Easier too. Remember than 41, she said with a wink and shut the door. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿 stood there for a minute. Wait, what? While 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿 experienced a crisis, Izuku and Toshinori arrived back at the Midoriya home, regaling 𝐭𝐻𝐿 with tales of their first day at school. While All Might already knew the teachers, having worked with most of them either on the field or for charity, Izuku met several new people today and even got to see their quirks in action. Most of dinner consisted of Izuku talking while his mother and mentor ate, although Izuku also managed to finish 2 servings. After the meal, they moved to the living room, and Izuku explained the situation with 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿. "Oh, sweetie," 𝐭𝐞𝐽 said. "I know you want to help, but this is something you'll have to let her handle. Neither my family nor your father's family were well off, so I know what she's experiencing. Your father and I lived in an old apartment like that when we got married. Not on Kabukicho, but in the same part of town. We moved shortly before you were born. Just be ready. Once she knows you better, she might let you help, but you've got to respect her independence." "I know, Mom." Izuku grinned. "I love our house here, but it would be so much easier from the old house. I could go check on her, and the commute wouldn't be as bad." All Might pet his head to the side at that but didn't say anything. Izuku stretched and yawned. "Speaking of which, 5 in the morning comes early. I think I'm going to get some sleep." He kissed his mother's cheek and bowed to his mentor. "Good night, Mom." "Good night, All Might." Both wished the boy good night, and he went upstairs almost too fast for the eye to see. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 turned to All Might. "He's gotten faster again." All Might nodded. "I don't think he even notices sometimes. At this rate he'll seem like he's teleporting by this time next year, if not sooner. He's a good boy." All Might stood. "Thank you again for dinner." All Might returned home, taking a few moments to look around. A few years ago, he considered this nothing more than a house to him, full of boxes of things given to him over the years, but never bothered to look at. Then, his fortunes changed for the better, and he re-met 𝐭𝐻𝐿 and young Izuku. Before they moved in next door, he spent most nights at his apartment in Might Tower. After, he found reasons to return to his house. All Might needed little sleep, even after passing one for all to his successor. The power that flowed through his veins refreshed him after a short nap. With little to do, he began sorting through those boxes, setting aside awards and mementos, unsure what to do with them. Young Izuku recommended setting up bookcases to display the most meaningful ones, almost equally split between official awards and homemade ones sent in by people All Might rescued. Each step through the house both humbled him and filled him with pride, but the house stayed a house. On June 10th, the year after the Midoriyas moved next door, that all changed. Toshinori went on a patrol since Aizawa trained Izuku that day. He opened the door to small explosions of confetti and yells of surprise and happy birthday. He chuckled at the memory since he nearly threw a punch strong enough to devastate the entire neighborhood. Somehow, Izuku found out Toshinori's birthday and arranged for a surprise party. All his fellow heroes from the Might Agency attended, including several others. Many would leave after a few hours for patrol, covering for other heroes to stop by. Of his friends, only Naomasa Tsukochi and Mirai Sasaki didn't make it, as Izuku knew nothing about Tsukochi yet and Mirai declined, claiming a case required his attention. The feud between Mirai and All Might over Izuku's status as successor was the real reason, but at least Mirai showed enough discretion not to tell young Izuku that. Honestly, Toshinori's emotions overwhelmed him. The last time he celebrated a birthday, Nana baked him a cake. The word terrible summed up his MSTR's cooking. She regarded measurements as advice mere, close enough and never fully grasped how to crack an egg. The shells add character, Toshi. Gives it a bit of a surprise crunch. He still ate every bite. And now this boy, his boy, somehow gave him just a tiny bit of his childhood back. Many of his friends gave him gifts that day, mostly merchandise of their own, but he treasured them all. Except for Aizawa and Izuku, of course, since neither of them had their own merch. Aizawa handed him a small cactus in a black pot with a white cloth ribbon wrapped loosely around the base of the plant without a word, much to Toshinori's booming laughter. It still sat in a brightly lit corner, one of his most prized possessions. The gift from Izuku and Inko marked the highlight of the evening though. After everyone else left, they cautiously approached him with a large flat bundle. Toshinori knew his successor to be a talented sketch artist from his glimpses of the boys' hero analysis journals, but Izuku's artistic skills outstripped anything Toshinori imagined. He never told Izuku about Nana during their training, but the boy evidently learned of her somehow and managed to find pictures of her for reference. When he opened his gift, he found a beautifully stylized and professionally framed painting of Nana in her costume flying above a city, her hand held behind her, and a young Toshinori in his first costume, appearing to reach for his MSTR and grasp her hand. Both figures shared wide smiles, as if to say, "We are here." To his shame, his control did slip, and he dropped the painting, fortunately caught by Inko's quirk. His hand went to his mouth, and tears spilled out. The boy panicked, of course. "Holy woe, All Might. I'm so sorry. She was a hero from the generation before yours. I couldn't find a lot about her, but she seemed like someone that might have inspired you. I thought you'd like it. I don't know what to say." His own tears reflected in Izuku's face. Toshinori pulled him into a hug, being especially careful not to crush this precious boy. "I do, young Izuku. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. It is the second greatest gift I've ever received." Izuku shuddered in his grasp. "I know, nothing could measure up to One for All." Toshinori shook his head. "No, my boy. One for All is a distant third. The greatest gift I've received is from your mother. She allowed me to help raise you as my successor. Thank you, both of you." He gently pulled Inko into the hug. "You see, the woman you painted was my mentor. She was like a mother to me, and I love you both with all I have, every bit as much as I loved her." The next day, Toshinori hung the painting in his living room above the fireplace, visible from anywhere in the room. He spoke to Inko, and found she'd saved many of Izuku's art projects over the years. Although he treasured the opportunity to look at all Izuku's paintings and sketches, one stood out above all the others to Toshinori. Upon seeing it, Toshinori instantly recognized the inspiration for his gift. Toshinori himself occupied Nana's place in this painting, wearing his young age costume, with Izuku reaching out to him wearing an original costume patterned loosely after All Might's first costume. Both wore blinding smiles. Inko willingly brought it to Might Tower, allowing Toshinori to have 2 copies made into glossy posters that he had framed. One hung in his private study, and the other waited, carefully wrapped up as a gift for Izuku's hero debut. His cell phone rang, interrupting his thoughts of the past and future. The call came into his second line, the one for hero recruitment, but he hadn't handed out any cards in months. Those who joined the Might Agency tended to both jump at the offer and stay for quite some time, and the agency could afford selectiveness in their recruitment. Perhaps a wrong number, but better safe than sorry. He pressed the accept call button. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 paced her apartment, the box sitting on the table accusingly. She'd got it out and paste. Then put it back and paste. Then got it out, opened it, and paste. Finally, her eyes settled on the crumpled business card sitting on top of the goggles and the money. So much money. Should she call? Should she not call? She paced some more. She sat down on the cushion at the table, staring at the box. Her phone chirped, marking 8 in the evening. She flipped her phone open. If she didn't do this, she'd be up pacing all night, and she'd run a marathon earlier today. Screw it. She dialed the number. The line rang for a few moments, and she almost hung up before hearing a click. Might Incorporated, the voice said, Toshinori Yagi speaking. May I ask who is calling? Oh, yes. Yes, she hadn't really thought this far. I'm sorry to call so late. Quite all right, miss. Since evil always lurks in the shadows, good must remain eternally vigilant. That is why I am here, 24 hours a day. Oh wow, you do a great All Might impersonation. Has anyone ever told you that? The voice chuckled. Someone might have mentioned that to me once or twice. So, how can I help, miss? As frazzled as the day left her, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 missed the hint that the man on the phone wanted her name. Well, I recently rented an apartment and the previous tenant left behind a couch. Not an evil lurking couch or anything, just a big old brown couch. And I spilled soy sauce on my new uniform, and my stockings had runs, and I almost had enough money, but not quite, so I went crevice crawling for couch change, you know, and I'm sorry, I've had a really stressful day and I threatened to hit the boy I might have a crush on because he just tried to be nice and worried about me, and I'm an idiot and I ramble when I'm confused or scared or nervous, and I'm all three right now and I found this box. Sorry. Wait, you said you're scared. Do you need help, miss? No. She blinked. Yes. Maybe. I don't know what to do. I'm half confused, half scared, and half nervous, and I know that's 3 halves. I'm math good, you know, but that's why I feel like I'm going to explode. The I'm math good thing was a joke. I mean, I'm not in danger, but there's this box that was hidden inside the couch. Did you open the box, miss? Of course, I opened the box, she replied. That's what boxes are for, to open, right? Like buttons. I push buttons, even if I don't know what they do. Nobody would have a button if it wasn't supposed to be pushed, would they? Only silence came over the line for a few moments, as if the person on the other end took notes or drew a diagram while trying to figure out 𝐒𝐭𝐴's stream of consciousness. Finally, he said, I suppose not. But unless there is a button you pressed, let's get back to the box. Is that all right, miss? Oh, of course, sorry, she said, there's no button. Well, there is, but it's on the box. That's how I opened it. I'm sorry, I'm freaking out. I feel like I'm missing something, but I'm calling about the box. Take a deep breath, hold it for a few seconds, and release. And again, the voice said, breathing with her for a few moments, and it did help her calm down some. Mr. Yagi's deep voice soothed her, she could swear she heard it somewhere before. Good, now what was in the box, miss? Well, obviously there was a card with this number on it. I mean, duh, how else would I even have this number? That was strange because this apartment is a dump. Do you know why someone living in a dump would have a card from All Might's company? No, don't answer that. That's probably top secret hero stuff, and I'm just a student. And there are these weird yellow goggles. I swear I've seen them somewhere before, but my mind is so freaked out I can't remember where. Oh. Her voice dropped to a whisper, and the money. Money, miss? Yes. The money. A lot of money. A mind-boggling huge amount of money. More money than I've ever held in my life. She almost shouted every word, but it dropped to a whisper every time she said money. How much money, miss? Subconsciously, she looked around just to make sure she was alone. 6 million yen, she whispered. I mean, it would help so much, and it was just hidden in the couch. I mean in the box. The money was hidden in the box and the box was hidden in the couch. And the money would really help, but that would be stealing. I didn't steal it. I don't want to steal it, even if it would help. Do you know whose it is? Miss, I don't even know who you are. Suddenly all the missed hints and prompts crashed into her at once, and 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐺's face turned a bright red that could have guided Santa's sleigh in case of a reindeer strike. "Oh, I'm so sorry. My name is 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲. Silence ruled the line for several seconds. In her paranoid state, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐺 imagined a team of men in black tracing the call, performing background checks and looking up her criminal history, even though she knew she didn't have one. She still carried the sense of guilt that poverty brings, because sometimes being poor and being good do not coexist well, but 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐺 and her parents always chose good, making the poverty even harder at times. The same guilt that made her instinctively think they're going to lock me up when a news report said, "Police are on the lookout for a young woman suspected of a crime." Even though she'd never committed a crime, part of her said, "You're guilty of something." After what felt like an eternity, the voice said, "And you're located at 17 𝐂𝐵𝐾𝐲, apartment 103 in 𝐵𝐶𝐻, right?" 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐼𺺆 gasped. "They did trace the call. I didn't do anything. I told you, I didn't steal it. I just found the box. I called you. I'm not a criminal, I swear." She protested, breaking into sobs. "No, no, young 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐺. You've done nothing wrong. I'm your teacher." "What?" He said his name was Yagi. "You're not Mr. Aizawa." "No, I'm not. I wanted it to be a surprise, but I'm your heroics teacher, All Might." 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐼𺺆 fell back off the cushion with a yelp, banging her head on the floor. "All Might? How did you know my address? I didn't give it to the school." 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐺's frayed nerves slipped ever closer to a full-blown panic attack. "Well, yes, but one of your classmates is my neighbor, and he told me that you had an apartment. He mentioned the address, and I have an excellent memory for that sort of thing," he said, doing his best to placate her. Quickly he added, "I believe he wanted my help to convince his mother to let him get an apartment in 𝐵𝐶𝐻 as well." Say what you want about All Might, but he wasn't just the world's #1 hero, he was a hell of a wingman, even if he did fumble a bit and let it slip that Izuku had given him young Uraraka's address. She seemed too frazzled to have made the connection. Earlier today, she'd have been angry at Izuku for telling a teacher, but after what she'd learned of Izuku's past and the fact that she was on the phone with All Might discussing a box full of stolen money, she decided that didn't even move the needle. What did move the needle? She'd admitted to All Might that she had a crush on Izuku, and prayed he'd somehow missed that part in all her rambling. She banged her head on the floor a few times trying to realign the misfiring neurons in what was left of her brain. "So, what should I do? Young Uraraka, do you feel safe there?" "Not really," she whispered. "Not after finding this and freaking out. I'll be fine, though. Should I just bring it to school Monday?" "I'll come get you. You can stay at Might Tower in one of the guest apartments for the weekend. There are always at least 2 heroes in the building. You can stay at my home. Or, if you would prefer, I'm sure young Izuku Midoriya's mother has a guest room, and I live right next door. I'm sure she wouldn't mind." She took a deep breath. "I'd like to stay with Izuku, please." All Might's eyebrow rose at her use of young Izuku's first name, but he could save any teasing for later when she felt less distraught. He did look forward to it. "Of course. I will make the arrangements. Mr. Aizawa and Ms. Kiyoma, also known as Midnight, will be there in a few minutes. They are both on patrol in the area. They'll wait with you while I drive to get you. Please pack enough clothes for the weekend and your school things for Monday." "All right. Thank you so much." After hanging up the phone, Toshinori sent a quick message to Aizawa and Kiyoma. Friday nights tended to be busy for underground heroes, but the 2 heroes worried about their student enough to alter their patrol routes to include her neighborhood. He smiled at receiving positive responses before he could even walk out the door. Once in his pickup truck and on his way to 𝐵𝐶𝐻, he called Inko Midoriya through the truck's Bluetooth link. Thankfully, she picked up the phone right away. "Toshinori, is everything okay? You could have just come over." "I'm afraid I'm on my way to 𝐵𝐶𝐻. One of Izuku's classmates, the young Uraraka he spoke about at dinner, got a bit of a scare." Inko Midoriya devoted herself to her son, and motherhood wrote itself into her soul long ago. "Oh no, the poor thing. Is she all right? Is there anything I can do?" All Might smiled fondly, even if Inko couldn't see it. "She should be fine. Aizawa is already watching the apartment from outside and 𝐭𝐻𝐽 should arrive soon. She seemed really frightened and I offered to let her stay at one of the tower's apartments, or my home, or, and I hope you'll forgive the presumption, your guest room for the weekend. Of course, she's welcome here. Well, she did say she'd prefer to stay with, he paused, metaphorically wiggling his eyebrows, Izuku. He's got his father's awkward charm, she said with a chuckle. I'll have everything ready. Drive safe. Thank you, 𝐭𝐴, All Might said, turning his attention back to the road. 𝐭𝐴 Midoriya only realized after she hung up the call with All Might that their only furnished guest room happened to be upstairs, directly across from Izuku's room. She shrugged to herself. They were responsible hero students. What could possibly go wrong? Shota Aizawa watched the apartment carefully from a nearby rooftop. Anyone who approached while looking suspicious would find themselves gently, or firmly, dissuaded from getting close, but no one bothered. Honestly, you'd probably need a telescope to spot the odds of anything happening due to their remoteness, but one of his students felt scared. If anyone tried to threaten her tonight, he would strike them down with the fury of God's own thunder. He sensed a familiar presence behind him. You could have gone to the door. She'd feel better, 𝐭𝐻𝐽 said, gently chiding him. He sighed. She's known me a day, and I'm not the most approachable of people. You're more of a people person, and this way, we avoid any potential issues of inappropriate behavior. He started to turn to give Midnight a grin, but a glimpse of movement stopped him. Someone approached Uraraka's door. What the hell? The two heroes watched as a dark-haired teen wearing a do-rag approached Uraraka's door. The teen stared at the door for a few moments and then started to walk away, but then turned and started to approach the door quickly, raising his fist. Wait, show, Midnight started, but Eraserhead leaped from the rooftop, using his capture weapon to swing from a streetlight and land behind the teen. Before the teen could even say anything, Aizawa placed his hand over the teen's mouth and dragged him away from the door. If you even flinch like you're about to struggle, punk, Aizawa hissed, you'll be eating your meals with a DMN straw for a month. Understand? The teen froze, and then cautiously nodded his head. Good. I'm going to take my hand away, and we're going to have a nice, quick, and quiet conversation, right? The kid nodded again. Aizawa slowly removed his hand as Midnight approached. Look, man, I don't want any trouble. Quiet, remember. Aizawa whispered. Now, why were you about to knock on that door? Can't I just, go? The teen asked with a lowered voice. He finally noticed the woman behind him. Holy smokes, Midnight. Are you a hero? Aizawa rolled his eyes. I'm asking the questions. You. Door. Why? The teen shrank in on himself. I work at my parents' laundromat, and he pointed toward the now closed establishment. She came in earlier and I guess I offended her. I wanted to apologize, I guess, maybe. Midnight, ever the diplomatic one, smiled and put her hand on the boy's shoulder. Now isn't a good time, but I can pass her a short message if you want. Oh, yes, please. Just tell her fingers said you're right and I was a complete G. I'm sorry. He looked up hopefully. Can I go? At her nod, the boy turned and fled as if hell were 2 steps behind him. Aizawa rolled his eyes. I get the feeling this class is going to give me gray hair. He strode to the door of his old apartment, raising his hand to knock. Let's get this over with. Ochako Uraraka calmed down quite a bit after her call with All Might. Focusing on packing a bag for the weekend helped take her mind off the whole thing, but the events of today still left her nerves shot. At the loud knock on her door, she accidentally activated her quirk and bumped her head on the ceiling. By the time she got back to the floor, a familiar voice called out, Uraraka, it's your teacher, Mr. Aizawa. I'm here with another UA teacher, Ms. 𝐭𝐻𝐽. Are you okay? She ran for the door, quickly opening each of the deadbolts and throwing the door open. She practically launched herself at Mr. Aizawa, who endured her hug with as much grace as the man could endure any display of affection. Ms. 𝐭𝐻𝐽 chuckled and gently pulled the girl into a hug. Let's not make his head explode. Grumpy Cat is his spirit animal. Uraraka recovered a bit with a watery laugh. Please, come in, she said to the teachers, moving aside so they could enter. Both teachers glanced around the apartment, and then Midnight let out a squeal. Big Brown. She jumped on the huge couch, sighing as the soft cushions seemed to mold around her curves. Can you believe she's still here, 𝐲? I missed you so much, baby, my one true love. 𝐲? Uraraka asked. Aizawa rolled his eyes. She means me. Shota Aizawa, hence 𝐲. In case I call her Nem, she's Nemirai Kiyoma, also known as Midnight, but we're supposed to be professionals. She's one of your teachers, so she'll be 𝐂𝐸𝐽, he explained, but with a soft voice. He turned to Midnight. Don't be rude to the kid. Kiyoma pouted. You don't mind me getting reacquainted with Big Brown again, do you, baby girl? Uraraka shook her head. All Might said he was going to call you too. I found a box with a lot of, her voice dropped to a whisper, money. Aizawa nodded. Why didn't you just follow the instructions on the card? Instructions, the girl asked. The card just had a number for Might Incorporated. It didn't have anything on the back. I called though. No, the other card, he said, shaking his head. May I see the box? She nodded, pointing toward her low table and the only pillow in the entire apartment. He carefully avoided stepping on it and picked the box up from the table. Reverently, he took the goggles out of the box and then flipped it over. The 6 stacks of money hit the table, followed by a clink as a piece of thin cardboard with a coin taped to it hit the table. He picked it up and handed it to her. I'm an idiot. I put it in upside down. Looked like the bottom. Read it. She glanced at the piece of paper and read, If found, please return to Shota Aizawa via Might Incorporated. Keep the money except for the coin as a reward. She gasped, That's... He nodded toward the money, yours now. Technically it's all yours, since I abandoned it when I moved out, but I would like to have the box, goggles, and coin back if you don't mind, Uraraka. Big softy, Kiyoma called out, rolling around on the couch like a cat in a patch of catnip. At the sudden silence, she grinned. I was talking about the couch, not the grouch. Uraraka shook her head. This is... I can't keep this. It wouldn't be right. Aizawa sighed, walked over to the couch, and pushed Kiyoma onto one of the 3 large cushions. He sat on the middle one and gestured toward the last one. Uraraka sat down nervously on the couch, for the first time she realized. The couch did feel incredibly soft. So, I left the couch, with the box hidden inside it, when I moved out of this apartment years ago. The goggles belonged to a friend of mine from school who passed away. The coin was all I had left from my first paycheck as a hero after paying the back rent I owed. The box was a gift from his family. I was going through a rough place at the time. As for the money, it was mine, from before I got my hero license. I promised myself I'd never touch it again because it's not exactly something I'm proud of. So, you can take it, Uraraka, it's not stolen, and no one was hurt because of it. Kiyoma will if you don't, but she'll just spend it on booze and Mexican food, and if you think staying awake in class is tough sometimes, wait until you have art history on a Wednesday. Anyone else who found it would be in the same place and might not be nice enough to give me the other stuff back, so just think of it like a reward, got it, kid? The other things are worth far more than that to me. He glanced over at the shaking girl, tears started welling in her eyes. He stood up and pushed Kiyoma toward her. Kiyoma held Uraraka, gently running her fingers through the girl's hair. That's more than my parents make in a year. In 2 years. I can't just steal it, she cried. Aizawa kneeled in front of her. Kid, look at me. She raised her teary eyes to look at her teacher. I know you don't know me well yet, but you can keep it. You're not stealing it. It's my money and I swore I'd never touch it again. I know what you're feeling, trust me. I lived in this very room for years, and I left it hoping that someone who needed it would find it. That ended up being you. Even 10,000 yen more a month would let you get an apartment in an area of Musutafu that UA would approve, so you could give half of it to your parents and the rest would cover a nice apartment for your entire time at UA. Just put it in your bank account and think about it for at least a week. If you still can't accept it, then come talk to me and we'll work something out, like a work-study or something. Can you do that for me? Yes, she whispered, her voice sounding small and scared in the room. They all jumped a little when someone knocked on the door. Uraraka got up and wiped her eyes. Then, flanked by two pro-heroes, approached the door and looked through the peephole. She turned to Mr. Aizawa and whispered, All I see are stripes and a button. I think it's a shirt. He rolled his eyes and called out, That you, Yagi? Yes. I am here. All Might and Midnight spent a few minutes calming Uraraka down further, but the presence alone of the number one hero worked wonders. Like most people meeting him for the first time, Uraraka felt starstruck and in awe of the mountain of a man. While they did, Aizawa took a moment to look around the apartment. Honestly, not much changed since the day he moved out. Big Brown still sat in the exact same place, taking up most of the space in the room. The hole he punched in the drywall after one particularly rough patrol remained, even though he gave the landlady money to fix it when he moved out. He noted the lack of a dresser, a luxury he couldn't afford either when he lived here, 2 laundry baskets from a daiso shop serving instead. A futon that barely ranked above a blanket that barely rated above a sheet, and a pillow that you could only call thin if it magically gained twice the padding. Uraraka had as much as he did when he lived here, or maybe he should say as little. Oh, evidently someone asked him a question. Sorry, got lost in memories. Kiyoma nodded sadly. I said that if it's all right with you, I can ride back to Tokyo with All Might and Uraraka since my shift is almost over anyway. I'll just sleep at the tower since I'm going to Tensai's party tomorrow. Sounds good, Aizawa said. You can ride back with MIC and me tomorrow. He's driving us up for the party. He turned to Uraraka. Take the money with you. You'll be safe with All Might and Midnight, and then with the Midoriya family. Izuku, Midoriya can show you where a branch of your bank is in Tokyo, or if you don't have one you can set up an account with one. Seriously, kid, keep the money if you don't mind me taking the rest of the stuff. People offer rewards for returned items all the time. Very quietly, Uraraka said, Okay. Excellent, All Might said, clapping his hands together and handing a set of keys to Midnight. My truck is right out front and there's plenty of room in the cab, so get yourselves situated. I'd like to talk to Eraserhead for a moment. He walked out of the apartment and with one last look around, Eraserhead followed. Once safely out of earshot, Aizawa asked softly, So why did you want to talk to me? That was a very kind thing you did, young Aizawa, All Might replied. I can reimburse you the money. Aizawa shook his head. I didn't tell the kid anything but the truth. Everybody has some hardship in their life, and her. I understand hers. I've been where she is, literally. She's going to feel guilty about keeping the money, so, tell her some stories about times someone tried to give you a reward, maybe times when you were starting out and accepted. Lie if you must, and we'll call it even. She shouldn't be feeling bad about this. I'm off the clock in an hour and I'm going to go talk to Nezu. Some punk almost knocked on her door when we got here. While he didn't seem like too much trouble, I don't want her staying here a second longer than she needs to. You're a good man, young Aizawa, All Might intoned. I did want to mention, there happens to be a 5-bedroom house here in Musutafu owned by Might Incorporated, the one young Izuku grew up in. No way. The kid would flip out. I could barely get her to touch the money, she's not going to just live in a house you hand her. Yes, I see. However, if we could offer a room in it as subsidized housing, perhaps for what she's paying now. Aizawa shook his head. Let me talk to Nezu before you do anything crazy. She's not going to accept renting an entire house for what she's paying for this place without something earth-shaking happening. You'd need other tenants and a responsible adult to act as landlord, preferably a woman to avoid any hint of impropriety. For now, let's just butt out and focus on her having a weekend to calm down after her panic attack before we spring something else on her, okay? Of course, All Might nodded, turning to return to his truck. Be safe on the rest of your patrol, young Aizawa. However, he still thought the safe house could solve the entire issue. The drive from Musutafu to Tokyo took at least an hour normally. To his eternal regret, All Might agreed to let Midnight to drive, cutting that time in half. Not that she didn't know how, as all heroes learn to drive all manner of vehicles during their 3rd year. Power Loader taught that course, since earning their driver's license was a prerequisite for the full Pro Hero license exam. The man even taught young 𝐤𝐬𝐫 back when she attended UA as a student. Higari, All Might thought, has the patience of a saint. All Might knew himself to be nigh indestructible. That did little to reassure him though, since 𝐤𝐬𝐫 seemed to view traffic laws as something that happened to other people. She changed lanes without warning to pass any car that struck her fancy, squeezing the pickup truck through spaces that Toshinori doubted a compact car would fit through, much less a crew cab pickup with an extended bed. Heaven forbid another driver use their horn to signal her, triggering a tirade of language that young Uraraka absolutely should not hear. For her part, young Uraraka giggled every time this happened. That it happened multiple times only made things worse. All Might talked to Uraraka at length, telling her stories from his days as a young hero to take his eyes and mind off the road. Silently, he prayed 𝐤𝐬𝐫 didn't share in this distraction. Oh yes, young Uraraka. I received quite a few rewards back in my day. They are frowned upon typically, but so long as they are unsolicited, they are acceptable. Heroes aren't mercenaries, after all. I remember one time, watch that car, that I helped a lady get her cat out of a tree. It took a few seconds of my time, but she insisted that I take a box of homemade cookies and a rather obscene amount of money, even more than you found tonight. Anyone taller than 180 centimeters could have done it. The poor cat was just barely out of her reach. Uraraka's eyes were wide. So, you took it? All Might nodded. I did. I was fresh out of school and hadn't even made my proper debut yet. As with any job, you're paid very little just starting out, but as you gain more experience and recognition, you earn more. We're allowed to supplement our income with merchandising and doing odd jobs, such as security for major events. Rewards are allowed, too, so long as it is free of binding conditions. It still happens, although these days I ask them to give it to charity instead. So, I can really keep it. She still looked doubtful. 𝐤𝐬𝐫 piped in, grumpy wasn't lying. If you don't take it, I will. It's not my story to tell, but he'll never touch it. He swore on the grave of a friend of ours. I think our friend would have told us to have a big party, but I mean, Mr. Aizawa, he makes up his mind sometimes and won't budge. I honestly knew it was there, but he'd be mad if I took it, so I left it. Call it fate, call it luck, call it karma, but you found it for a reason. Thank you both, she said quietly. We're almost there, All Might said. I'll text Mrs. Midoriya and Aizawa to let them know. Aizawa looked at his phone and saw the message, safe and sound. Never letting young 𝐤𝐬𝐫 drive ever again. Young Uraraka much more at ease, flash on his phone and suppressed a grin. He moved over the rooftops and landed in front of UA, the barrier recognizing him to allow access. He entered the dark main building and took the elevator to the 14th floor to the sounds of the sands of Iwo Jima. Once the elevator let him out, he made his way to the teacher's lounge, dropping off the box in his small private office. Sitting down with a grunt, he unlocked his PC and pulled up Uraraka's record. He studied the details for a few minutes. In the Quirk apprehension test, she finished 4th behind Tenya, 5th if using Izuku's Quirk data, mostly based on the ball throw and running a marathon, but good scores overall. Her elementary and middle school grades showed a strong but not exceptional student. He also noted the hardship grant to cover tuition and books and cursed the HPSC again for not including a stipend for food and living expense, something trivial to them, but could make a world of difference for low-income students. He sent a quick email to Lunch Rush asking that he add Uraraka to his list of helpers, student who he would ask to take food home because he accidentally made too much, and they'd really be doing him a favor. Especially on Fridays and Saturdays. By unspoken agreement among many on the teachers, Lunch Rush always went overboard on the weekends. Shota Aizawa would be in hell instructing demons on ice skating before one of his students went hungry. A look at her family history revealed her parents ran their own company, Uraraka Construction, in the Mie Prefecture. A quick internet search revealed a highly recommended company that handled large and small projects regularly and on time, but always seemed to struggle. Through osmosis, he learned quite a bit about the construction field from Myheroacademia over the years. Construction companies tended to become huge through bribes and kickbacks or struggled if their owners remained honest. Those in the second category either lucked out and got a huge project that made their reputation in the field or folded. Uraraka Construction seemed constantly on the verge of folding. He received a notification for a new email and checked it. From 𝐒𝐲, of course, letting him know that the principal would see him now if he wanted. He stood up, popped his back, and headed to meet his boss. Aizawa kept his pace as he walked, not bothering to knock or reach for the doorknob, since he knew the door would swing open at the exact moment to avoid him slamming into it. 𝐒𝐲 had already set out tea for himself and coffee for Aizawa. "Good evening, Aizawa." 𝐒𝐲 infused. "Delightful to see you as always. I considered turning in early, but I caught some catnaps with each hemisphere earlier today, so I'll be up for a while." Unlike most creatures on Earth, 𝐒𝐲's brain could sleep one hemisphere at a time, while the other hemisphere remained active, and each side only needed 2 hours per day. This led to 3 unique experiences when dealing with the small mammal. When the right brain slept, 𝐒𝐲 acted on cold, ruthless logic, tending toward judgmental actions. When the left brain slept, you would find him warm and friendly, full of compassion and a bit of a practical joker, but those 2 conditions proved rare. Most of the time, 𝐒𝐲 remained one of the scariest intellects on the planet with a deep understanding of both the rational and creative. "How is your new class?" "They seem to be a good bunch," Aizawa replied. "I'll need to keep an eye on a couple of them. Izuku seems to already be moving into a leadership role without even realizing it. He did bring a situation to my attention, and that's why I'm here." 𝐒𝐲 nodded. "This would be Ms. Uraraka's living conditions. I fear that my hearing is far too sharp at times, and I heard some of your discussion earlier, completely unintentional, I assure you." Aizawa waved his hand. "I don't say anything I don't mind being heard. It saves time, honestly. You've looked at her records." 𝐒𝐲 looked mildly offended. "I've looked at all of our students' records. I trust we're discussing the dormitory proposal." Aizawa nodded. "It would be a big help for her and all of the students. Many of them live a great distance from the school. A few students live 2 or more hours away by train, and that longer commute isn't healthy for anyone, much less teens. Uraraka is just an example. Her options were a monthly rail pass that her family couldn't afford or an apartment in a dangerous part of town that they can barely afford. The dormitories would solve this problem. Unfortunately, the Department of Education and HPSC are at odds on this issue. The Department of Education insists that if we build the dormitories, we hire a construction company to do so, but the HPSC insists that between Cementos and 𝐺𝑒𝐿oader that we can construct them ourselves and refuses to provide funding. 𝐒𝐲 shook his head. "Student dormitories would be ideal, but I fear that we would deplete other portions of the budget building them." "What about a fundraiser focused on our alumni? Over 40 of the top 50 attended UA, and we never tapped that resource other than to name-drop them in promotional material. We could use Yagi. God knows that Endeavor will donate twice whatever Yagi gives, just out of spite. The 2 of them alone would get us halfway to the goal." "That may be," 𝐒𝐲 admitted, "but we would have to find a construction company beyond reproach. Uraraka Construction would be perfect, even if they operate out of Mie." Aizawa asked. "They've done exemplary work, on time and under budget, on numerous projects of this scale, and they'd be wealthy if they were corrupt. Some might argue that hiring them amounts to nepotism." "Let them," Aizawa said, banging his fist on the coffee table. "Who better to make sure that the dorms are high quality than the parents of a student who will be living in them? This may not be the time, and they will take several months to complete," 𝐒𝐲 said, diplomatically. "No, now is the perfect time. I'm bringing this up in the staff meeting Monday." 𝐒𝐲 sighed. "Well, if you insist. I will do what I can to support you. Also, please consider a pilot program in your proposal. A handful of students, perhaps. We could point to that when trying to sell this to the alumni." "Good," Aizawa said, draining his cup of coffee. "Thank you, sir." "My pleasure," 𝐒𝐲 said, and meant it. He watched Aizawa storm out of the room, a man on a mission. As soon as the door closed, 𝐒𝐲 chuckled to himself. The mysterious mammal hero knew All Might considered Aizawa to be a cactus, and to a certain degree 𝐒𝐲 agreed with that assessment. 𝐒𝐲 personally considered the stoic teacher to be a self-guided missile. Press the proper buttons at the right time, and he would seek out your target while you watched the explosions from a safe distance. His personal timeline projected the dormitory's completion by the end of summer break. With Aizawa breaking down doors and kicking over anthills, he revised that estimate to shortly after the first year's internships. Uraraka's eyes widened when she saw the enormous house when the pickup truck pulled into the driveway. Is this? Yes, All Might said. This is Inko and Izuku Midoriya's house. My house is right next door. I'll help you in with your things. Young Kiyoma, would you, carefully, take the truck to the tower? I can walk there tomorrow to get it. Just leave the keys in my office. Kiyoma grinned, sure thing, boss. Have a good night, Uraraka. Hope to see you at the party tomorrow. Oh, and someone called Fingers said to tell you he's a JRK and he's sorry. She noted Uraraka's eyes narrow, but boys that age acted like JRs all the time, so she didn't think too much about it. All Might easily lifted all Uraraka's things and led her to the house as the pickup peeled out of the driveway and into the night. All Might suppressed a sigh. The door opened and she saw a petite woman with long green hair and matching eyes, just a few centimeters shorter than herself. Hi Toshi, the woman said to All Might, and then turned to her. You must be Uraraka, dear. You can call me Inko, please. I'm Izuku's mother. Uraraka bowed. Please, call me Ochiko then. Inko smiled, her eyes crinkling up a bit in the corners. Please come in. I wasn't sure if either of you have eaten, so I kept dinner warm for both of you. It's Izuku's favorite, katsudon, to celebrate his first day of school. There's plenty, so eat all you want. The restaurant seemed like a lifetime ago and Ochiko couldn't remember a more stressful day in her entire life, so as soon as Inko mentioned food, her stomach rumbled. With a blush, she said, thank you so much, that sounds amazing. Katsudon's my favorite, too. Well, other than mochi. All Might laughed. You're in for a rare treat then, young Uraraka. Inko's katsudon is the finest I've ever had. Fat Gum himself begged her for the recipe. They removed their shoes and followed Inko into the dining room, All Might depositing Ochiko's belonging in the living room on their way. As they ate the amazing meal, Ochiko paused. Oh, Izuku went to bed a bit early, Inko answered. He usually gets up at 5 on Saturdays to go running with Tenya. If you didn't bring any workout clothes and would like to go with them, I probably have something you could wear. We ran in class today, Ochiko said. I'd done a few 5 and 10 Ks, but we did a marathon today. At least the 3 of us did. They don't do that every day, do they? All Might laughed. Well done, young Uraraka. They usually do a rather laid-back 5K on the weekends because they come to Might Tower for sparring. I'm sure you'd be welcome to join them, and there is young Tenya's not surprise party. Inko and All Might both laughed at this. Not surprise. Tenya's older brother accidentally texted him the details. They're still pretending it's a surprise, but everyone knows it isn't. Most of the people who will be there are pro-heroes, but Izuku and Tenya will both be there. I don't think I have anything nice enough to wear, Ochiko admitted. Inko smiled. We'll take care of that, dear. When I was younger, I wanted to have a daughter too, but things didn't work out. If your parents don't mind me borrowing you for the weekend, we'll go shopping. It will be like a dream to me. Izuku barely tolerated my shopping trips growing up. All Might stood up. Well, I think that's my cue to leave. Thank you for the meal, Inko. And let me know if you need anything. I'm right next door. See? Inko said with a smirk. Men. Ochiko shared a giggle at All Might's blush. Well, the hero stammered, have a good night. With that he made a tactical retreat in the war of the sex. Inko reached over and patted Ochiko's hand. I'm sure you've had a long day, dear, but I did want to talk to you about our guest room. Ochiko nodded. I'm fine on a couch or wherever. Oh no, dear. The only furnished guest room is upstairs, and that's across the hall from Izuku's room. That's where Tenya stays when he spends the night, and there are 2 bathrooms up there, but my bedroom is down here. If you want, you can take my bedroom and I can sleep up there tonight. Inko looked at her in concern. I just want to make sure you're comfortable. Ochiko blushed. I couldn't take your room from you. I don't mind, and I trust 𝐒𝐿. 𝐭 nodded. Then let's pick you out some workout clothes for the morning. 𝐒𝐿's room has a private bathroom, but the other upstairs bathroom opens to the guest room, his office, and the hallway, so you don't need to worry about bumping into him that way. After quickly picking up a nice sleeveless bodysuit, some yoga briefs, and one of 𝐒𝐿's old all-might t-shirts, 𝐭 showed 𝐒𝐿 to the guest room. Thank you so much, 𝐒𝐿 whispered. Oh, you're welcome, dear, anytime, 𝐭 said. Is there anything you need? 𝐒𝐿 blushed and looked down. Could I have a hug? 𝐭 smiled, of course. She pulled 𝐒𝐿 into that special hug that only a person called Mom can do properly. And it didn't end until 𝐒𝐿 felt much better. 𝐒𝐿 typically slept on a futon both at home and in her apartment, so seeing the guest room and the enormous bed gave her a bit of a shock. The room held the bed, a dresser with a few sets of men's clothing in it, and a desk with a couple of pairs of glasses sitting on it. Ida, she thought. 𝐭 did say he sometimes spent the night here. The walls featured a couple of framed All Might and Team Ida 10 posters, both done in an artistic style. Other than the door to the hallway which she locked, the room included 2 doors. The first lead to a walk-in closet and the second open to a bathroom with 2 doors other than the one to the guest room. One of those must lead to 𝐒𝐿's office and the other to the hallway, she thought, but quickly locked all 3 to use the facilities. The bathroom included a shower and a full tub with jacuzzi jets. Swanky living. I'll have to ask 𝐒𝐿 how to turn those on, I'd love to try it. Once she finished and washed her hands, she unlocked the bathroom doors and went back into the guest room. After digging through her things for a few minutes, she realized she forgot her Quirk gloves. With a sigh, she pulled out a pair of socks. They could serve as mittens for the night. She reached under her shirt and unhooked her BR, sliding it off and setting it on the desk, followed quickly by her shorts. The house felt a bit chilly, probably because she never used air conditioning, but the sheets and blanket felt warm and comfortable, and the mattress itself felt like someone had stuffed a cloud inside it. She fell asleep almost as soon as her head touched the pillow. Unfortunately, she only slept for about 2 hours before waking up to a moment of panic until she hazily remembered All Might brought her to 𝐒𝐿's house. She needed to pee. Getting up from the bed, she looked around in a daze, blinking at the room. Moonlight from a skylight cast everything in a pale glow, so she didn't bother to turn on the light, slipping the socks off her hands and wandering to the bathroom. A night light set beside the sink supplied enough light to do what needed to be done. After washing her hands, she stumbled back to the door. Except the door didn't take her back to the guest room, it took her to the hallway. She tried the next door, but it was locked. Oh, that must be 𝐒𝐿's room, she thought. Stupid 𝐒𝐿. Last thing you need to do is wander into his room in the middle of the night in a t-shirt and panties. She looked around, still barely conscious, and realized she'd tried a door on the wrong side of the hallway. She opened the other door and stumbled back into the room. A cloud must have blocked the moon because everything looked much darker, but she found the bed. She felt around for the socks and couldn't find them, but she felt too tired to care. She quickly fell back into a deep sleep. 𝐒𝐿 stood before the castle again, looking at the distant storm as Nana walked toward him. While his form still seemed made of mist, his mouth appeared solid enough to allow him to talk. Hiya, Toots, he called with a chuckle. Nana grinned. It's a good thing I'm already dead or I'd write that big lug out of the will for telling you about that. Anyway, first big day at UA High School. You did good as far as I could tell. Before you panic, I can get a general sense of what is going on around you, like who is close and such, but I can't see out of your eyes for the most part. Basically, you'll still got your privacy, but the big things get through, like you wanting to help that 𝐒𝐿 girl. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿 said, scratching the back of his head, only to cause little puffs of mist to form where his hair should be. I screwed that whole thing up. I doubt you've screwed up as bad as you think, Dr. Love, she said with a smirk. Listen to your mom's advice, or mine, and just be there for 𝐒𝐿 when she's ready. Heck, that might be sooner than you think. I love Toshi like a son, and I know a bit about Aizawa from Toshi's interactions with him. My advice is not to go to either of them for advice on women. I suspect that as of, and she looked at an imaginary wristwatch, right about now, you've got more experience than the two of them combined. 𝐒𝐿 blinked. What do you mean by that? You'll see, kiddo. Nothing to worry about, but you've made my year and don't even know it, she said with a laugh. Now, you used my quirk at the end of the entrance exam, with a bit of help from yours truly. We've got some time right now for me to teach you how to use it at will. You'll still have to practice while you're awake, of course, but I can fill you in on the basics. And, she thought with amusement, I can keep you from sensing what's going on in the real world. As a little girl, Ochako Uraraka's father called her Cuddlebug, and still did on occasion. From her very first steps, she suffered from separation anxiety. She always wanted to stay close to her parents, hugging them tightly while watching TV or following them from room to room as soon as she could walk. Getting her own futon at the age of 2 led to immediate and severe night terrors that Bear might solved, a giant teddy bear her father won at a festival. Having something to hug, Ochako would sleep soundly if the lumpy, fuzzy toy remained in her grasp. She suffered a brief relapse when her quirk first manifested and the stuffed animal floated out of her reach, but her mom made her some quirk gloves, and after that she didn't have any further episodes other than occasionally waking and stumbling into the wrong room while still half asleep. She thought she left Bear Might at home when she moved to Musutafu, 15, far too old to need a stuffed animal to sleep. Still, her natural inclination always pointed towards hugging like a compass pointing north, and she often woke to her crumpled blanket in a death grip. She rarely forgot to put on her quirk gloves either, but evidently she did last night. She slowly started to wake and realized she floated through the air. Well, at least she had Bear Might, keeping her eyes closed as she hugged the stuffed animal tighter, but he felt less fuzzy. Bigger. Stiff as a board. Slowly, she opened one eye. Staring back at her with an expression of abject terror, she saw the face of her new classmate, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku wore boxer shorts and a t-shirt that said pajamas. Both of her legs were wrapped around one of his, her arms were around his waist, and her chest, her braless in a thin t-shirt chest, pressed against his. Demon, Izuku thought, she's gorgeous, but what the hell? She started to open her mouth, but Izuku let out a scream at a much higher pitch than she thought even she could hit. She let out an answering scream of her own, pushing herself away from him and bringing the fingers on each hand together, followed by falling 60 centimeters to the bed, along with a small rain of bed sheets and blankets. She brought her hands together again and said release, but Izuku continued to hover in the air, wide-eyed as he stared at her, before quickly covering his eyes with his hands. She looked down, blushed, and reached for a blanket to cover herself, just as the door burst open to reveal Inko Midoriya, wearing green pajamas and armed with a cast-iron skillet, eyes wide at the scene of a scantily clad teenage girl on her son's bed and her son floating in the air. Ochako kept pressing her fingers together, but Izuku continued hovering in the air like a balloon with barely enough helium. Release. Come on, release, dang it. What in the devil is going on in here? Inko said, lowering the skillet. I have no idea, Izuku said, eyes still squeezed shut and hands covering his eyelids. What's Ochako doing here? Why are you in the guest room? Ochako asked. Both mother and son paused and looked around. Ochako, dear, Inko said softly, this isn't the guest room. You're on Izuku's bed. The girl buried herself under the blanket to hide her glowing face, not to mention the rest of her. Oh my God. I got up to use the bathroom but left through the wrong door. Oh no, I thought you were Bear Might. Izuku snorted and asked, Bear Might? Inko managed to hide her chuckles, but it was a near thing. Don't laugh, Izuku, you JRK. He's my teddy bear from home. I've had him since I was 4. I'm so sorry. I'm not some floozy, I swear. And I can't get you down, she said with a sniffle. What? Izuku asked. You're floating, dear, his mother said calmly, and Ochako's under a blanket. Izuku cautiously opened his eyes and looked around the room. Oh, sorry. I'm the one doing this. Izuku slowly flipped head over heels, Inko noticed with slight amusement, and gently settled to the floor. Ochako's eyes peeked out from the blanket. DMN, Ochako thought, his ripped, but she also noted several scars on his arms and legs with a touch of sadness. You can fly, she asked. But that's 2 quirks. When Izuku took a deep breath, 𝐒𝐭 rolled her eyes and held up her hand. No, you can explain all about your quirk framework theory during your run with Tenya. He'll be here in 30 minutes. Izuku, close your eyes and turn around. Ochako, dear, you can go get ready to run with the boys or go back to bed if you want. Thank you, she said, moving quickly to the door. I'll run. I swear, I'm not a tramp, she whispered. 𝐒𝐭 laughed and whispered back, my best friend ended up meeting her husband because of a similar mix-up. She laughed even harder at Ochako's furious blush, mentally making a note to tell the story to both Mitsuki and Nemurai. 25 minutes later, at exactly 5:25 in the morning, Tenya Ida stood patiently in front of the Midoriya home. He didn't bother to knock, not wanting to disturb 𝐒𝐭 and knowing Izuku held punctuality in a similar regard as he did. Their run officially began on Saturday mornings at 5:30, and Izuku never missed it out of consideration. Izuku knew that Tenya lived by schedules, and even a few minutes could throw his entire day off. So, it did not surprise him when the door opened a minute later. Ah, good morning, Tenya said as he turned around, only to finish with a slightly shocked, Uraka. Good morning, Ida, she said with a blush. I hope you don't mind me joining you and Izuku on your run. Tenya ped his head to the right, arms waving wildly as he spoke. Of course not. I'm delighted, just surprised. I'm sure Izuku was happy to have you. Oh, I mean, not that he had you in any inappropriate. I mean, happy to have you stay the night. Have you as a guest. I'm sorry, I'm rather why are you here? Not that you can't be here, or shouldn't be here, just, I wasn't expecting you to. Be here, I mean. Both teens blushed. I'm kind of curious about that myself, Izuku said, stepping out of the door. But let's start our run. We'll just take a nice leisurely 5K, so we can talk on the way, if that's all right, he added while doing some warm-up stretches that the other two copied. They began their run at exactly 5:30 and Ochako told them the tale of the big brown couch, the box, the money, and everything else that happened last night, although she did leave out the parts about her encounter at the laundromat, some of the details of her phone call with All Might, and waking up in Izuku's bed. She finished with I'd love to get to see Might Tower, if you two don't mind, and I need to visit a branch of Azora Bank to deposit the money. Izuku nodded. That's where my account is. There's a branch right by Might Tower, so we can stop there right before training. You can train with us if you want. I'd like to know more about your quirk. Me too, she said. Hey, what was up with you floating this morning? Floating? Tenya asked. Your quirk is an augmentation quirk. Izuku nodded. This is new, but I think I'm starting to figure it out. It's part of my framework. Tenya rolled his eyes, having heard this before. Many times. What's a framework? Ochako asked. Well, most people consider it a rule that you can only have one quirk. I think that's incorrect. You can have one quirk framework, and that may consist of several related aspects of a quirk type. Look at Hawks for an example. He's got a mutation type quirk called Fierce Wings, but it gives him several abilities. He has enhanced speed, distance vision, and visual acuity. He can fly, detach feathers, and control them remotely, change their hardness, use them to detect vibrations in the air remotely, and regrow them in a few days. That's roughly 9 different quirks all under the category of one quirk, but I think it should be labeled a quirk framework. Oh, you mentioned a bit about that at the entrance exam. That doesn't explain how you can fly, though, Ochako pouted. Well, my quirk, Ultra Augmentation, is an emitter-type quirk, meaning I can channel and project power, but it is also an accumulation subtype. Basically, I draw in power and can use it for a variety of effects, and the more I use it, the larger my pool of available power becomes. By default, I've been using it to enhance my strength, speed, durability, and intelligence. When I use it that way, it gradually alters my body, giving me small, but cumulative boosts in those areas that become permanent. In that way, it's also like a heteromorphic type. I don't look different from a baseline human, but I'm denser and my nervous system is a bit more complex, like an overclocked computer. As for flight, I believe I finally have enough of a pool of energy built up that I can overcome gravity and even give myself a bit of propulsion. Izuku paused and lifted off the ground. He spun around awkwardly, having to make a few corrections so he could face them, then drifted back and then forth. I'm still getting the hang of it, and I'm slower than a walking pace like this. He winked. I'll tell All Might and Mr. Aizawa, but I'd like to keep this a secret from the rest of the class for now. Why? Ochako asked. Being able to fly is so cool and super rare. Tenya nodded, though. The sports festival. That's right, Izuku said. The three of us were the top 3 on the entrance exams. I want us all to be on the podium. I'm already making a few plans. My quirk isn't anything special compared to you two, though, Ochako said. I can just make things weightless. That's because people have this mindset that quirks are only good for one thing. They're much more flexible than that. How many ways can you use your fingers? You can pick things up, you can write, you can type, you can count on them, play a music instrument. All sorts of different ways to use one thing. Your quirk is the same way. You can cancel out gravity on an object, yes, but that's not all you can do. How do you know that for sure? She asked. Izuku smiled, because I've seen you do it. When Kirishima knocked me over at the entrance exam, I fell. You touched me and made me weightless, sure, but that's not all you did. I should have still hit the ground because I was already in motion. You instantly cancelled my inertia with no ill effects. That's why I think your quirk is probably the ability to manipulate force. Force is equal to an object's mass times its acceleration, and I think you can manipulate those variables. He picked up a rock. Touch this. She did, and Izuku removed his hand from it, leaving it floating in the air. So, standard acceleration due to gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared. That's normal gravity on Earth and what we're all used to. Instinctively, your default is to just zero that acceleration, so that makes the force on it equal to 0. Force equals the rock's mass times 0. But what happens to the energy it should have? I think you subconsciously absorb that, then redirect it harmlessly into the environment. That's why when you get close to your limit, your stomach gets upset. The reaction is even stronger when you use your quirk on yourself, because you're creating a feedback loop that just keeps getting worse. You're taking that original force in without any way to easily get rid of it. Imagine the rock's energy as something that you've taken from it. You can decide where that goes. Don't touch the rock again, it's already affected by your quirk. Just imagine projecting the energy at one side to make it spin. Hand gestures sometimes help. She held up her hand, imagining a rock made of energy, but otherwise identical to the rock that hung in the air. She willed the energy to go back to the matter rock, but at an angle. Rather than spin, though, the rock shot away like it had been hit with a baseball bat, but Izuku's hand caught it. That's amazing. I never knew it could work like that. Feeling sick at all? Not a bit. Usually, I feel mild nausea even with something small, but nothing. We should talk to Midnight sometime soon. She's a licensed quirk counselor, but she doesn't stop at an easy answer like the ones at the public schools do. I love analyzing quirks, so this will be great practice. I already have a ton of ideas we can talk through. I suspect I'm not the only one of us who can fly. Tenya nodded. My brother credits Izuku with helping him rise 5 spots in the rankings. The trio arrived back at the Midoriya household, entering quietly since Izuku liked to let his mom sleep in on the weekend. They moved silently to the kitchen, and Izuku started gathering ingredients to make a breakfast big enough for all of them. He set the kitchen scales and the sample weights on the table in front of Ochako. You can play around with these while I'm cooking. Try to manipulate their acceleration and the direction you move them in, tiny changes at first. By the time the rice cooker beeped, she'd made a 5-gram weight show up as weighing a kilogram while the 1-kilogram weight showed up as weighing 5 grams, and all the weights circled around her smiling face like planets orbiting the sun. Inko woke at 7 to find her son and his 2 friends setting the table for a huge family-sized meal. At times she regretted that she never got the chance to provide Izuku with a sibling or 2, but she felt intense gratitude in her heart that he found a brother in Tenya. Sometimes she caught herself thinking of them as her boys. And now it seems he'd found a new friend in Ochako, and perhaps more. Hard to believe her baby was already 15 and taking his first steps toward adulthood. So, she asked the teens, what are your plans for the day? Izuku smiled. We're going to Might Tower at 2 for some training with Edgeshot and Gunhead. After that, we'll probably just go straight to the party. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 needed to go to the 𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐸 Bank, but there's one right by the tower. I guess we can play Super Smash Bros. Until then. He looked at his two friends, who nodded. If she's okay with it, I'm going to steal 𝐒𝐿 for a shopping trip to Odaku Shinjuku. The stores open at 9, and I'm sure we can visit a branch of 𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐸 there. We'll be back by 1, but you boys are welcome to come along. 𝐒𝐿 raised her head in protest. I can't afford to go shopping in Shinjuku. I usually get my clothes at the recycle shops. 𝐿 shook her head. No, I'm spoiling you today, and that's final. Izuku's never been interested in going shopping with me, so I only get a good trip with someone fun to shop with 3 or 4 times a year when his aunt comes to town. Tenya nodded. You may as well just accept it, Uraraka. 𝐿 will not be so easily dissuaded when she is in Mamadoriya mode. Okay, the girl said, looking down. And you can call me 𝐒𝐿, Ida. Tenya smiled. Only if you call me Tenya. After a long bath in the jacuzzi, 𝐿 showed her how to turn it on and provided her with bubbles. 𝐒𝐿 got ready for the day. She dressed in her nicest clothes, which to her mind, barely qualified for being seen in public, much less a shopping trip to one of the most fashionable malls in all of Japan. The other problem was the money. 6 million yen took up a lot of room, even when neatly bound in stacks, and she didn't own a purse. 𝐿 quickly solved that problem, gladly loaning one that matched 𝐒𝐿's outfit. Are you sure this is all right? She asked. I'm going to look like some country hick who rode the train for the first time and got off at the wrong station. You look fine, dear, 𝐿 assured her. Besides, if you're that worried, the first nice outfit we buy you can wear out of the store. We're going to shop so much that we'll have to use your quirk to carry all the bags. Promise me you won't even look at the price tags. This is as much of a treat for me as it will be for you. She winked. Izuku. Tenya. Last chance to come along. I'm good, Izuku hollered from upstairs. All the stuff you bought me a few months ago still fits. We will pray for your safe return while you're gone, 𝐒𝐿, Tenya called. What had she gotten herself into? Tomura Shigaraki sighed as he finished the meal. The MSTR called Kurogiri away for an important mission, but the doctor stopped by to give him a checkup. His throat still itched, despite a variety of different creams the doctor gave him to try over the years. He picked up the controller, playing Super Smash Bros. Against the boring CPU opponents. Not even a challenge, really, even though his head felt heavy. He considered laying down when the door exploded inward. All Might! Tomura screamed in rage, disintegrating the controller, and lashing forward like a snake. The hero only enjoyed a moment before his smile faded into a shocked expression. All 5 of Tomura's fingers pressed against the hero's face, cracks spreading out like spider webs from the contact. As the hero fell to the floor screaming in pain, Tomura leaped onto him, yelling out his fury as he battered the hero, activating his quirk in multiple places until only dust remained. He kept striking out, leaving huge gashes in the floor where his quirk activated. After a few moments of silence, Tomura curled up into a fetal position. He heard the faint sound of one of Kurogiri's portals followed by the familiar tapping of the legs of his MSTR's exoskeleton. Tomura, the MSTR breathed, Are you all right, my boy? Tomura's body shivered. I killed him. I killed him for you, MSTR. No, my boy. No one else was here. A gentle hand touched his forehead. You have a fever. Kurogiri, take him somewhere safe. I will find the doctor and bring him to you shortly. All Might is still alive. Tomura asked quietly. I promise you, I will kill him. I will end him, MSTR. My dear boy, All for One intoned, will do far worse than that. We will make him beg for death and then deny him even that. I promise, you will have your revenge. Go with Kurogiri now. Kurogiri gently lifted Tomura up from the shattered floor, vanishing into a portal. Pity, the doctor said, entering the room from the hallway and wiping up a bit of dust with his finger. Itachi Toga's quirk might have been useful, flawed as it was. All for One grinned, showing far too many teeth for comfort. It served its purpose. Tomura is ready. Even after hundreds of years, Odaku Shinjuku stood as one of the largest and most prestigious shopping malls in the world. Featuring a full food court and hundreds of stores, it stood as a shopping mecca to those among the consumerism faithful. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya led 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼 Uraraka into it like a high priestess dragging a recently captured heretic to conversion. The first stop proved to be a branch of Aozora Bank tucked into a small corner of the first floor. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼 sent a quick text message to her parents, assuring them of her safety, promising a call to explain later, and securing their account number. She prepared 2 deposit slips, one for her own meager account and the other for her parents. Of course, a teen making 2 deposits of 3 million yen raised many questions, but 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya stepped forward and placed her business card from Might Incorporated on the counter in front of the teller. The previously hostile teller bowed and processed the deposits, handing the receipts to 𝐒𝐿 with another bow. The money will be available Monday on the next business day. Thank you for banking with us, and I apologize for any inconvenience. 𝐒𝐿 returned the bow awkwardly, but 𝐒𝐿 made a quick bow and dragged the young girl from the bank. Now that's out of the way, shopping. The next few hours passed in a blur, but a fun one, as Typhoon 𝐒𝐿 pulled 𝐒𝐿 into her wake through a dizzying number of stores. Clothes flew off the racks, sometimes literally, into 𝐒𝐿's hands, only to be dropped into the startled girl's own hands before she found herself shoved into a changing room. Despite her earlier promise, she did spot a few price tags and nearly fainted, but 𝐒𝐿 could not be denied. Somehow, Izuku's mom kept track of every article of clothing and would protest without hesitation if 𝐒𝐿 didn't try them all on. Anything that met 𝐒�L's approval disappeared into a shopping basket, 𝐒𝐿's pleas falling on deaf ears. Most items fit 𝐒𝐿's personal style, but 𝐒𝐿 insisted on several fancy outfits. When they almost passed by a Konami store, 𝐒𝐿 led 𝐒𝐿 into the store. She picked up several UA uniforms the store had waiting for Izuku, then gave them 𝐒𝐿's sizes and asked for a rush of 6 UA uniforms. "I can't let you do that, 𝐒𝐿 cried. "I'll never be able to pay you back." "Hush, dear," 𝐒𝐿 said, patting the younger girl's head. "It's ridiculous that UA doesn't provide these to you anyway. I'm tempted to go to that school and give Nezu a piece of my mind." Less than 10 minutes later, the pair walked out of the store with yet another bag. By noon, the number of outfits 𝐒𝐿 owned easily tripled, and the two took a break to eat at the food court. Evidently, 𝐒�L's memory and attention to detail rivaled her son's. They ate at a restaurant specializing in mochi. For their main course, the pair enjoyed kaikara udon with toasted mochi served as part of the soup. For dessert, 𝐒𝐿 ordered them a sampler of the restaurant's various specialty mochi to share and ordered another box as a treat for later. Once they finished the meal, 𝐒𝐿 bowed to 𝐒𝐿. "Thank you so much. I can never repay you." "My pleasure, dear," the older woman said. "I've had so much fun, I should be thanking you." 𝐒𝐿 blushed. "I guess we should head back now." 𝐒𝐿 shook her head, a gleam in her eye that would make a pro hero quake in their boots. "Oh, not yet. We still have half an hour. Now, we accessorize." 𝐒𝐿 Uraraka gulped. "Izuku." "Yeah, Tenya. Do you think 𝐒𝐿 is all right with your mother?" "Well, she can make things functionally weightless." "Right. She should be fine then." 𝐒𝐿 Uraraka felt on top of the world. Her quirk always carried a bit of nausea with it, but after talking to Izuku about her quirk this morning, she realized some things that changed the whole way she thought about it. She didn't cancel gravity, she transferred force. To make an object weightless, like the various shopping bags she and 𝐒𝐿 carried, she had to move the acceleration due to gravity somewhere else. On a subconscious level, she'd been dumping that force into her body where it bled off into the environment, but the stress of that always made her sick to her stomach. Now that she knew the real principle behind her quirk, she needed to find a safer outlet. She had a moment of inspiration when she lightened the weight of the packages. What's the one thing her fingers were always in contact with? The air. As 𝐒𝐿 and her made their way to the taxi laden with bags that acted like balloons, small invisible eddies of heavier than normal air followed in her wake. 𝐒𝐿 never got the chance to become a gamer since her parents couldn't afford video game consoles, but she watched friends play when visiting their homes. She even got a few turns over the years, so she did understand the idea of a mana bar. She realized that her character had at least 2 mana bars, one for negative acceleration and another for positive. As she used one, the other one filled. She ignored the positive bar all these years, so it would fill to capacity, and that defined her limit. By keeping them in balance, she could use her quirk easier and longer than ever before. She might even have another set of the mana bars for positive and negative mass, and once she had this all figured out, might be even more versatile than she ever imagined. 𝐻𝐿𝐼? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked. Are you alright? Oh, she startled out of her thoughts. I'm great. Izuku figured out my quirk better than I ever have. He's so smart. I don't think I can ever repay him or you, looking at the trunk of the taxi stuffed with shopping bags. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 laughed. I told you before, this is the most fun I've had in months, so it's not an issue. As for Izuku, he's always been fascinated by quirks and figuring them out. He'll talk your ear off about them if you give him half a chance. He's a lot like his father that way, she said, a bit wistfully. What was Izuku's dad like, if you don't mind me asking? 𝐻𝐿𝐼 quickly held up her hands. I'm sorry, that was probably rude. I'm so sorry. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looked a bit sad but smiled anyway. It's alright, dear. He was a lot like Izuku, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but you should know what you're getting into. She wiggled her eyebrows and laughed as 𝐻𝐿𝐼 blushed. Very brave and so smart, but shy and awkward. I met him when we were both in high school. I was attending a public school, but he was in the hero course at UA. Oh, right. I mean, Tenya said he was a hero. Well, he was in the hero course at UA when we met, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 replied with a grin, but he transferred to the support course after he met me. Evidently, I was too much of a distraction, she laughed, striking a midnight-style pose. He cut classes for a week to bring me flowers at a coffee shop, not realizing I was out of town, the silly man. We started dating and continued all through high school and college. When we graduated, he got a job as a quirk analyst. He used all his first paycheck to buy me a ring, and it has rarely left my finger since. We were married soon after that. Our first apartment wasn't far from where yours is, but 3 years we moved to a much nicer apartment when we decided to try and have a child, and I soon became PNT with Izuku. It was destroyed by a villain attacking All Might, and the monster tried to kill Izuku on the poor thing's 3rd birthday. Hisoshi gave his life to save us and burned the villain, and All Might had him declared a hero. He was the only man I've ever loved, and he set a high bar. I can't imagine ever falling for anyone else. Sometimes I catch myself thinking I need to tell Hisoshi about this, and then realize he's been gone 12 years. A tear rolled down her cheek, but she smiled, still grateful for the short time they'd had, and the wonderful son Hisoshi gave her. Not sure what to say, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 defaulted to giving 𝐒𝐭𝐴 a hug. Before either of them could say anything else, the taxi slowed to a stop and the driver coughed and muttered, "We're here." He got out and opened the trunk, helping the ladies get their bags. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 reached for her purse, but he held up his hand. It's already paid for. Just, pass along my thanks to your hero the next time you pray. No, I insist, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 started, but the man just bowed deeply, got back into his cab, and drove off. Well, that was nice of him. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 turned away from the house to concentrate on the bags, each one floated into the air. Yes, she said, pumping her fist in the air. I just relaxed my quirk on them on the drive here, but I never released it. 𝐒𝐿𝐼, your son is a genius. I could kiss him. Realizing what she said, her face turned a bit red. Oh, is that why I found you in his room this morning? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 teased, telekinetically pulling the weightless bags into the house, leaving a sputtering 𝐻𝐿𝐼 outside. After a few moments, Izuku stepped out with a puzzled look on his face. Hey, 𝐻𝐿𝐼. Glad to see you survived. It's almost time to go to the tower. Oh, and Mom told me to tell you, not without dinner and flowers. Do you know what she meant by that? Eep. After 𝐻𝐿𝐼. EXE started responding again, she rushed into the house, face still a glowing red color. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 already placed the bags with 𝐻𝐿𝐼's new clothes in the guest room and laid out a couple of options for both the party later and working out at Might Tower. She quickly got ready, wearing a black sports bra with a pink t-shirt over it with a matching pair of yoga shorts, marveling at how much more comfortable clothes that actually fit her were, compared to the closest she could get at the recycle shops. She carefully folded her favorite from the new outfits into a gym bag. She met Izuku in the hallway and blushed a bit when she saw him. He wore long basketball shorts and a tight t-shirt with a cartoon drawing of a slice of pizza and a caption that said in English, "Symbol of peace." He blushed too, hand scratching the back of his neck as he said, "Wow, 𝐒𝐿𝐴, you look great." Tenya waited for them at the front door and together they made their way to Might Tower. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 felt in awe of the gleaming metal and glass tower, and the enormous lobby reinforced that. Despite being a Saturday, the building bustled with activity since heroes were needed 7 days a week. Izuku's actions gave her the biggest surprise though. His face sported a gleaming smile, and he waved to multiple people, calling out their names to answering shouts of "Hey, Izuku, looking good, kid. Small Might," and other similar greetings. He walked confidently to the front desk and waved to the receptionist. "Hey, Small Might. Got it right here." The man handed him a card on a lanyard. "Thanks, Bubaigawara," Izuku said. "Hope the family is doing well." "Yeah," the man said with a smile, "the baby is growing like a weed. Have fun with your training. I saw Gunhead just a few minutes ago." "Awesome, thanks," Izuku said, leading them to an elevator and handing the lanyard to 𝐒𝐿𝐴. The card attached featured her name, the Might Incorporated logo, and her picture. She stared at it as they entered the elevator. "What? How did?" Izuku smiled. "It's the same picture from your student ID. I asked Principal Nezu to email it to me this morning." The elevator dinged, opening to the 50th floor. "You've got all the same access as Tenya, so if you're ever in Tokyo and need to come by the tower, make sure you've got it with you. One of the apartments on the top floor is set up for me, so you can use it whenever you want. Just got to grab one last thing from the bullpen, and then we'll go down to the gym in the basement." "Wait, what? I'm so confused." As Izuku led the way, Tenya explained, All Might took an interest in training Izuku since they have similar quirks. Izuku is something of the unofficial mascot of the agency, Small Might, as some of the heroes and workers call him. He held up his own badge. "You'll get used to it." They entered the bullpen to find Gang Orca and Midnight chatting. Both perked up seeing Izuku and his friends. "Hi, Uraka," Midnight said, "I see you're with my baby boys." Izuku nodded. "Yeah, 𝐒𝐿𝐴's going to train with us today and then we're going to the not-surprise party. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 Uraka, this is Kugo Sakamata, the killer whale hero, Gang Orca. Gang Orca, this is my classmate and friend 𝐒𝐿𝐴 Uraka. You already know Ms. Kiyoma, the R-rated hero, Midnight." "Pleasure to meet you," 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said with a bow. "You too," the giant hero said. "I just got done with my shift, so I've got a bit of time. I'd hate for the three of you to gang up on poor Shinya and Koji, Edgeshot and Gunhead, so I'll join you for training." "That would be great." Izuku enthused. "I just needed to pick up a phone." Midnight rolled her eyes. "You broke another one. Those things are nearly indestructible." Izuku waved his hand. "Not for me." He opened a drawer in a filing cabinet and pulled out a phone, handing it to 𝐒𝐿𝐴. "Put your SIM card in this." The girl sputtered, "What? No, I can't." "Sorry," Izuku said with a shrug, "company policy. Since you've got access to the building now, you've got to carry one of these. It has a custom Might Incorporated app so you can report if your badge is stolen or if you need help." Tenya, Gang Orca, and Midnight all held up identical phones. "It's for security." "Oh, well," she said with a blush, "okay." Midnight grinned as 𝐒𝐿𝐴 swayed out her SIM card. Should the big three be worried? Izuku smiled, and for a moment 𝐒𝐿𝐴 could have sworn she saw a glint of light flash from his teeth. "Not yet. Maybe we'll change things up and be known as the Three Musketeers. Do you mind watching, Midnight? 𝐒𝐿𝐴's just figured out some new stuff about her quirk and could probably use some counseling." "Sure." The five rode down to the basement level together, arriving at a huge, cavernous room that looked like a secret lair from a comic book. The main room consisted of desks with computers and monitoring equipment, and in an emergency could serve as a command center for directing the activities of hundreds of heroes and thousands of emergency responders. The weight room to the right featured exercise equipment capable of training anyone from a child to even the most powerful of heroes. The left side held a locker room with showers and emergency bunks. Finally, the wall opposite of the elevator led to a huge gymnasium, a wide blank room that could be reconfigured with the touch of a few buttons to simulate almost any environment or even an obstacle course. Izuku quickly made introductions, and followed with, "Ochiko's figured out some new aspects to her quirk today, so I'd like for us to spend some time helping her get used to it." The battle hero, Gunhead, brought both hands up to where his mouth should be beneath his mask. "Izuku, you brought along a girl," he squealed in a cute-sounding voice. "Is she your girlfriend?" Izuku and Ochiko both turned away from each other, blushing. No, well, she is my friend, and she is a girl," the boy stuttered, "but we're, friends and classmates, and that's all." "Really?" Midnight said causally, but she grinned like a shark smelling BLD in the water. "Because I got a couple of texts from 𝐒𝐭𝐻 a while ago that were very interesting." "No. That was all just a total misunderstanding, nothing going on whatsoever, ha ha ha," Izuku said. At the same time, Ochiko protested, "It was all an accident, not Izuku's fault at all, I'm not a tramp." Unfortunately, because the pair spoke at the same time, it came out as unintelligible gibberish to Midnight's laughter. Gang Orca came to their rescue. "As funny as it is to tease them, time's wasting. Let's WHP these little minnows into shape." 𝐻𝐻 nodded. "Good idea. Koji, since Uraraka's new and you're the best at teaching martial arts basics, why don't you work with her to assess her level of skill? Kugo, Tenya's fast, but needs practice applying that to opponents with enhanced durability and strength. I'll see if Izuku can keep up with me. After an hour, we'll put our heads together and see what we can come up with concerning Uraraka's quirk." Ochiko spent the hour training with Gunhead. The man showed appreciation for the meager martial arts skills she already had, learned from some of her parents' employees on construction sites during her summer break. Since she already knew quite a bit of the basics, he worked with her on some throws and takedowns. Interspersed with this practice, she got to see Izuku and Tenya in action. For his part, Tenya moved at great speeds, dodging around surprisingly quick and powerful blows from Gang Orca. Nature built Kugo Sakamata's body to survive in the deep depths of the ocean, so on land he moved with astonishing grace for a man his size. As for Izuku and 𝐻𝐻, they moved as blurs, one an elongated shadow lashing out, the other flashes of green lightning weaving around the shadow. After an hour, Midnight called a halt, and each person in the room bowed to their opponent. Gunhead placed a hand on Ochiko's shoulder. "I'm very impressed. I can hardly believe you've never had any formal training. You said you learned on a construction site." She nodded. "My parents own a construction company. During the summers the first would hang out on site to try and help where I could. Several of the workers are martial arts enthusiasts, so they teach me stuff like stances, how to fall, blocks, punches, kicks, and even a few katas. It seems like they taught you in the correct order, then. I'd place you as a green belt at least. I hope you'll come to Tokyo for more of these weekend training sessions, but even if you can't, Izuku and Ida are both pretty good in my martial arts style," Gunhead said. "Please at least spar with them some." "I will," she said with a bow. "Thank you so much for teaching me." Izuku and Tenya both finished their own reviews with their respective trainers when Midnight clapped her hands. "Okay, time for the woman of the hour to take center stage. Uraraka, give us all the details on your quirk." She quickly gave the basics of what she always believed about her quirk and then the new things she discovered today. Izuku and Midnight started muttering together at high speed, with occasional input from Gang Orca, who knew a thing or two about buoyancy. Izuku pulled out his phone and began making notes, still following along and contributing to his discussion with Midnight. After about 15 minutes, Ochiko felt hopelessly lost. Tenya looked at her and smiled. "Don't worry, Ochiko, this is normal. Aunt Nem, I mean Ms. Kiyoma, is a licensed quirk analyst and counselor. She's the only one who can keep up with Izuku when he gets going. If I had to guess, I'd say they're almost finished, and we'll have a couple of simple tests for you to perform." A few seconds later, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said, okay, I think we've got a solid theory. Let's move to the weight room and do a few tests. As they entered the weight room, Midnight picked up the conversation. Our theory is that your quirk allows you to manipulate force as described in Newton's laws. Essentially, force equals mass times acceleration. You can make changes to mass and acceleration at will, but that energy must go somewhere, and by default it goes into your own body, where it will eventually dissipate. It probably settles in your stomach since the contents of that aren't technically a living part of you, and that's why you get sick from overusing your power. You've found today that you can direct that energy if you want, and that prevents the illness. Yes, 𝐒𝐿𝐴⁴ replied. I also realized I'm always touching the air, so I could get rid of it that way. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 smiled. That's brilliant. That's a good default you can use from now on, but I have a few other ideas. He walked over to a huge machine with a padded flat piece. This is a force plate. Punch it as hard as you can. He pointedly ignored the giggling from everyone else in the room. 𝐒𝐿𝐴⁴ punched and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 looked at the monitor attached to the machine. Good. You're at around 1900 newtons, so you're between high-end for an average person and close to amateur martial artist range. Now, make me weightless. She touched him with all 5 fingers. Now, collect that energy for a few seconds and then punch again, but move that energy into your fist. She punched again, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 grinned. Perfect. Almost 5000 newtons this time. But it didn't feel any different, she protested. How was it over twice as strong without hurting? The strength of your punch was unchanged, but you transferred the energy directly, Midnight said. You can essentially use the force you're siphoning off any objects you've made weightless to make your punches heavier. It feels the same to you? But whatever you're punching will certainly feel the difference, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 finished. Impressive, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 said with a nod. Effectively, you can give yourself enhanced strength as a byproduct of using your quirk. 𝐵𝐴𝐺 just gave off a low whistle. Okay, release me, please, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 brought her fingers together, letting him drop to the floor. Good. Now, touch your fingers together again and concentrate on making me float. She did, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 rose a few centimeters in the air. What? How? She asked. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and Midnight shared a look. I'll explain in a minute, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 promised. Would you touch 𝐵𝐴𝐺 with the back of your hand, please? She did. Now, make him float. She concentrated for a moment, and 𝐵𝐴𝐺 rose as well to 𝐒𝐿𝐴's shock. Perfect. Now, without touching him, make 𝐒𝐻𝐿 float. She tried, but nothing happened. I was afraid of that. You can release us. Midnight smiled. Your quirk allows you to manipulate the force of anything in contact with you. The pads on your hand just act like a SWCH, putting it into a rest mode. I'd guess that it will last for a set period. It may also have an extremely short range that you can train with practice. Hold your hand out and focus on making Qinyao weightless while moving closer, but without touching him. Sure enough, once a centimeter away, 𝐻𝐿 slowly rose into the air. You're doing great. Now make them all float for a minute and collect that energy. After 60 seconds, Midnight said, now, release it on the force plate from here. The force plate made a loud noise and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 checked the screen and laughed. 50,000 newtons. That's a bit over 5 tons remotely. A sound of clapping came from the door. Well, done, young myheroacademia. All Might beamed. Thank you, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said with a blush, unused to so much praise. 3 more quick tests, Midnight said. All Might, please go over to myheroacademia and bend down. Keep your hands away from him, baby girl, but get close like you're going to kiss his forehead. A centimeter away, then try to make him float. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Okay, now actually kiss his forehead. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 blushed and did it, but still no effect. Well, the effect seems to be centered on your hands, so that's a weakness you'll have to remain conscious of, but it might be something you can overcome with time and practice. Next test. She set up a line of 20-kilogram weights on the floor. Touch the floor near the center weight and focus on making them weightless. Most of the weights rose, but a few at the end remained stationary, but everything else within the area floated as well, including Midnight. Oh, good. By touching the ground, You can create an area of effect, roughly 10 meters in diameter. Focus just on me having normal gravity. And sure enough, Midnight settled on the ground lightly. Finally, try and reverse it. Make everything in the area heavier. The weights slammed into the ground with a loud thud and Midnight staggered. Release please. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 brought her fingers together. This is great. I never knew I could do a fraction of this stuff. I've got one more idea, Izuku said. Let's go back to the gymnasium. They walked back to the large room, and Izuku fiddled with a few controls by the door, expanding the padding that lined the walls, floor, and ceiling. Now, make yourself weightless and let the energy bleed off into the air. She did, rising slowly to hover almost a meter above the ground. I'm flying. Well, levitating, I would say, Izuku clarified. But pick a direction you want to go in. Now, rather than letting it dissipate into the air, project the force in the opposite direction. It might be a bit tricky until you get the hang of it. She took off at the speed of a sprinter, quickly figuring out that she could stop by reversing the direction of the force momentarily. She could make sharp turns and stop instantly, since the effects of acceleration or deceleration didn't affect her. They only served as more fuel for her power. This is amazing. Thank you all so much. I don't know what to say. I do, Izuku said. You're going to be a tough opponent in the sports festival. Team 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼's headquarters stood only a few blocks from Might Tower, so the teens and pro heroes availed themselves of the showers in Might Tower's basement to get ready for Tenya's Not Surprise party. 𝐒𝐿𝐵's outfit consisted of a vaguely black and white strapless blouse with 2 lines of buttons and a dark pink skirt with matching Quirk gloves, finished off with a pair of black tights with small bits of white moonstone woven into them, giving the appearance of a starry sky when she walked. She also wore a pair of low boots, which fortunately had flat heels. Evidently, she was the last one finished. Midnight wore a black low-cut dress with a slit up the side that 𝐒𝐿𝐵 doubted she'd ever feel confident enough to wear, and the male pro heroes wore black suits, except for All Might, who wore a yellow pinstripe suit. Tenya wore a dark blue suit that matched his hair with a gold tie as an accent, but Izuku's outfit almost took her breath away. He'd foregone the suit coat and went with a dark green vest with a red tie and black breathes. He turned when she coughed, and his eyes widened. Wow, 𝐒𝐿𝐵, you look, that is, wow. Thanks, Izuku. Look, wow too, she answered with a blush gracing her cheeks. Midnight smirked, making a mental note to throw Midoriya and Uraraka into the teacher's betting pool for first-year couples. Well, shall we go? The party can't start without Tenya here. They rode the elevator up to the first floor, everyone else doing their best to hide their amusement as Izuku and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 stole occasional glances at each other. Tenya acted with all due not surprise when walking into the common area of the Team 𝐼𝐼𝐼 headquarters to yells of not surprise. He appreciated the effort to celebrate his induction into the long line of 𝐼𝐼s who studied at UA before continuing to successful hero careers and vowed to himself to carry on the proud tradition. He proudly introduced 𝐒𝐿𝐵 Uraraka, third-place finisher in the UA entrance exam, to his mother, Hayaka Ida, the recently retired velocity hero, Blue Streak, hoping this would help satisfy her insistence that he network as much as possible while at UA. She'd long been impressed with Izuku, of course. No party with present MIC in attendance would finish without music and dancing, of course, and while 𝐒𝐿𝐵 shared dances with both boys, each slow dance with Izuku left her and her dance partner blushing by the end of it. Midnight and 𝐒𝐭 snapped several pictures as they talked, much to the teens' dread of the inevitable teasing. Eventually, the party began to wind down and Izuku tried to stifle a yawn that 𝐒𝐿𝐵 noticed. Do you, maybe want to, walk me back to your place? She asked him, embarrassed, realizing how it could be misinterpreted, but she didn't know Tokyo well enough to find her own way. Oh. Sure, of course. Izuku answered. Let me just say a few goodbyes really quick. Izuku worked the room, congratulating his friend again, thanking Tensai and Hayaka for inviting him, and bidding several pro heroes a good evening. He also rescued Mr. Aizawa, cornered by Emi Fukukado. Excuse me, Ms. Joke, do you mind if I borrow Eraserhead for a few minutes? You can have the old sourpuss, Izuku, she said. He's too sober to ensnare tonight anyway. One of these days I'm going to catch him in a moment of weakness, though. Izuku nodded seriously. When that happens, may your first child be a masculine child. Aizawa rolled his eyes as Fukukado burst into laughter, but he took his chance to escape. Smart butt, he whispered to Izuku. Everything okay? Well, I was right about Uraraka's quirk. It's force manipulation, short range. Once she tags something, she can increase or decrease any of the variables of force equals mass times acceleration for an indeterminate time. We can probably get a ballpark guess how long it lasts with some simple experiments, but she's got at least an hour. She's been using a fraction of what she can do for years. Whoever her quirk counselor was just went with the simplest explanation and moved on. Midnight is going to work with her, and me, if the two of them won't mind me attending. You do know that sort of thing is my job, problem child, Aizawa said, but I'll allow it if they don't object. It'll be good practice for when we do quirk analysis in class. I can't wait for that. I also hear that I need to have a discussion with you and Uraraka about improper fraternization, Aizawa said completely deadpan. This is going to replace the force plate incident for teasing me, isn't it? Oh no, I can do both. All Might and 𝐭𝐽 joined the teens for their walk back to the Midoriya household. After all Might said with mock seriousness, who knows what illicit shenanigans you two might get up to unsupervised. Izuku groaned. Is there anyone you didn't tell, Mom? It was all an innocent misunderstanding. I don't think I've told your grandpa yet, but he's probably asleep already, 𝐭𝐽 teased. While I'm sure it was a misunderstanding, I'm not sure I'd use innocent to describe it. Nothing happened. Ochako protested. I'm not a floozy. I know, dear. I don't blame you, I blame that wicked Midoriya charm, 𝐭𝐽 said. Might as well blame Santa Claus, Izuku said, he's just as real as Midoriya charm. This did get a laugh out of 𝐭𝐽. Alright, I've had my fun, 𝐭𝐽 chuckled. In due course, they arrived back at the Midoriya home. All Might said goodnight and headed back to his own house. Everyone got ready for bed, and Ochako made sure to use the restroom before going to bed and sleeping there the whole night. Morning arrived with the smell of food, and Ochako wandered downstairs to find the Midoriyas cooking a huge feast together. Good morning, dear, 𝐭𝐽 said. Breakfast will be ready in a half hour if you want to go ahead and get ready for the day. Sunday is usually our rest day. Yeah, Izuku added, no runs, no workouts, just lounging. Tenya and All Might will probably come by for breakfast. Okay, Ochako said. Is there anything I can do to help? Oh, no, 𝐭𝐽 replied, you're our guest. We've got everything handled. Is there anything you don't like in an omelet? Ochako shook her head, nothing I can think of. I'll be right back down and help set the table. She went upstairs and took a quick shower, dressing casually in shorts and a t-shirt. When she made her way back downstairs, she found All Might and a surprise guest, Mr. Aizawa. He looked a little bit worse for wear, and huge black bags lining his face directly under his slightly bloodshot eyes. He held a giant mug of coffee. The stoic teacher looked at her a moment and said, Good morning, Uraraka. Please sit down. Is something wrong? She asked, with a bit of concern. Everyone is safe and sound, but I do have some news. It is about your apartment. She sat down heavily on one of the kitchen chairs, Izuku setting a glass of ice water in front of her and softly squeezing her shoulder. Sir, I know that the apartment isn't acceptable to UA, but it was all I could afford. Please don't expel me. Aizawa ran a hand through his hair. I'm not that much of a hypocrite, he said, but you can't live there anymore. This isn't a punishment, Uraraka, there was an accident. What? Last night, shortly after the end of Tenya's party, Mount Lady got into a fight with a villain who also had a gigantification quirk. He tackled her and she lost her balance. Wait, what are you saying? Young Uraraka, All Might said, well, there's really no delicate way to say this. Mount Lady sat on your apartment building. Oh my god. Was anyone hurt? I wasn't the only person living there. Aizawa shook his head. She managed to turn enough that half the building is still, mostly standing. No one on your side of the building was home, thankfully. However, Everything in your apartment, and the apartments above it, was completely flattened. I'm sorry. 𝐒𝐿𝐴HO shivered, and Izuku sat down beside her and pulled her into a hug. If I'd stayed home this weekend, I'd have died. She cried against Izuku's chest. We're all very glad you are here, young Uraraka, All Might said. Did you have anything irreplaceable in the apartment? She shook her head. Mostly just my clothes and my futon. But what am I going to do? I'm homeless. I mean, I can stay with my parents, but it's a 4-hour trip to UA. Aizawa looked at All Might and gave a little nod. That is one of the reasons Aizawa came back to Tokyo, to discuss your options with you. We had an emergency meeting with Nezu and the other teachers very early this morning. He ped his head toward All Might. How he doesn't look as exhausted as I am is beyond me. We hope we can change UA to a boarding school this year, but we've run into funding issues. We're going to try and raise those funds from the Alumni Association, but a successful test case would help. Test case, she asked. All Might nodded. Might Incorporated owns a 5-bedroom house in Musutafu, rather close to UA, and Inko and Izuku are both quite familiar with the house, since they used to live there before moving to Tokyo. Midnight agreed to move in as a, well, house mother if you will. The boys will be on the first floor and girls on the second floor with Midnight. We'd like to offer you a room in this house. All Might turned to Inko. Since it is rather early in the school year, the students haven't had time to establish rankings based on grades yet, so we are going by the entrance examination. We'd like to get the 3 top performers. Izuku looked up with wide eyes, and then another female student, most likely Ibara Shiozaki or Itsuka Kendo from Class B, both of whom ranked in the top 10. Inko wiped a tear from her eye. I may have teased this weekend, but I trust them. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it so soon. If you want to, you can go, Izuku. Izuku turned to All Might. Haha, I'll get my old room back. If we do this, can I still come up on the weekends and stay with Mom? Of course, my boy, All Might said. We'll still have Saturday training at Might Tower, so you and Tenya can ride up with me after your heroics class Saturday morning. Can Ochako come too? He asked. Inko laughed. We'll set her up a bedroom here, on the first floor. Nezu thinks this is our best path forward, Mr. Aizawa said, but we'll also need agreement and some paperwork from all the parents. He set a folder on the table. Nezu has already drawn up documents for the 3 of you, and Sekijiro-kan, the homeroom teacher of 1B, is going to visit Shiozaki's family today. If they refuse, he'll visit Kendo's parents. It's a good opportunity, and we would prefer to have someone from 1B. Ochako's eyes widened, and she pulled out her new cell phone. With everything that happened this weekend, she'd muted her phone. She had 13 missed calls and 37 unread messages. Can I call them right now? Please do, Mr. Aizawa said, and a moment later, her parents picked up the phone. Ochako, are you all right? Her father asked. Your apartment was destroyed. The police called us because it was in our name. We've been worried sick. I'm okay, Dad, Mom, and I'm safe and sound with 2 pro heroes. I'm so sorry. I found a box with a lot of money hidden in my apartment on Friday, and I freaked out a bit. My teachers brought me to a safe place in Tokyo for the weekend. Thank God for them, her mom said. We were so worried. I should have called anyway about the money I deposited in your account. I found the box's owner, or maybe he found me, and he insisted on giving me a reward, so I put half of it in your account. It should show up tomorrow. And I know I should come home, but it's such a long trip to get back to school in the morning, and now they're going to let me live in a house with one of the UA teachers, Midnight, Ms. Kiyama, and a few other students. We wouldn't need to pay rent or anything because it's a test for the school for dorms, so you wouldn't even need to send me any money because I kept half of the reward, and can I please? Everything fell silent for a few moments, and the Ochako's dad said, Could you repeat that at half speed, Cuddlebug? If I may, All Might said, perhaps I can explain. UA, in collaboration with Might Incorporated, is planning to set up UA as a boarding school. To secure the proper funding, we want to implement a proof-of-concept pilot program. Since your daughter placed 3rd in the entrance exam, we would appreciate having her take part. Food, furniture, And all other living expenses will be fully covered by Might Incorporated, and we will replace any of the items lost last night. In addition, there will be a weekly stipend to cover any other items she may need. I'm sorry, but who is this? Mr. Uraraka asked. Dad, that's All Might. All Might. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much for looking after our daughter. She's a delightful young lady. As for the opportunity for housing, please, All Might said, consider it a scholarship. Young Uraraka did quite well on the entrance exams, as you know, placing third out of over 350 of the finest applicants Japan has to offer. She will be joined by 3 other students who performed comparably, and a pro-hero teacher who will live on site. I assure you, from what I've seen of young Uraraka and these other fine students, supervision is hardly necessary, but it will be provided nonetheless. If the dormitories are not implemented, rest assured that a place in this pilot program will remain available throughout young Uraraka's school career at UA, and the stipend will continue regardless. Well, Mrs. Uraraka's voice came through the phone speaker. It sounds almost too good to be true. Mr. Aizawa spoke up. Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka, this is Shota Aizawa, pro-hero and teacher at UA. We believe that your daughter's participation will show the good that the dormitories can provide for all our students. This is the least we can do. On a related note, I have been authorized to invite you to bid on the contract to construct the dormitories. This will involve 33 student dormitories and an added 6 or so buildings to house apartments for the teachers who will also be living on campus. We realize that you will probably need to subcontract for a job this size, but we sincerely hope that you will submit a bid to oversee the entire project. Principal Nezu will be in contact this week, regardless of whether you will allow your daughter to participate, but I think this will provide an excellent opportunity for her. They could hear a brief side discussion through the phone, and then, this could really put our company on the map, Mr. Uraraka said. We'll be more than happy to bid on it, and to allow 𝐒𝐿𝐴HO to take part in the pilot. Wonderful, All Might said. If you don't mind sharing your address, I can be there in 30 minutes with the paperwork for the pilot program and some information on the dormitory proposal. While the trip might take 4 hours by train, All Might could cover that distance much quicker with mighty leaps. Together, the Midoriya family ate breakfast joined by 𝐒𝐿𝐴HO and Mr. Aizawa, who took a thermos of coffee and left to make the pitch to the Ida family. By the time All Might and Aizawa returned, they'd received word from Vlad King that Shiozaki's family had declined due to religious reasons, but Kendo's parents quickly accepted the offer. Each of the rooms already had furniture since the house had been converted to a safe house after the Midoriya family moved to Tokyo. A whirlwind of activity followed, with Izuku and Tenya both packing clothing for every occasion and other essentials into All Might's truck, along with all 𝐒𝐿𝐴HO's possessions that she'd brought with her or bought yesterday on her shopping trip with 𝐒𝐿𝐴HO. 𝐒𝐿𝐴HO rode with them down to Musutafu, partially to say a teary farewell to her boys, but also because she saw an opportunity. Poor 𝐒𝐿𝐴HO lost all of her possessions, of course we're going to have to buy replacements. While 2 shopping trips in one weekend didn't completely make up for her baby moving out, it certainly didn't hurt. After dropping the High Priestess and her slowly converting heretic off at the local temple to consumerism, the trio of infidels, at least to 𝐒𝐿𝐴HO's mind, drove to the house. They found Midnight already moved in thanks to the efforts of several second and third year students, taking the MSTR bedroom at the top of the stairs. The other rooms on the second floor shared a bathroom and would house 𝐒𝐿𝐴HO and Itsuka Kendo. The 2 bedrooms on the ground floor would belong to Izuku and Tenya, with Izuku moving back into his childhood room. Welcome to the House of Sin, you naughty boys. Just so you know, each of the rooms have sensors, so if you're in one of the young ladies' rooms after curfew, an alarm will sound. Same if one of them is in your room. Izuku rolled his eyes. We'll be on our best behavior. I've heard all about your best behavior from your mom, she said with a chuckle. But if you'll carry 𝐒𝐿𝐴HO's things up to her room, I'll consider a pardon. Now, young Kiyoma, All Might said diplomatically, you know they can be trusted. I do appreciate your willingness to move in and provide their parents with a sense of comfort, but I don't expect you to change your patrol schedule unless you want to do so. Also, 𝐒𝐿𝐴HO did want me to mention that she was taking young Uraraka to the mall. Oh, Midnight said with a grin on her face, I was asleep and missed yesterday's trip. I'm going to see if I can catch up to them. Don't wait up. She began texting furiously as she walked out the door. All Might chuckled, helping the boys unload the truck, and with the number 1 hero's help, the 2 powerfully built teens completed their task with ease and got to work setting up their own rooms. Each student room featured a comfortable bed, dresser, and desk, complete with a Might-incorporated laptop connected to the house's Wi-Fi network. Each room also had a panic button behind a small glass shield to prevent accidental presses. Pushing the button 3 times in rapid succession would notify the local police department and every hero within 50 kilometers. After setting up their rooms, they joined All Might in the living room and watched one of the classic Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. Just as the movie finished, he received a text to pick up 𝐒𝐭 and 𝐒𝐿 from the mall. "I'll be back," he promised. They went back to their rooms to finish getting things situated. "This must be even stranger for you than it is to me," Tenya said from the door to Izuku's room a few minutes later. Izuku smiled. "Maybe a little. I grew up in this house, but it's a lot different now. All our old furniture is in Tokyo at home. We always had a security system, but not one this complex. They completely remodeled to make it a safe house, so I don't know. It's like seeing someone you knew years ago and realizing they've changed a lot, but you can still see the characteristics of the person they used to be, if that makes sense." Tenya nodded. "I believe so. I suspect we may only be here a few months from Mr. Aizawa's explanation to my parents. Still, it will be nice not to have as much of a commute. And we've got the 3 musketeers all in one place," Izuku said happily. "Don't forget about our other housemate," Tenya said. "Kendo can be D'Artagnan," Izuku smirked. "Who did you say I could be?" a voice from the hallway asked. Tenya turned to reveal a slim girl with a long orange ponytail tied to the left side of her head. Izuku blushed a bit. "D'Artagnan from the 3 Musketeers. Just making a silly joke since there are 4 of us. Nice to meet you. This is Tenya Ida and I'm Izuku Midoriya." Both boys bowed. "Gotcha," she said, returning the bow. "I'm Itsuka Kendo. The 3 Musketeers thing makes sense with you all in Class A and seeming to know each other. But I'm not in a rush to fight any duels, much less 3 in one day." Izuku laughed. "Well, maybe we can do some sparring after classes." Besides, they did become good friends and all of them got to be Musketeers. All for one and one for all. "Do you need any help with your things?" Tenya asked. "Oh, no, I'm good. I got everything moved in earlier. I barely had to lift a thing, since I think Ms. Kiyama had almost every boy from the 2nd and 3rd years begging to help. I just had to run back home for a few things I forgot." She held up her gym bag to emphasize her point. "I can show you all around the neighborhood tomorrow." Izuku offered. "I grew up in this house, but it got converted to a safe house when we moved to Tokyo." "Sounds like a plan," she replied. "Nice house. I was a bit surprised when my homeroom teacher showed up with the offer. I was worried I'd done something wrong." Izuku shook his head. "I think they've wanted to do dormitories for a while and decided this was a good way to push for it, especially considering what happened to Ochiko's apartment." "Who?" "Oh, the other girl." "What happened?" "Mount Lady sat on it." Kendo laughed, very funny. "Seriously, what happened?" "Mount Lady sat on it." Kendo frowned, but her eyes crinkled upward. "Izuku," Tenya said, rolling his eyes, "it isn't funny." "But it is." Izuku protested. "Oh, Lord," Kendo sputtered. "Come on, Tenya. It was a total catbutt trophy." Izuku said. "Someone could have been hurt," Tenya said, without much hope. "You're right," Izuku said, in mock seriousness. "Mount Lady could have been cut by one of the windows when she landed." "That would be a real pain in the butt," Kendo said, slapping a hand over her mouth as Izuku laughed so hard tears were filling his eyes. "I'm sorry if I'm being a bit cheeky, but I've been holding it in ever since I found out no one was hurt and that Ochiko didn't lose anything irreplaceable." Tenya made one last valiant effort. "What would poor Ochiko say if she heard you joking about this?" From the hallway, they heard Ochiko's voice reply, "Well, if you butt me, I'd say it's a bit soon. I can still crack a smile about Mount Lady's urban buttification project, though." She poked her head in the room and winked at Izuku. I've been holding them in all day, too. Besides, how could I be mad at her? I like big butts and I cannot lie. Tenya rolled his eyes. I'm the only sane person here. Midnight called from the stairs, "Welcome to the asylum, Ida." After everyone settled in, Midnight and All Might called a house meeting, with 𝐒𝐭 standing in as a representative for all the parents. The rules are simple. Clean up after yourselves, but on Sunday nights we will clean the common areas of the house together. Food will be provided for, and you can decide among yourselves a schedule for cooking, but Tuesdays are my nights. Midnight announced. Not, Izuku started. Taco Tuesdays. You know I love my Mexican food. She smirked. Curfew is at 9 on school nights, and since you're all in the hero course that includes Fridays. Lights out is at 11, except for Saturday nights. I'll leave that to you until you start muttering about coffee and logical ruses while carrying around a sleeping bag. At that point I'll stage an intervention. After 10, you're to be on your own floor without my specific approval, and that will not be given lightly. Other than that, the backyard is rather large and has a fortified privacy fence, so you have permission to use your quirks within reason. Try not to do anything that would make us reconsider. She looked over at 𝐒𝐭 and All Might. Did I forget anything? All Might mimed making a cell phone call. Oh, right. She handed a cell phone to Kendo. Put your SIM card in that. You'll keep the same number, but you will all be swayed over to Might Incorporated cell phone plan. If you don't touch the screen once per day, it will send an alert to every hero in a 50-kilometer radius. If a known villain touches the phone, it will send an alert to every hero in a 50-kilometer radius. If you press hashtag, your number, and the letters F and A in sequence, third verse same as the first. Midoriya, you're number 1, Ida 2, Uraraka 3, and Kendo 4. The only other rule is to be courteous to your housemates, and that rule applies to all of us, me included. Any questions? Everyone shook their heads. Does that sound reasonable, 𝐒𝐭? Izuku's mother nodded her head. I think so. They're all aiming to be heroes, so they're fairly responsible for their age. She stood up and hugged Izuku with teary eyes. When she finally pulled away, she pulled Tenya into a hug, followed by 𝐒𝐭, who melted into the embrace. She and Kendo looked at each other awkwardly for a moment before Kendo shrugged and they hugged. Be good, Izuku, she said, and gave him one last hug. I will, Mom. I'll see you Saturday. Love you. I love you, too, she said through her tears. All Might wrapped one of his powerful arms around the woman and led her to the door. Thank you all for taking part in this. I'll be seeing you quite soon. The room filled with silence until they heard the roar of All Might's pickup truck engine and the sounds of the vehicle driving away. The room had a solemn mood. Then Midnight said, one last thing now that it's just us, you're each getting a stipend of 50,000 yen per week from Might Incorporated. It will be deposited directly into your bank account every Friday. You're all standing near the pool of adulthood, so just be careful when you dip your toes in the water. Before any of you go diving into the deep end, just ask for a swimming cap or buy your own. With that, she walked up the stairs whistling the tune for Paradise by the dashboard light, leaving behind 4 teens with various shades of blushes on their faces. Holy whoa, Izuku said finally, this isn't awkward at all. After an exhausting weekend, the new housemates all went to bed early, and sleep came easy to them all. Izuku found himself before the castle of One for All in his mind, his body just a bit more solid than his dream last night. Nana stood beside him, giggling. You knew 𝐒𝐭 climbed into my bed Friday night, he accused. Yep, she said, popping the pea with a smirk. Funniest thing I've experienced since Toshi tripped during a wedding party and landed face first into the cake. Izuku laughed. The cake might incident. That's one of my favorite All Might bloopers. Nana smiled. I probably should have warned you, but I knew you two were safe, so it wasn't my place to interfere, but I'll give you a heads up next time. So, you want some more tips and tricks for float? Most quirks don't come with the user manual. Sure, today was so busy I didn't get a chance to try it much while I was awake, Izuku said. Great, she said. I've been working on convincing the holder before me. He wants to see how you handle float, but I think he's starting to come around. 𝐒𝐿 and Tenya both woke up quite early since they went to sleep at their usual times and would have had a commute. They both exited their rooms at the same time dressed for their morning run, only to find 𝐒𝐿 and Kendo coming down the stairs dressed for a run as well. "Looks like we all had the same idea," Kendo said. "Since you know the neighborhood, 𝐒𝐿, you lead the way," 𝐒𝐿 said. Kendo frowned. "Are you all on a first-name basis?" 𝐒𝐿 smiled. "Feeling left out, dear Tagnan. You can call me 𝐒𝐿." Tenya nodded. "Tenya." "𝐒𝐿's fine," 𝐒𝐿 exclaimed. "Then I'm 𝐒𝐿 finished." "If everyone is good with a 10K run," 𝐒𝐿 offered, "it's about 3.5K to Dagobah Beach, then 3K along the beach, and another 3.5 back, roughly a triangle. Running on sand will really give it a kick, but other than that, the route is flat. We could also circle UA for some hills. Any preference?" "I'm good with either," 𝐒𝐿 said to 𝐒𝐿's agreeing nod. "We should alternate, but let's do the beach today and the hills tomorrow," Tenya said. "I'd like to enjoy our handiwork." "What do you mean?" 𝐒𝐿 asked. Tenya pulled out his phone and showed a picture of a junkyard to the girls. "𝐒𝐿 and I cleaned this up for training. I can't wait for you to see what it looks like now." "I'm sold," 𝐒𝐿 said. "Let's hit the beach." The 4 teens made good time to the beach as 𝐒𝐿 led them on an easy path through some of the quieter neighborhoods of Musutafu. The first 12 years of his life taught him all the secret backroads that avoided a lot of foot traffic, with less chance of running into any of his classmates. He no longer worried about them, of course, but the path let them run without stopping, except for when they reached the beach. 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 both gasped at the appealing beach, while Tenya beamed with pride. "How long did this take you to?" "Almost a month, 12 to 16 hours a day. Around 50 junked cars, hundreds of appliances, bags of trash, almost anything you can imagine," 𝐒𝐿 said. "No dead bodies, thank goodness," Tenya said. "Sifting all the sand was the hard part." "The cars were the hard part," 𝐒𝐿 countered. "No, they weren't. It was definitely the sand," Tenya insisted, adjusting his glasses. 𝐒𝐿 threw his hands into the air. "Says the guy who didn't have to lift the cars. You can lift over 100 tons when actively using your quirk. A car is like a paperweight to you, and most of them were missing their engines. Besides, I carried 2 motorcycles. Considering that's much closer to my limits than a car is to yours, that's more impressive. That wasn't my limit back then and you know it. They are hardly paperweights." 𝐒� leaned over to 𝐒𝐿. "If either of them pulls out a ruler, I'm leaving." 𝐒𝐿 chuckled. "The sand was pretty tough." Tenya nodded. "And you didn't just lift the cars, you threw them. Accurately too, except for that Volkswagen. Leave the Volkswagen out of this. We're not counting the Volkswagen. We agreed the Volkswagen is off limits." 𝐒𝐿 shrugged with a lopsided grin. "Who puts the engine in the back of the car?" 𝐒𝐿 beamed. "It's all impressive. This place is appealing." "Oh, wait," 𝐒� said. "There's a fee and I didn't bring any cash." "Just hold your phone up to the gate, it acts as a pass," Tenya replied, and the gate opened. The run along the shoreline proved challenging, but as UA students, the 4 relished in challenges, and the return to the pavement felt easier, serving as a nice cool-down. Once they reached the house, they took a leisurely stroll around the block to relax their legs. 𝐒𝐿 and Tenya led 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒� through Aizawa's stretching routine to keep them limber for the day ahead. After all, today would include their first heroics class. They played paper rock scissors for the privilege of first shower, 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 both winning respectively. 𝐒𝐿 smiled. "Since we get to go first, we'll cook breakfast." After finishing his shower, 𝐒� started the rice cooker and made the miso soup and grilled some fish. 𝐒𝐿 joined him a few minutes later, preparing some natto and fried eggs. When Midnight stumbled into the kitchen in her hero costume, 𝐒� set a cup of coffee in front of her. Black as sin, hot as hell, and sweet as stolen kisses. "Thanks, baby boy," she muttered, taking a sip. "You're a lifesaver." "What did that mean?" 𝐒𝐿 asked. "Oh, just how I like my coffee. No cream or milk, very hot, 3 sugars," Midnight replied. Present MIC likes his half coffee and half creamer with no sugar, while Mr. Aizawa just likes it black, but I think he would just chew on the beans if he could get away with it, Izuku laughed. Something smells good, Itsuka said, walking into the kitchen. Coffee or tea, Itsuka? Izuku asked. Ochiko. Black coffee, please, Itsuka answered. Tea for me, thanks, Ochiko answered. Izuku set out another cup of coffee, 2 cups of tea, and a tall glass of orange juice with crushed ice. Ah, thank you, Tenya said as he walked into the kitchen, taking a sip of the juice. Would you like us to accompany you to school, Aunt Nem? I mean, Ms. Kiyoma. You can call me that here, just don't do it on purpose at school. That goes for all of you at home, I'm either Nemurai or Nem, although someone insists on calling me Midnight. I appreciate the offer, but teachers need to get there early. You still have over an hour, so take your time. It's only a 10-minute walk to the front gate. She finished her plate of food, wiped it off, and placed it in the dishwasher. Thanks for breakfast. See you kids in class. She put on a skirt and thin blouse and walked out the door, looking every bit like an office lady at first glance. 45 minutes later, the 4 students entered the UA gates, and the whole campus seemed to buzz with energy at the first full day of classes for the new school year. Once they entered the main building, Itsuka left the other 3 with a wave, since her homeroom sat on the other side of the first floor. When they arrived at the door to Class 1A, Izuku expected the trio to arrive first, but Tokoyami sat silently at his desk, faint music coming from his bag. Hirozu paced back and forth near her desk, eyes lighting up when she saw Ochiko. Uraraka, she exclaimed, running up and wrapping the girl in a hug. Thank goodness you're all right. I saw a video of Mount Lady falling on your apartment building and I feared the worst. Oh, sorry I scared you, Yomomo. A lot happened this weekend, but I've already got a new place to live, and it is much nicer. While Mount Lady destroying her apartment wasn't ideal, it had led to a much better situation for her. That's wonderful, Yorozu said. It isn't in that part of town, is it? Ochiko shook her head. I moved in yesterday. It's a nice house, and it's being run by UA as a test program. They're hoping to build dormitories on campus. Wait, really? Mina said, having caught the last part. UA gave you a house? No, I'm just living there since Mount Lady flattered my apartment. She didn't mean to, Izuku called out. I blame the villain for your apartment being turned into pavement. It's his own asphalt, he said to horrified looks but a laugh from Ochiko. Kill me now, Bakugo gritted as he made his way to his desk. Ochiko's glare told Izuku she'd be glad to oblige. So, Mount Lady sat on your apartment and crushed it? Mineta asked, his face displaying a wistful look. Wish I'd been there. Mineta. You'd have been killed, Tenya said. Yeah, but I'd have died happy, the boy said. We're all going to die someday, at least I'd go surrounded by my loved ones. The left and the right cheek. Shut the hell up, you little purple pervert, Bakugo spit out, his hands sparking. For once, Izuku agreed with Bakugo. Izuku walked over to Tokoyami. You're here early. Did you have a nice weekend? Tokoyami nodded and opened his bag to reveal the shadowy form with headphones, singing along to teenagers. Quite a bit of it wasted, unfortunately. Music doth soothe the savage beast, but I forgot to secure permission Friday. I tried to meet with Mr. Aizawa Saturday afternoon, but Vlad King told me he had a matter to handle in Tokyo. I woke early to ask him today. Fortunately, he proved far more understanding than my previous teachers. That's a shame about your old teachers. I'm sorry you both had to go through that. He looked down at Dark Shadow and smiled, but the sentient Quirk just tilted her head to the side as if trying to figure him out. He smiled and waved. We all have our burdens to bear, and unfairness seems a common cross, but I do appreciate your concern, my Doria, Tokoyami said solemnly. No problem, Izuku said with a smile. I've got some rare MCR B-sides and live performances, if you and Dark Shadow would like a copy. I went through a bit of an emo phase a few years ago, but I still like them. Tokoyami seemed surprised. I'm certain she would appreciate that. Thank you. Izuku felt something tap his shoulder and turned around to see Kyoko Gyro with one of her earphone jacks held up. Can I get in on that? I've been looking for Heaven Help Us for years. You're in luck. That's one of my favorites. I've got the album version and 2 live performances. How'd you manage that? Izuku grinned. An indulgent mom who loves shopping. I've spent almost every Sunday since I was 12 wandering around shopping malls. She's a legend, but she'd let me wander off on my own after an hour or 2. Watch. He turned to his 2 closest friends. Hey, Tenya, Ochiko. Mom wants to go shopping Sunday and asked me to bring you too. Ochiko just shivered, rocking back and forth. Tenya waved his arm. Tell her I have to attend a funeral. Whose? My own, if I have to go shopping with her. All right, to your seats, Aizawa called, noting Izuku appeared to teleport to his seat. Looking at his watch as the others settled, he said, 7 seconds. Still too slow. You need to enhance your situational awareness, especially before your first heroics class later today. I have a few announcements. He looked around the room to make sure all his students sat at their desks and paid attention. UA is officially beginning a pilot program to test the feasibility of moving to a boarding school concept. Shiketsu High School and several other hero schools have already implemented such programs and they've been successful. To garner support, UA offered temporary housing to 4 students as part of a test. Mina raised her hand. Can we volunteer? Unfortunately, no. All the spots have been filled, and the school chose these students partially based on their placement on the entrance exam and other factors. At Mina's disappointed look, he continued, however, this is only temporary. The goal is to begin construction in the next 2 weeks if our testers behave themselves appropriately. Since your heroics teacher is one of the main sponsors of this plan, and I proposed it, your class will be the first ones to move in as soon as the first dormitory is completed. I'm telling you this so that you can discuss it with your family. We will be sending them informational packets and having home meeting with them, but the more advanced warning they have, the better. Now, we've rebalanced our class schedule this year due to the addition of a new heroics teacher, so for the hero course, your last 2 classes of the day will be heroics. Saturday will consist of a 4-hour heroics course with your regular teacher and me, plus occasional guest instructors. That's all for now. He moved toward the door. I know you're all excited about heroics later today, but your other classes are important too, so pay attention. After morning classes, the UA students headed toward the lunchroom where Ochiko, Izuku, and Tenya found their lunches, and Itsuka's as well, were now covered by the pilot program. Following the age-old unwritten law of school lunch breaks, cliques were already forming, with students from the different departments sitting mostly together, and then separating further into their own class, and finally based on whim. Izuku saw this play out before during his time at Aldera and even Sumai to a lesser degree. Baseline human appearance tended to stick together, dividing further into strong quirks and weak or villain quirks. Those with mutant features ended up with other heteromorphic types. Before Sumai, he rarely ate in the cafeteria, since quirkless and untouchable were sadly synonymous. He refused to let that happen today. Can you guys grab one of the bigger tables, please? He asked his housemates. Mina. Kirishima. We're over there. He looked around. Hey, Tokoyami. Want to sit with us? Oh, hey, Shinso, he yelled to the general education student, come sit with us if you want. Over time, mixing would occur naturally, but Izuku's efforts helped it along. A few students, such as Shoji and Hagakure, look around hesitantly, but a few innocent invitations mixed up the natural order and they happily joined the rest of the students. Unlike most of the first-year classes, One's group took up 3 of the lunch tables rather than 2, with a few people from other classes joining them. Bakugo walked past them, despite an invitation from Kirishima, and sat down by himself at one of the smaller tables. Izuku looked at Kirishima's disappointed expression and whispered, "Sorry." "Not your fault, dude," Kirishima said. "Hopefully he'll come around." Kirishima looked at his tray. "Hey man, I kind of know what it's like sitting alone, you mind?" Izuku smiled. "You're a good guy, Kirishima. We can always make room." "Thanks, Midoriya." He grabbed his tray and headed toward where Bakugo sat alone. Another blonde boy walked by, stopping when he spotted Itsuka. "Kendo," he asked. "Why aren't you sitting with the rest of our class?" She shrugged. No reason, just hanging out with some people I know. Why don't you join us, Monoma? But, they're Class A, he protested. So, she asked. I'm not in Class A, ♀♀ offered. General Studies. For now. A girl down the table sang, Support Course, in a faux operatic style, pink dreadlocks waving as she swayed to the music in her own head. And I'm Class B, Itsuka finished. Aren't we supposed to be rivals? Monoma said. And here you are with the enemy. Izuku waved his hand. Nah, that was only during the entrance exam. We're all trying to be heroes, doesn't that make us allies? Monoma sputtered, but Vlad King and Eraserhead work on a lot of cases together, Izuku finished. That's beside the point. Monoma protested. No way, Soto said. If Miko was in trouble, you think All Might wouldn't help her just because she's not part of his agency. Just chill and grab a seat, Gyro said. We won't bite. Setsuna Tokage slid into the seat Kirishima left empty. Now, that is a crying shame. Can I negotiate for a little nibbling? She loudly laughed at Gyro's light blush. Monoma frowned, but then a huge student wearing a light blue mask said quietly, Monoma, right. You can sit by me if you want. He looked down, and almost whispered, you don't have to, but you can, as if he were afraid of being laughed at. Nito Monoma looked down for a few moments, then lowered himself gently into the seat. Thank you. And yes, I'm Nito Monoma. Mizo Shoji. Nice to meet you. Even through the mask, Monoma could tell the other boy smiled. Everything felt off somehow. He'd taken his time leaving the classroom after midnight, released them for lunch, expecting a bunch of extras to wait outside to follow him, but they all left. He clicked his teeth and made his way to the cafeteria, getting a place in line. Katsuki Bakugo loaded up his tray with mapo tofu to the alarm of lunch rush. The cooking hero said, you might want to get something else. I only make it because some of the third years are spice addicts, but I make it extra hot. Make sure to take some bread with you. Bakugo growled. I can handle it without bread. Nobody makes it as spicy as I like. Lunch rush held up his hands. Don't say I didn't warn you. He paid for his meal in a huff, then stomped into the cafeteria, looking around. For a moment, he felt a bit unsure. At Aldera, everyone knew the largest table belonged to him and those he allowed in his presence, right in the center. That area seemed taken by third years. Then spotted Frogger heading toward a section by the windows, probably the first-year area. He walked that way, noting with disgust that Deku seemed to be at the center of things, with everyone grouped around him and a few others. Weird Hair spotted him and called out, Hey dude, come join us. Plenty of room. He clicked his teeth and stomped by. He'd rather chew his own arm off than sit at the same table as Deku like an extra. He moved to the largest open table and sat down, taking a bite of his mapo tofu with a bit of appreciation. Lunch rush might underestimate him, but the man knew how to make a proper spicy dish. I got too used to being king of the world at Aldera, he thought. I haven't built up a rep here yet. Just a matter of time though. They'll see what a loser Deku is and be begging to follow me around once they do. Here comes extra number 1 already. Sure enough, Weird Hair walked over carrying his tray. Hey dude. Saw you sitting alone and thought I'd join you if that's okay. You know, kind of SCKS being alone. Mind if I sit down? Free country, Bakugo said through a mouthful of tofu. Why can't I take more Nomyu, MSTR? Tomura Shigaraki asked. All for One stretched his body, at least the parts of it that still responded to his orders. Because, my boy, this raid is merely an opening move. A feint to test their defenses. I don't mind sacrificing pawns for this battle, but I don't want to waste a rook. I can give you a powerful Nomyu, a knight or possibly a bishop, but I want you to stick close to Kurogiri. The two of you are far too valuable to lose this early in the game, or at all. I don't understand, Tomura admitted. All for One suppressed a sigh. Efforts to teach the boy chess or shogi ended in mutual frustration. Kurogiri. Translate. Tomura Shigaraki, Kurogiri intoned seriously. This section is the tutorial and is therefore level capped. You haven't earned enough XP yet to unlock multiple elite units. We are executing a Zerg rush using trash mobs, although the MSTR will allow use of a DLC character, so long as the two of us avoid permadeath by rage quitting, if necessary. Tomura nodded in understanding. Thank you, Kurogiri. Have we received any intel? The spy contacted us, but their access is unfortunately limited. They did supply the coordinates to the teacher's lounge. With a sufficient distraction, I should be able to warp there. Good. Don't worry, Tomura, we'll carry out all our goals in due time. I don't want All Might to die quite yet. But Emerson, I want to kill him. As do I, my boy. We'll do it together. And one of All for One's mechanical legs shot out, impaling a rat that had been scuttling underfoot, but only after he has suffered. After lunch, the class endured a few more hours of general education, but 5th PRD finally ended. Present MIC gathered up his textbooks and papers. Thanks, little listeners. Next up is what you've all been waiting for. With that he strolled out of the room. Dang it, 𝐒𝐿 stage whispered. I should have started a pool on who our heroics teacher will be. 𝐒𝐿, Tenya said, you know very well who our heroics teacher is going to be. I know. It would have been the perfect con, she said. Laughing. Izuku shot her a wink from across the room but sat up a little straighter when the door slammed open. I am here. Walking through the door like a normal person. All Might entered the room as he always did, a quick glance that took in every detail and then striding in like he owned the place. Today he wore his Silver Age costume, cape flared out dramatically behind him. All Might. Mina squealed. I'm your biggest fan. All Might laughed. Some people might argue with you on that proclamation, young Ashido, he said, winking in Izuku's direction, but I do appreciate the sentiment and support. So, welcome to your first class in heroics. We'll be together 2.5 hours every day and 4 hours on Saturdays for more in-depth lessons. For today, we're going to be running a battle exercise, you newbies. Tsuyu raised her hand. Shouldn't we learn some of the basics first? Ribbit. All Might nodded. And we will, in subsequent classes, but we wanted to understand your level of skill, and this will give me a good idea in a controlled environment. After a few weeks, we'll run this exercise again and then conduct a review to show you how much you've improved as you MSTR those basics. Don't worry, you won't be graded on your performance today, but it will help us to find areas where you can improve. But for now, here's what you've all been waiting for. He pressed a button on a small remote control he held in his hand, opening a compartment along the wall. Your costumes. Each built to the specifications you supplied the school in your admissions packet. Get changed and report to ground beta. Everyone rushed to grab their costumes and headed to the locker rooms. 𝐒𝐿 Uraraka reverently opened her case with a sigh of satisfied determination. She dreamed about this moment for years and lifted her costume out of the case, briefly hugging it against her chest. We're about to put on our hero costumes for the first time. I think it finally feels real to me. Me too, Gyro said. I never thought I'd make it this far. Let's get ready. 𝐒𝐿 took off her skirt and blouse, to a shocked, oh my good, from Mina. Girl, I never would have believed it if I wasn't seeing it with my own eyes. The matching BR and panty set consisted of white lace that, while durable, incorporated a lot of transparent material. Everyone turned to stare at 𝐒𝐿 in her underwear. Sweet little 𝐒𝐿 is senpai in the streets, ℉ in the sheets. You don't understand. 𝐒𝐿 protested, her face turning a bright red. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 chimed in, oh, but we do. That's game on lingerie. Who you after, girl? I bet it's Todoroki, he's so quiet and mysterious. 𝐒𝐿 rolled her eyes, pulling off the BR and panties and sliding on an Under Armour bodysuit, then starting to put on her costume. In case you forgot, my apartment was butt-assinated Saturday. Other than 3 outfits, I lost all the clothes I had. Almost everything I have is new. It's still pretty risk, though, 𝐒𝐿, Tsuyu said, rip it. I would never guess you'd pick something like that. It does look good though, she added, softening the bluntness of her remarks. No doubt, Mina said. Don't get me wrong, girl, I think it looks great, and I bet he will too, whoever he ends up being. My money is on Midori. You're looking a bit hungry, and that boy is definitely a snack. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 blushed and Mina cackled in response. I can dye my hair green sometime if you want to practice confessing. Although that might be a bad idea with you wearing that, I might just try and take you home myself. It's not like I had any choice. Midnight went with me while I was shopping for replacements. She put everything I picked back. 𝐿𝐼 protested, mentally promising a trip by herself to pick out some simple underwear that was more her. I wanted stuff that was much tamer, but she insisted. Well, I think it's lovely, Yorozu offered, since Midnight evidently preferred shopping at more upscale lingerie stores, and other than, well, sheer chance, she might be the one enduring the heckling today. She owned the exact same set, only in black. It looks appealing on you. As for the rest of you, Urarakas had a rough weekend and you all shouldn't tease her. Thanks, Yomo, she said, turning to the rest of the girls. But, it does look pretty sexy, doesn't it? Whatever Izuku expected when he opened his costume case, the reality proved far different. He held it up to get a better look at it. This will never fit, he said, finally, trying to think of what he might have said to Melissa that could have led to this. He held up a tiny yellow and purple monstrosity that looked like it incorporated an adult, or maybe a child, diaper. He must owe her a very big apology. That's mine. Mineta yelled. Phew, I forgot we swayed seats. Guess they forgot to swap the cases. I think you got ripped off, though, Midoriya. There's nothing in here but a book and this weird thing. He held up a flat, diamond-shaped object roughly the size of a large cell phone, except thicker. Oh, thank goodness. That's my costume, Izuku said, switching cases with the smaller boy. Thanks, Mineta. Izuku read through the manual at high speed, but then realized someone had asked him a question. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I said, how is that your costume? Zero replied. I mean, dude. That thing looks cool and all, like something out of Star Wars or Gundam, but it's not exactly clothing. Izuku shrugged off his school uniform, revealing an Under Armour bodysuit. Like this, he said, pressing the object against his chest with his palm. Shield armor, configuration alpha. Small compartments opened on each side of the diamond, with bands of a metallic-looking material shooting out, wrapping around his body. The bands became fluid, expanding and flowing together until they covered every centimeter of his body up to his neck, solidifying into tiny interlocking hexagonal plates. Green dominated the suit, but two stripes of black accented with glowing white radiated from the red diamond shape to his shoulders. White stripes highlighted his sides, glowing with a pale, pulsing light. The gloves and boots were primarily red with yellow, black, and white accents. At his shoulders rested two blue rectangles holding a knee-length blue cape to the rest of the costume. All this activity took a grand total of 8 seconds. Holy crp, Kaminari whispered. Where can I get a costume like that? Izuku admired himself in the mirror. Shield armor. It's a new concept from Shield Enterprises on Island, Izuku said. It's a high-tech blend of nanotechnology and a proprietary composite polymer that's flexible but offers 10 times the protection of Kevlar, capable of protecting against bullets, knives, impact, extreme temperatures, and poison gases. In case of a broken bone, it can automatically function as a splint and can auto-suture cuts. It can self-repair if damaged, although it will have to deactivate to repair major damage. Minor damage can repair while you're wearing it. It can seal itself for vacuum or underwater. The air supply in a vacuum is only 30 minutes, but it can extract oxygen from water indefinitely. It also has up to 24 different configurations based on the environment and mission, and you can update the color scheme with a phone app. They're hoping to license the technology to support companies here in Japan, and they just got approval from the HPSC a few weeks ago. I'm the second person to get one, after All Might, because I know the owners. The third person. He nodded toward Tenya. Tenya held a round device like the one Izuku had. He pressed it against his chest and said, Shield armor, configuration alpha. The process repeated, forming an armored suit patterned after the traditional Ida family hero costumes. It feels a bit like silk, too, Tenya noted. Thank goodness for the climate controls. My brother complains about how hot his costume gets. Since Izuku and Tenya's costumes only took moments to activate, they arrived at ground beta before any of their classmates. All Might nodded appreciatively at the sight. I see Dave and Melissa did an excellent job. You two look every bit the pro heroes you'll someday become. All Might took out his phone and took some pictures. I promised to text photos to a few people, he clarified. Tenya's armor reflected the Ida family tradition perfectly. As for Izuku's costume, he'd supplied some rough guidelines and sketches during their last trip to Island, but the actual design came from a photo Toshinori took of the painting Izuku did years ago. Normally, the observant boy would immediately realize something like that, but wearing a hero costume for the first time overwhelmed him with emotion. Thanks, All Might, Izuku said, eyes tearing up a bit. I've been dreaming about this day for years. Can you maybe text those to my mom? She was the first of many to ask, young Izuku. A look of pride settled on his face. Always remember, you are here because of your hard work and perseverance. Never forget that you earned this, my boy, the #1 hero declared. Today you take another step on your journey, and I couldn't be prouder. He turned to Tenya. The same applies to you, young Tenya. You should be proud to carry on your family's noble legacy of service. Between you and your older brother, that legacy is in good hands. The door behind them opened. Ah, and here comes the rest of our young heroes-to-be. The other students of Class 1A stood proudly, a little taller than before, with their shoulders back, beaming with pride. Each of them knew on an intellectual level that UA accepted them into the hero course, but wearing a costume for the first time made it a little more real. They say clothes make the pros, All Might noted, and you all look ready to take on the world. I'd be honored to fight alongside any one of you. Izuku took a moment to take in the costumes of his classmates. Most of them looked well designed, although he questioned the practicality of some of the designs and made a mental note to talk to both Mr. Aizawa and All Might about some of those issues. Yorozu, Kirishima, and Hagakyo's costumes all seemed to lack any sort of protection. From what little he knew about Yorozu's quirk, she would need areas where she could produce items, but since her quirk seemed to activate at skin level, integrating her hair into her costume could allow it to work without the unprotected areas. As for Hagakyo, the same principle should apply. She wouldn't even need to lose her boots and gloves that way and wouldn't risk freezing to death in the winter. While Kirishima's quirk made him incredibly durable while active, if caught by surprise he could end up dead. At least all the capes seemed designed for easy removal, thanks to the HPSC requirements. Everyone looked so cool. And then he saw Ochako. Izuku forgot how to breathe. She wore a black and pink skin-tight costume with huge boots and an astronaut-themed helmet. He'd seen her in running outfits and workout clothes, and what she wore Saturday morning when he woke up, and moving on, bad Izuku. None of those were hero costumes though, and Izuku worshipped heroes. While he knew Ochako as a friend and, yes, someone he harbored a few growing feelings for, seeing Ochako in a hero costume felt like a religious experience. She looked his way, meeting his gaze, and for a moment her eyes flickered down and then back up. Holy woe, she just checked me out, he thought, like you're not checking her out, hypocrite. She smiled and scratched the back of her head. Wow, Izuku. Your costume is incredible. It looks great on you. It's so cool, if the colors were a bit different, it would look like one of All Might's costumes. You look like a pro already. Bakugo rolled his eyes and made a clicking noise with his teeth, and while he didn't see the dirty look Ochako shot his direction, Izuku certainly noticed it. Yours is great too, Ochako. I mean it looks, holy woe. Really pretty. Great. Really pretty great. You think so? She asked, looking down and doing a bit of a turn. I don't know, maybe I should have been a bit more specific. I wasn't expecting something so form-fitting. It's a little embarrassing. But at least with running every morning I'll get in better shape in no time. Mineta leaned over to Izuku and, without taking his eyes off Ochako, stage whispered, the hero course is freaking awesome. Izuku wasn't sure how he felt about that. Well, he knew how he felt about it, but didn't care much for Mineta making that comment. Even less because some small part of him agreed. He couldn't deny that he found Ochako attractive, but he liked her for so many more reasons than just her appearance and, as far as he knew, Mineta never even spoke to her before. Tenya raised a hand. Sir, this appears to be one of the simulated cities where we performed the entrance exam. Will we be doing urban maneuvers against robots? All Might smiled. No, young Ida. Today, you'll be performing indoor battles against live opponents. Robots are all well and good, but they can't match the unpredictability and tenacity of another person. We'll divide up into groups of 2 by drawing lots and then simulate a battle. The villain team will have a stolen weapon of mass destruction hidden somewhere inside one of the buildings. Each group of villains will have 5 minutes to prepare by setting traps, disguising the bomb, and coming up with a plan. After those 5 minutes, the hero team will enter the building and try to resolve the situation. They can remove a villain from the fight by tying this capture tape around an opponent, but the villains can do so as well. The heroes will win by touching the bomb for 30 seconds, which will count as disarming it and capturing both villains. The villains win if they either disable the 2 heroes or if 15 minutes pass. If that happens, the bomb will go off, destroying the city. If the heroes disable the bomb but do not capture both villains, the match will end in a draw. Can we pick our partners? Kaminari asked, with a brief glance toward Gyro. Izuku wasn't the only person harboring certain thoughts, and Kaminari already dry-docked his thoughts and completed a full retrofit before setting sail. No, All Might replied. Once you become pros, sometimes you will encounter a situation where your only backup will be another hero who happens to be on site. One of the factors that will make you the best of the best will be the ability to work smoothly with anyone, even if you may have disagreements with them or have never worked together before. That kind of teamwork and flexibility may mean the difference between life and death. This will be hardest for the first teams since they will only have 5 minutes to prepare. The rest of you will be able to do some strategizing while waiting for your turn, so use that time to your advantage. Aren't the odds stacked unfairly against the heroes, sir? Yoirozu asked. The heroes have to capture both villains, then find and touch the bomb for some time, which will leave them vulnerable, all while working under a time constraint. The villains can win even if they are both captured or force a draw by evading capture even if the heroes disarm the bomb. The villains have multiple paths to success while the heroes only have one. Absolutely correct, young Yorozu, All Might said to several gasps. Heroism is not an easy thing and demands best efforts. A hero must focus on saving innocent lives, even if that means that the villain escapes. The path of villainy is selfish and cruel, and only focuses on personal gain. Many times, during my career, I've saved an innocent at the cost of not capturing a villain. However, the choice you make when faced with such a decision is not a choice at all. Lives must come first, and if they do not, you may want to reconsider your goal. Izuku noticed several nods around the room, but could sense Bakugo's eyes rolling upwards, even though he kept his eyes on All Might. Once we've selected our teams, I'll meet with the heroes and villains separately. We'll assume you have some information on your opponents, but you'll often face foes who have details you lack, so the heroes will know some things that the villains do not, and the reverse will be true as well. Now, let's see who the teams will be. All Might said, holding out a box for each student to reach into and withdraw a marble with a letter on it. Team A. Izuku held up his hand and saw the great goddess Ochiko hold up her hand as well. Team B. Shoji and Todoroki both held up their hands and nodded to each other silently. Team C. Mineta and Yorozu raised their hands. Team D. Tenya stepped forward proudly but frowned when Bakugo lifted his hand with a frustrated exhale. Team E. Mina spotted Ayama's hand in the air and gave him a high five. Team F. Soto and Koji. Team G. Kaminari got his wish, to Gyro's rolled eyes. Team H. Dark Shadow raised both her hands for Tokoyami, and Tsuyu hopped over to her new teammate. Team I. Ojiro raised his hand, and a floating glove gave a peace sign. Last but not least, Team J. Kirishima hardened his hands, bumping them together while Zero waved. Excellent, All Might said. Now, we'll pick the first hero team. He pressed a button on a remote control, and a blue glow lit up each set of marbles, cycling through each set until only one group's marbles stayed a steady blue. All Might nodded, making note of the team. And now to pick the villain team. He pressed another button, and the remaining marbles cycled between their normal clear color and glowing red, before finally staying clear for all but one team. Very well, we have our first match. The heroes, young Ida and young Bakugo, versus our dastardly villains, young Midoriya and young Uraraka.